coastline of South Africa. Plays host to the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Early beach scenes in and around the second stop on the Challenger for the year. Serious business with the round of 32 for men's being called on this morning. A fourth day of competition here in Ballito. Familiar faces and names, many championship tour surfers that have experienced the cut. Names like Matt McGillivray, we saw Federico Marias, Sam Pupo, and a number of others in that pensive pre-heat preparation mode. And of course, another beautiful day about to unfold here in beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Surf conditions again, swell out of the east-northeast, and it's perfect beach weather as we greet you from the beautiful shoreline of South Africa. And we've been loving every day of it thus far. Gixeliers alongside Kai Linder for the call. Second stop on the Challenger Series. Lots of stories unfolding as always.
Yeah, Gigs, it's I'm on the edge of my seat today because I had a little paddle this morning. There's a lot more grunt in the lineup. The swells really pulled in a little early. A lot of power. The tide's going to drop out. It's going to get really grunty. Saw a couple of barrels even this morning. And sort of stories within stories. We've got Challenger qualifications. We've got CT surfers all over the show. And then you've got the two young South Africans, Luke Thompson and Aidan Masonkamp, not just trying to get their qualification done, but also fighting for the last spot at J-Bay. So lots going on.
Lots of stories to unpack here. A wild card available to the highest finishing South African this week in Ballito. Lots for day 4 of competition. Let's go down and touch base with Emma Deal. She's down there at the ringside.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Maddie, you've already had a surf today. I know you're coming up in heat 3. To me, the waves look a little bit more powerful, but it's better to get it straight from, I think, the horse's mouth.
Yeah, the waves have picked up today. It looks like an east or like northeast swell, and the contest is about to start. Conditions are fun, and they're giving us 35 minutes, so we have lots of time to catch lots of waves. So should be a good day of surfing.
And obviously with the longer heat like that, it's almost like a free surf. What's your plan, you know, given the conditions and that amount of time?
Yeah, I think I want to try to give myself lots of opportunities, try to catch lots of waves and kind of just build my scores up throughout the heat. And I guess there's quite a few options of where you can sit, and everyone's going to be nice and spread out. And just the plan is to have fun, take it as it comes, and try to do my best surfing, maybe 1 or 2 airs. We'll see.
Amazing. Well, good luck. You've got the whole beach here also supporting you. And yeah, we'll see you later.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Well, South African surf fans are packing down onto the beach this morning to support Matt McGillivray coming up in the 3rd heat of the morning. We're about to get competition underway here for the men's round of 32. As you mentioned, Kai, a number of championship tour surfers in, a number out as well. And we'll dive through all of those stories here this morning for the 4th day of competition. Event sites in and around Willard Beach. Of course, it's been a festival and a carnival atmosphere as well, as is every Ballito Pro.
Yeah, and we had some great music last night, some real throwbacks in time with some South African classics. Nice family atmosphere as well. Everyone was down there watching. And this morning, now we're into some good surfing. Looking at the heat coming up, Jackson Baker, Eli Hanneman, Federico, all CT quality surfers. And then you've got the young South African, Luke Thompson. He's had a good run. He's freshly 21 years of age, and he's looking to get on to the championship tour. And like we said, hunting that J-Bay wildcard too.
Well, just to talk back to the surf conditions you see across your screens, Matt McGillivray just making note of that sort of an east-northeast swell, and certainly has bumped up a lot overnight. Kai, way more power in the lineup than what we've seen for the last 3 days of competition.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised this morning. Got up sort of on sunrise, and you could immediately kind of feel the energy. There's definitely a lot more movement out there. Had a little paddle at Bathers, the next bay down, and couple of duck dives. There was a bit of hold on to your board, so a bit more grunt in the lineup. It seems to be pushing a little bit more on that top bank as well, Gigs. Maybe that east swell the last 2-3 days has just pushed the sand in a bit more overnight, but seeing a lot more waves running off the bricks up the top of the point.
A number of V-shaped sandbars will give opportunities to our surfers in the lineup this morning as we get competition underway. Kai, as you mentioned, an absolutely stacked heat to get the day moving forward. CT surfer experience in the form of Eli Hanneman and, well, of course, Frederico Moraes on screen there. Quick start for Kikash. We saw him multiple times in the CT. We'll talk lots about his pedigree, and here he is back in South Africa, campaigning again in the Ballito Pro. We'll see how he fares here. Right now it's the round of 32, and top 2 will advance to the round of 16.
Yeah, and Kikas with a pretty good run here in Ballito in the past. He's had some really solid results, gotten up to the finals a few times. So it's been a happy hunting ground for him. Takes off on this left, just the one turn, but nice way to start your heat just to get the groove going. Better than a wipeout. And he'll be moving up and down the lineup. Pretty similar to conditions at his local beach breaks back in Portugal.
Absolutely. CT experience for Frederico Moraes. Same story for our surfer in the green singlet, Jackson Baker out of Newcastle. Same story again for Eli Hanneman. We've seen them all do CT journeyman. And then, well, as you mentioned, that wildcard opportunity for J-Bay for the highest finishing South African. That'll be at the forefront of this young surfer's minds. Turned 21 2 days back, and here he is back in the round of 32. South African Luke Thompson setting the pace here. Nice solid rail drives and a good hammer at the end, and that is going to open a strong account for his campaign here in the Thursday morning conditions.
Well, you can see Team South Africa on the beach. They're very happy with that opener. Luke Slipen and the rest of the Challenger crew. Good start. That's going to get the nerves out of the way. He's going to get a score on the board. See how that wave bottomed out on the takeoff gigs? It's going to get heavy once the tide starts dropping out.
Just 21 years of age, had his birthday 2 days back. He's a relatively tall, strong surfer, and he really gets that frame involved in these power turns, Kai.
Yeah, first turn, the section kind of died on him, but kept the momentum going into a nice big rail carpet. This is the money turn here. Wham! Just lays into that lip line and gets a solid turn. He's going to start off with a decent score.
Peaky, strong beach break conditions here for the opening heat of the morning. It was a delayed start, straight into action for Eli Hanneman, who'll just skid, a bit of a flat skid across that lip. Now nicely sections through that. Third opportunity, and he'll stitch together a score. He likes the feeling of that. Lot more power in the lineup. A number of the surfers mentioning just before the event got going that there are opportunities. Matt McGillivray saying it directly on interview. Opportunities perhaps to go to the air. It's punchy out there. We're in for a great day surfing here.
Wow, I mean, Eli coming with a couple of hammers on his first wave there. Fast, loose, committed, and a little bit of flair thrown in. Watch how he got into this one. Nice looking bowl on this wave too. Big bottom turn, whips the tail. Then it just kind of kept running for him as he got another big heavy section there. And then coming into the closeout turn, nice little whip. So kind of similar kind of wave to what Luke had, but maybe just a little heavier through the midsection.
Smaller wave for Frederico Moraes, trying to back up his early score of the 3.5. So judges will just ponder on Hanneman and Thompson's exchange. Jackson Baker, no rides for him yet, and he has that early priority. But you've got a feeling that this will really suit Jackson Baker's strong, stocky type of approach to waves as well. Meanwhile, opportunity on the mid-break on the way out for the Portuguese surfer. Let's call him even a veteran at this stage, into his early 30s. He's our surfer from Cascais, Portugal. And as you mentioned, he's always fared well here in Ballito. He's got pretty consistent results at various beach breaks on the Challenger Series. Talking of beach breaks, this will feel like a day at Newcastle for Jackson Baker, who will get his campaign moving here. 35-minute heats, so still well over half an hour to go as this first wave comes at us for the Australian. And this is going to be hammers all the way through for the entire day. This heat already setting the tone for a big day of surfing.
Yeah, and it's been pretty frenetic start too, just back to back to back waves. Jacko there using his priority on an interesting wave choice. It was a bit of a sort of fadey one. He had to work it quite hard. So I don't think that's going to stay in his top 2 for the entire heat. But it's interesting to see how busy Frederico has been. He's had like a couple of waves already. We saw Maddie saying he's going to try really keep busy and get around the lineup, try find some opportunities. So seems like that does seem to be the game plan of choice today, Giggs.
You think of the years from 2008 onwards, with the Ballito Pro being staged here at Willard Beach. Most of them have been in southerly swell conditions here. We've had the odd event that has had these more flatter, straight-on swells, but really, really punchy with these northeast conditions, Kai.
Yeah, and you can almost see a little bit of backwash on that first turn there from Federico. Loved the big calf to finish. That was a really solid turn. But the conditions ain't easy right now, but there's a lot of opportunity. Nice first little tail blast there. But you see this wave just kind of lost the wall a bit, went a bit flat and mushy on him, having to really work the rail down the line. Did give him a little closeout sort of jab there, but if we go back to like Luke Thompson and Eli's first waves, real lip line maneuvers, you know, getting critical. That one not really in the same sort of ballpark.
Yeah, Jackson Baker's wave more tapered off. Hanneman's had that lip line that he attacked 3 times. Thompson had also perhaps a tapered wave, but with a bit more vertical wall to it. So we'll see how those reflect in the scores. Wave selection, as always in every event, no matter what the location is, always the key to finding scores. And in these 3 to 5, we could almost call it some head-high sets in the lineup. So what are we calling it? Surfline was 100% right when we looked at those charts yesterday, Kai. 3 to 5 feet and some strong, powerful peaks for us to work with.
Mere mortals may even stretch it to 6 foot on the sets, but for these guys, 3 to 4 foot, it's shoulder to head high. Pretty much that fun zone for these professional surfers. They can really unleash in these conditions, and they won't be feeling like they're pushing the limits. They're going to be well within them. So I think we're going to see some really aggressive surfing today. We're going to see some flair, and I think Matty McGillivray definitely on the button. You're going to see some big launches. There's no offshore. It's like a dead wind, so there's nothing stopping these guys from going to the air.
Fairly windless conditions. It'll go into a light sea breeze as the day continues. We expect perfect beach weather here. And there's a meaningful number, 667 for the opener for the South African. Still numbers to settle from the opening exchange for Eli Hanneman and, of course, Jackson Baker. So until all surfers really get to that second scoring ride, then the heat really starts to shape out and we can see where the battles lie. Marias will pull the trigger. So we'll just see him climbing that tall 6'1" frame of the surfer from Cascais, Portugal. This one's allowing him a bit of room to move, just freewheeling through section to just punctuate at the end. It is strong, and that'll suit Federico Marias just fine here. And this will be a good opportunity for him to find some numbers on the Challenger Series in South Africa.
Yeah, Giggs, and what's interesting right now, being first heat of the morning, slightly different conditions too to the last 2 days, is that the judges really considering those first 2 rides from Luke Thompson and Eli, because they're trying to set the scale, and we felt that Eli's wave was slightly better. We see Luke Thompson, oh, come out of that. I did say we saw a few barrels just before coming into the booth, but Eli dropping a 7.3 on top of Luke's 6.67, so pretty tight margin, but we did feel Eli's wave a little bit more aggressive.
Good points to take for discussion from the opening exchange here this morning. Hanneman with the best of them, and that was due to that lip line that kept offering opportunities for Eli. So we see where the judges want to see the action in the critical lip section. Of course, they'll appreciate power calves on the open face. Pretty much the story with how Luke Thompson has built his number. Still waiting to see where Jackson Baker's first score, but let's have a look at that opener again. This is the 7.33 kind.
Well, first hammer really throwing the fins up into the lip there, and straight around the section and into this one. Did really well to get over the bump on the landing there, and then able to bring it around for a nice little closer. Not the biggest closing turn out of the exchange maybe, but those first 2 turns were critical, so that's where the score came from.
Well, CT surfer from 2024, Eli Hanneman, fell with the mid-season cut. Here he is working the Challenger Series. Here's your South African, Luke Thompson, around the section. Big hit for him, holds it together beautifully. His surfing has matured over the last 2 to 3 years. I mean, he really brought some strong performances to Ballito back in 2022 when he earned that wild card to J-Bay. But if I look at his stature, he's become more muscular. He's become even more lean and wily and strong. There's an element of more power to his surfing now than 2 seasons back.
Yeah, and I mean, if you watch this wave now, taking off, nice and patient, waited for the section, very powerful first turn, and then got around and timed that second turn so well, Giggs, to get it in properly. That was a good turn combo. And I got to say, Luke's definitely filled out a bit. He's gotten a bit bigger. Actually starting to really remind me of Matty McGillivray. Very similar frame, very similar build, and they actually surf pretty similarly.
Good point you make, and we can we'll have a chance to compare that, because McGillivray coming up in the third heat of the morning. But yes, that strong natural foot stance, both of them tall. Luke Thompson just under 6 foot. I think Matty might be an inch taller, but either way, their body mechanics very similar in the way they leverage their turns and the way they muscle twitch between the turns respectively.
Yeah, 100%. Good old South African pup and flace boys.
Well, I think our audience will be a little confused by your statement there, Kai. Pup and flace. Well, pup is a local porridge, an oatmeal porridge, and flace is the Dutch word for meat. Meat and potatoes and meat and porridge. Let's have a look at the second ride of Eli Hanneman here. Opened with the 733, using that rail. He's not the biggest bloke, but his cat-like reflexes, and we've seen he got his results on the Challenger Series back in 2023, often going to the air, US Open winner of that year. And, well, like the reflexes that he brings to the lineup here in Ballito.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Eli's, both his waves so far, really nice flow as well. You see him drop in, delayed the takeoff, big little tight carve there, and then came around the section, another little whip, and saw the next section coming with a lovely roundhouse back into the white water. So good rhythm and flow from Eli Hanneman.
There's also almost a reckless abandon to the way he looks for his air opportunities as well. Talking of opportunities, big single maneuver hammer for Jackson Baker there, who his slopey wall for his first ride only earned a 4, Kai, so he'll want to up the tempo here, finds a bigger, more nuggety face to work with, and that was a big power turn from the Australian.
Gave Eli Hanneman a few moments of dread there too. He nearly rode straight over the top of him. But watch this bottom turn up into that heaving lip section. He's a strong boy though, and managing to pull off the turn.
Rock solid surfing from Jackson Baker. We've seen that showcased on the championship tour a number of times as well. Jacko Baker will want to get back to the CT in 2026. Of course, an opportunity to crown it at the end of this Challenger Series by going back to Newcastle as well. So Jacko Baker will keep a steady head in the campaign on the Challenger Series in 2025. Opportunities at Pipeline as well, in Ericeira in Portugal. Of course, there's the US Open, there's Saquarema. So much to talk about here. Jacko Baker, well, by the time we get to Newcastle again, we'll see where he sits in the campaign. Meanwhile, Luke Thompson is going to back himself up. One judge going as high as a 7.2. Series of strong turns again for the South African, into an early lead now with his pair of 6s.
Yeah, and interestingly, getting the highest score on the 2-turner as opposed to the 3, but that's just showing that the judges today want to see that commitment. They want to see you going for those big heaving sections and really, really pushing your turns. And that's what he did on that 2-turn combo. He got critical.
South African surf fans will be very invested in Luke Thompson in this heat. They'll also be looking out for Aiden Mason-Camp's results when he comes up a little later this morning. So a neck-and-neck race between Thompson and Mason-Camp from the South African field. Highest finisher between the two will earn the wild card to J-Bay, so it's a massive opportunity. We saw Luke Thompson get that nod back in 2022. And well, of course, Mason-Camp will be chomping at the bit himself. We already know that Matt McGillivray has been awarded a wild card, and so he should, for his performances that we've seen. And being a J-Bay local himself, there's not any surf fan that would argue that McGillivray belongs in that lineup next week when the championship tour gets underway again at Super Tubes. But another South African to join that field. Meanwhile, Jacko Baker, with everything focused on the Challenger Series here, goes to the air beautifully. Just compression missed on the landing for Jacko Baker, but that had a lot of spring and pop and a lot of height for the nuggety surfer, which is sometimes overlook his ability in the air because he's just so strong on the face, and his speed, power and flow really do stitch together the theme of a lot of his scores, but Jacko Baker can get those underfoot as well when he has to.
Yeah, he's a good all-round package, Jacko, and definitely one of the nicest guys you can spend a session with in the water too. He's always just in such a good mood and cheerful and cracking jokes, but he's a phenomenal surfer, and I don't know, sometimes, like you say, his surfing just kind of goes under the radar a little bit, but he's got all those big aerial maneuvers. It looked like on that one, Gigs, also, as he hit the launch, he got like a little bit of the rebound, and I just feel like maybe that threw his rhythm out a little bit too.
Yep, either way, plenty of time for Jackson Baker and the rest. It's been fairly quiet for Frederico Moraes, who did find a 4.9 in the lineup. He has the priority down in fourth. We'll see where he fits into the flow of this heat, but as we say, just a little bit of patience being exhibited by Frederico Moraes at this stage, and you already see the pace for this heat. Top two positions thus far feature 6s and 7s, so we feel that that is where the numbers have got to get to. And as the northeast sets roll into beautiful Ballito here, we'll sit back, take a quick break from the first heat of the morning. We trust that you're enjoying it from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Kwadukuza Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
Thursday morning in South Africa, it is the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Welcome back to the opening heat of the morning. Beautiful conditions here, beaches starting to already fill in. There's a festival atmosphere and there is a lot of action in the water as well. Former championship tour surfers, 3 of them wrangling against the young South African as you join us in the action. 16 minutes to go in the opening heat, and not a lot to update you on. Top left of screen for the heat situation. Young South African Thompson leads. Best individual wave belongs to Hanneman in second, the 7.33, and looking to improve his 5.5. And the pace is set for the back half of the heat here. Kai Baker and Moraes both chasing near excellent scores at this stage.
Yeah, both chasing 7.9s, so it's not going to be an easy road back to the top of the heat. And it's been a good start from the 2 younger surfers. Luke Thompson especially really has come out the gates firing. Only 4 waves caught, both of his scores high 6s, so he'll be looking to maybe just push that level now.
Well, just locking into Frederico Moraes, who's taken an age with the priority on this. Wall ahead for him, drifts the tail. We've seen him do that so many times. Loves the right-handers, loves the beach breaks of South Africa. And he will knock away a good number there, just trying to edge his two-wave total up a little bit. He'll definitely ditch the 3-5 there, Kai.
Yeah, maybe I'm just considering the end of that wave because I'm not sure if he really rode out of that gig. So I think the judges are going to be pretty harsh because we've seen over the course of the event already, they've been pretty strict on how strong you ride out. First turn, wonderful, got the fin drift, then coming off the bottom and gets another little jab, kind of a half turn there, and was a little late to the third, and you can just see right there, just kind of gave him a bit of a bump off.
Just a little bit of fruit falls out the basket there for Frederico Moraes while judges ponder that score. Let's go down and hear from Emma Deal. She's in the athlete area. Let's hear from her.
Oh, never mind. Not always. Okay. I'm down in the Red Bull athlete area with O'Neill team rider Winter. Winter, you've been watching the waves for most of the morning. I know you didn't have a surf, but what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, it's picked up from yesterday. Yesterday we had the east-northeast swell direction. It was a bit weak. Today it's more east, so it's bigger and better. So yeah, men's round of 32 are on, and yeah, just watching a couple of heats.
Nice. And what boards are you thinking of riding today?
It's between, I got a light speed sub-driver from Mayhem, Lost Surfboards, which is an epoxy. But I think it's big enough, I'll just go with my Drive 3.0, 6.0. I got a magic board from them, and yeah, I think I'll go good out here.
I'm sure it will. And I know last year you were in Ballito, you went up to J-Bay too. How does it feel to be back in South Africa?
Yeah, it feels great to be back here. I got a third here last year, so good memories. And then I was up at J-Bay as well, so yeah, just happy to be here.
Nice. Well, enjoy the view and good luck for your next heat. Cool. Thank you.
Well, O'Neill team rider Winter Vincent just lapping it up. Of course, last year all the way to the semi-finals. You mentioned that driver 3.0. You think of Cole Hauschmann's win on similar equipment 2 seasons back. Meanwhile, into picture, Jackson Baker is just trying to unlock the lineup and get his scorecard bumping in the right direction. It's now under 13 minutes to go. Frederico Moraes, while we were at interview, just upped his numbers slightly. A 3.9 became a 4.57 in his top 2 scores. But still some campaigning ahead here for both Moraes and Baker, Kai.
Yeah, not really changing the requirement either, Giggs, so he's going to have to step it up from there. And interestingly, it's been Eli who's sort of been the cool, calm and collected guy in this heat. He's only had 3 waves, 2 of them big scores, so he's taking it easy, looking for the quality over the quantity, and currently in priority. And the danger thing for Jacko and Frederico here is that the 2 young surfers with first priority and second priority.
And not only that, Kai, you think of a 5.5 in the lineup for a surfer of Eli Hanneman's caliber, able to improve that. Let's say he lobs an extra point on top of the 5.5 and goes 6.5. He's starting to then ask 9 pointers in the lineup from Moraes and Baker.
Yeah, it's been a good performance to start the day from these 2 youngsters. Super happy for Luke Thompson too. He hasn't really allowed the pressure of having 3 ex-CT surfers in the heat intimidate him. He's come out guns blazing.
Eli Hanneman been riding those Mayhem shapes for most of his career and always looks comfortable on the face and especially in the air. Look at how this wave is drawing off the sandbar here. And Hanneman can do those in his sleep, and he just brings another one to the table. Going to be interesting to see if that one betters his 5.5 already sitting in his scoreline. Emphasis there on the progression single maneuver to make a topic of another wave, and does that add pressure to Moraes and Baker now as we get down to 11 minutes?
Well, I certainly saw that from the back, so they know he's going to the air. I almost thought that wave was going to start barreling for him there, Giggs. It really started bowling out really nicely. Here goes Frederico.
A lot more energy in the lineup this morning. Can suit big, tall surfers like Frederico Moraes, who's made finals here in Ballito before. He was in that final against Cole Hauschmann a few seasons back. And he's always used Ballito as a good stop on the Challenger Series. See where his numbers go. That one, though, just tapering off at the end, a softer one. You kind of feel that perhaps he hasn't nudged his numbers. We'll wait for it to become official. But 35-minute heats in this one with a little over 10 to go. A little sense of urgency can perhaps start coming Moraes and Baker's way.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Frederico hasn't really taken the handbrake off here. His strength, especially in these kind of waves, is his power, and I kind of want to see him take off the handbrake, push the accelerator, and just start putting that rail into the water.
Well, we did ask the question, did Eli Hanneman improve a score? He was sitting on the 5.5, and the air came in at a 4.8. We loved it. I mean, it was great visual, but judges not buying into the height and amplitude of it. A little look here to heat preparations. Matthias Hurdy just getting some advice from the experience of Jadson Andre's strong Brazilian crew as always, and a good bunch of, just as a great spirit amongst them as is always, and certainly looking to see where Hurdy goes in the next heat. It's a stacked round of 32 surf fans. You're going to be with us for a couple of hours, that I can promise you. It's going to be non-stop here in Ballito this morning.
Geez, you don't want to go anywhere. Sammy Pupa and Matthias Hurdy in that next heat, both of them can go to there. Then you've got Dimitri Poulos, another surfer I've been loving watching, and very used to these kind of conditions out of Ventura and California as well. So it's going to be an absolute banger of a heat too.
Lots of surf entertainment coming your way. Go on to worldsurfleague.com. Have a look at the draw. You can do it on your handheld device, the WSL app as well. Big day of surfing with the round of 32 here in the outgoing tide conditions in Ballito this morning. Slightly delayed start this morning. Tour manager Travis Logie just realizing that that fuller water around sunrise, just he wanted that tide to fall out a little bit, so just held the start off by around 2 hours, actually at 9:30 a.m. South African local time start here, so just after 10 a.m. as we start moving to the back part of the opening heat of the morning. And you mentioned the priority with Thompson and Hanneman, the first and second place surfers, so a little uphill climb here for Federico Moraes and Jackson Baker. No doubt there can be a magic moment that can change the shape of the heat with 8 to go.
Yeah, but just both of them seem a little out of sorts, a little out of rhythm. And when you're in that sort of headspace in a heat, especially at this level, you can see it just starts playing the mind games a little bit, and it either goes really badly from there, or you fight it out, get that one wave to give you a little bit of opportunity and sort of change your rhythm. But time against them now as we go under 8 minutes. And I've got to say, I'm really impressed with Luke Thompson in this heat gigs, showing some real level-headedness, maturity, and he's just not letting these guys rattle him. He's sticking to his game plan, and so far it's paying dividends.
It's a good measuring stick for the South African in blue. 3 former CT surfers to measure up against. Saw Thompson here all the way to finals day in Ballito 2 or 3 seasons back. Got that wild card and fared very well against the walls of J-Bay and the CT experience of the lineup. So watch for big things from Luke Thompson. As we mentioned, a wild card opportunity for the up-and-coming J-Bay event on the championship tour schedule, available to the highest finishing South African. It's between Luke Thompson, currently out in the water, and an upcoming heat will feature Aiden Masonkamp. If they both get their progressions, then we just keep going until they could even perhaps meet somewhere in the draw as well. So that could make for a great story.
I think looking ahead for the CT guys at J-Bay, I can tell you pretty much for free that whether you get Luke Thompson or Aiden Masonkamp, you're not going to have an easy time. Both of them have spent many hours at supers. I've watched both of them from the water and from the beach, and they are both very proficient surfers in that lineup as well. So I think, you know, we often talk about how dangerous wildcards can be at CT events. I think J-Bay, you really don't want to pick those wildcards up. And Matty McGillivray is an absolute beast out there.
Absolutely. Matt McGillivray as a wildcard at J-Bay is always going to go down well with surf fans. Looking so forward to that. Little in and out for Federico Moraes. Will just bump himself down to the bottom of the priority ladder with 6 minutes on the clock. But all kudos to Thompson right now. You mentioned not only does he have the lead, he's got the priority as we go into the crunchy last part of the heat.
Yeah, and we had like a bit of a frenetic start to this heat, but it's kind of slowed down a little bit. Just one of the sort of down periods in the waves. Of course, you can see a lot of movement in the water too, Gigs. It's not clean and lined up. It's a bit messy and wild and bumpy. But we do have that power band in the water, which is what these guys have been waiting for. And certainly we've seen 7-3, 6-6, 7-6, 9. So there's certainly scoring opportunity. And looking at this guy coming up in the next heat, these kind of conditions I think are going to play to Sammy Pupa's strengths.
Yeah, pulled in tail on that shape underfoot of Samuel Pupo coming up next. Who can forget his spicy performances at the Challenger Series level. Lots to talk about here this morning. But for now, under 5 minutes to go here, South African Thompson leads over Eli Hanneman. Just Hanneman's flair has found the single highest wave of the heat, the 7.33. You always feel that's sort of what Eli, he never really gets caught up too much in strategy, never gets caught up too much in wrangling. He really just relies on his crazy talent.
Yeah, well,
and it can sometimes be a hit and miss, right?
Yeah, not always going to pay dividends because, of course, you're playing in a sort of varying setup and environment in surfing. Frederico's been keeping himself distant down the beach, but the body language just tells you how his heat's going. And right now, you've got Luke and Eli kind of sitting on that main peak up top of the sandbar. Frederico took a big distance paddle quite early in the heat, keeping himself separate, and it looks like now Jackson's also trying to get away from the two leaders in the heat with the priority.
Well, power in the lineup you always feel is going to suit both Marias and Baker. They love the bigger walls. You think of Jackson Baker to locations like Bells. Both of them, Jackson and Frederico at J-Bay, have always fared well. So the bigger and more wally the waves, the more they come into play. Think of Frederico Marias making the finals at J-Bay back in 2017. And as you mentioned, always fares very well here in Ballito with the punchy conditions. But if he's going to pull something out of the hat, it's got to start happening very, very soon. 7.93 requirement for the Portuguese surfer. And Baker also a similar range of score. Both of them not bringing numbers from the Newcastle first stop on the Challenger Series 2. So perhaps a little urgency here. 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. 7.96 to advance. That's not a play game score. So Jackson knows he's got to do something critical. Doesn't really have time anymore to look for two scores either, Gigs. So whatever happens next, he's going to have to find a wave and he's going to have to do something big. Well,
we haven't seen a 7.96 in the lineup. The 7.33, the highest individual one, just with the brilliance and talent of Hanneman along the lip line. But Marias and Baker would want to build it with power. And power is what we've seen from Luke Thompson. So it's going to be an interesting stretch here with 2.5 minutes to go, and they're not in the priority. Well, Jackson Baker's back in the priority discussion. He has a second prio. Hanneman is bumped down to fourth. So no changes to anything in the scoreline yet. And meanwhile, Luke Thompson showing some maturity here. He hasn't pulled the trigger. He's not going to just spill that priority. He's just going to hold on to that, and only if there's an opportunity to hold off any what he deems a threat or his own opportunity to better his 6.67, then he'll take off with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, nice to see the South African crew on the beach supporting him as well. There we go. That's what Jacko was looking for. Just unfortunate not to bring it around, but if you had, whoa, how was that takeoff? Wow.
Well, some thundering waves. You saw that wave just a grenade exploding at the back from Eli Hanneman. That wave just throwing Whitewater back into the lineup. So strong set unloads on the bank here. 90 seconds to go. Explosions all around on the sandbars, but not a lot of change to the points top left of screen. That's the important part. It's the business of points on the Challenger Series. Right now, Luke Thompson still with the prio, and he's just going to want to usher this one, just herd it towards the finishing line here and find himself in the round of 16.
Well, Jacko doing exactly what he needed to there, which was get explosive and go to a massive critical air. Unfortunately, just unable to pull it in and going down. And then we saw Eli just airdrop to destruction on that big bowl on the sandbank. Wow, but showing signs of some serious energy in the water. Here we go, Luke, lovely little float over the section. Kind of could see that wave wasn't going to pan out, so didn't really push it. But having a glance at his watch, he knows he's probably job done.
Well, we can see the takeoff, but perhaps a block as well, just to hold anyone off a potential score. Thompson 30 seconds away from wrapping this one up and moving along into the round of 16 with Eli Hanneman. We'll see if anything changes now. If it is going to change, it's got to do it right now. And this is Jacko Baker looking for every opportunity he can. Needs an excellent score now to unlock his Ballito campaign of 2025. And the Novocastrian will, looks like he's zipping his board bag and thinking about the US Open of surfing as the next opportunity to garner points on the Challenger Series itself. But that pretty much looks like how it's going to roll out, Kai. Good work from this man on screen, Luke Thompson. He's done a good job of it. He managed that heat start to finish as well. Got the first meaningful score of the heat and has kept priority at the end. So textbook heat from the young South African. That is an official result. Opening heat of the morning here in Ballito. A heat stacked with former championship tour surfers, but it will be Eli Hanneman, the one that will advance with the South African. Stay with us. More exciting surfing coming for heat number 2. Our forecast partners, Surfline, getting it right on the money here. There we are on the east coast of South Africa, the subtropical zone, about 1,000 kilometers north of Jeffreys Bay. You see your standard swell patterns, and well, today, punchy 4 to 5 foot faces, right on cue from our forecasters, Kai, and a lot of energy in the lineup, more than we've seen for the last few days.
Yeah, well, definitely more than we were expecting too. It kind of jumped in the middle of the night. We woke up to the crashing sounds of some heaving beach break this morning, and my hope is that if it was a little bit bigger and more powerful today, is that that trend will carry on through the next few days, and hopefully on Sunday morning looking at some really good waves for the finals.
Positive outlook from Surfline for the remainder of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Punchy waves here for the 4th morning of competition. It's head high and lots of power to work with for our surfers. And well, welcome to a fresh heat on deck as you whiz by the Connes site here at Willard Beach. Surf fans from all around KwaZulu-Natal, all around South Africa, making their way down here this week. And so they should. A surf carnival atmosphere, as is always. The infinite playlist last night featuring bands like Arno Carstens from Springbok Nude Hills, John Ellis from Tree 63, Robin Auld, a fantastic surfer in his day as well. And the beach was stand-up and rocking last night. And we'll see who rocks the lineup here this morning. Staging your new heat for the 2nd heat of the morning. Lucas Cassidy, the exciting aerialist, the Mexican, comes ranked 71st here on the Challenger Series. Dimitri Polis, smooth, powerful, and one of the nicest eye-pleasing styles. He'll be in the lineup taking on Mateus Hurdy, former world junior champion from Brazil. And of course, well, everybody loves Sammy Pupo. He didn't make the mid-season cut, the harsh reality of everything, and here he is back at the Challenger Series, Kai.
Yeah, but can't really knock a good man down, and just look at that surfing from Sammy. I don't think it's going to be very long before he's back on the championship tour.
Well, it'll be a year. Well, about 9 months' time. Challenger Series stretches out into early 2026. It's going to suit young surfers like Lucas Cassidy, who will be following the Challenger Series of 2025, looking for his opportunities. This young surfer, very exciting above the lip, an all-rounder, and he's going to be figuring out the formula of heat wins on the Challenger Series. Looking very forward to what this man in red brings, not only here in Ballito, but for the rest of the season as well.
Yeah, and then you look at Matthias Hurdy in the heat as well. And Matthias, you know, we all expect him to make the championship tour. He came out here at about 14 or 15 to do the City Surf Series. Just watch the replay here. Nice little hook in the pocket. And then drives round for turn number 2. So a little play-by-play out of Luke Thompson's book from the previous heat. And Matthias came out here. We saw him surf in a couple of events, you know, just getting his feet on the QS as a young guy from Brazil. And I think we all were like, this kid's definitely going places.
Well, watch for the exciting surfing of Dimitri Polis. Just will gag the rail there for the opener. He'll settle it. He'll keep going here. We saw him as a wild card at Trestles a couple of weeks back. Exciting surfer, low center of gravity, just seamless transitions. I was trying to think who he reminds us of. We'll figure it out as the day goes on, but Polis has just got one of those absolutely polished styles. In fact, a little bit of the Parko problem, I'd like to call it, because they do some stuff that is just so progressive, fast, and critical, but it's blanketed in this calm style of the upper body.
Polished.
Very polished. Dimitri Polis, we love what he brings. We'll wait to see where he goes in this encounter this morning.
Is that Jesse still surfing?
Yeah, I think so. Sammy Pupo, though, sets the pace. Kai 683 for that strong rip in the pocket. So a great heat here on paper. CT experience from Sam Pupo. Exciting up-and-coming talents from the 16-year-old Cassidy. Both Polis and Hurdy have pulled the CT singlets on before, so looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and you've got to think when Matthias can get up there, you know he's going to cause carnage. I think back to his wildcard appearance in Mexico, going all the way almost. So once you put him in those kind of waves, I think he's going to be deadly.
Lots of talent here to sift through on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Matthias Hurdy will go to the air. Yes, he does. Wrangles with the landing. It's a bit soggy, so incomplete for the panel. But intention of where he wants to go with 28 minutes to go. Kai Stry, as we mentioned, tide falling out, local time. About an hour to go now until the bottom of the low tide graph at around 11:30. So opportunities certainly in the lineup for everybody to go to the air this morning.
Yeah, and once it does bottom out, that tide's going to start pushing, and I think we're going to see a little jump in size and power with that push in the tide as well. Interesting look here. Lucas just looking a little inside on the way out. I think both Surfer in red and white are going to be looking to go to the air here. So they're just looking for those punchy bowls so that they'll be able to get the launch pads.
Back into priority already is Sam Pupo, 683. The way he manages his heats, doesn't matter if it's in the CT jersey or here on the Challenger Series. We spoke of the Challenger Series for the season ahead, an improved Challenger Series which will set up an exciting 2026. This is the look thus far after one stop. Everybody arrives here in Ballito's with this tour leaderboard in place. Jacob Wilcox with his win in Newcastle. Cowley Vast made the finals for that 7-8. He's out, so the darker grey stripes are not in the mix here. McGillivray coming up shortly. There's an opportunity for him to climb this year, the Challenger Series. We're waiting for Jacob Wilcox to hit the water in the round of 32. Winter Vincent sitting in that top 10 picture. And, well, Dimitri Polis and Matthias Hurdy both out in the water at this stage in 8th and 9th.
Yeah, so they've got a good incentive to make it through the heat. And now it's Sammy Pupo and Lucas with the lead with those sixes all over the show. But it's going to be interesting because Sammy's in 11th. He's just behind that top 10, so he's also going to be looking to jump. So you've got three top 11 surfers in the water right now.
We've lost Morgan Sibilik, who came here sitting 10th. So Pupo will move into that, we speculate, into the top 10 picture here. A couple of dolphins out the back on the wide shot here. It is the Dolphin Coast, a very active ocean here. It's the Indian Ocean. It's around 20 degrees centigrade, warm Mozambican water, great visibility if you're into things like spearfishing or rock angling. It There's an amazing coastline here. So many people, of course, build their vacations around the Dolphin Coast, and so they should. Of course, always a tip of the hat to water safety out there, just keeping a close eye on a stock take of what swims by. And, of course, a tip of the hat as well to SMG Yamaha, who provide a lot of the wave runners to not only to our water safety, but to the fishing community as well.
Yeah, ski fishing is massive here in KZN, and a lot of guys making use of wave runners and getting out there. You've got such a rich array of game fish here, gigs, you know, kuta, queenies, tuna, just sailfish, marlin, all of the big ones are out here. So it's a fantastic coastline. And then obviously, you know, you've got crayfish, oysters, mussels. It's really just a seafood buffet here in KZN.
Wonderful images of the bottlenose dolphins just beyond our surface here in the lineup. Of course, when you have a gap and you're not following the contest action, go and look up Now Media's The Sardine Run, featuring Aidan Mason-Camp and other surfers. They've done a fantastic documentary with a great insight into what is this natural phenomenon of millions of sardine fish that come up with the Antarctic southerly swells. Meanwhile, beautifully to the air for Lucas Cassidy. Spoke of his ability above the air, the 16-year-old. We've seen him in the wave pools. He's an exciting prospect, and take a note of that name, folks. He likes it. You can see the energy, the exuberance, and a good punt is going to keep him right at the top of this heat.
Yeah, really got the good projection out on that one. You saw earlier Matthias also going to the air and just got a little caught on the landing, whereas Lucas was projected enough out into the flats to really ride out of it. So doing very well there, getting out in front, and he's going to get the first aerial score of the day here in Ballito.
Well, plenty of time for all four surfers in the lineup. Still 24 minutes to go. Cassidy, the Mexican, already posting a 6 for the surf fans, and now with judges working on a score for that last of red. The Mexican to the air is going to cement that top position for now. Exciting heat as we keep the action moving forward. We spoke about everybody going to the air, and that is the Brazilian Matthias Hurdy trying to do his version of it. He'll go incomplete, but plenty of time.
Well, that was a pretty crazy section. He was pretty laid up to it too. You can see how heavy he landed in that thing too. So a lot of power to play with here. This was very clean gigs, and you saw how he projected out to the front of the wave there just to make sure that he landed in some clean water. So that was a great job by the young Mexican.
Little shockwave to get through on the landing, but he does it well. Quiet arms, just semi-no claim there. See where that number lands. We think of Eli Hanneman getting a low altitude air and just under a 5. That one was way bigger with the rotation. It's going to become a meaningful number. It's going to be the best of his just yet, a 6.1 in, and as we mentioned, cementing the lead for now for the young Mexican.
Yeah, good result. Gets a 6.1 for one maneuver. See him wanting to check what he got there. And it's kind of a funny one. You see this heat, just a lot of the surfers not getting going. We're down to 22 minutes. Dimitri Poulos about to get his first real score. Matthias keeping busy now, and he's going to the air that time. Absolutely smooth as butter.
Well, he just stamped that out like an official with a stamp at your passport. Got a boop, just stamped it. Pumped the arm, back to business. Next, please.
Welcome to Ballito. Enjoy your stay.
Welcome to Ballito. Enjoy your stay. Don't overstay. You're welcome. Poof. That's it. Let's have a look at it. Smaller wave though, Kai, so it's not going to have the amplitude of the Mexicans, but lovely tail high.
Yeah, good.
Fully inverted as well.
Yeah, it was a great air. Here's Dimitri. I think he got the 383 on this nice little fin blast off the back. Just the one maneuver, getting a 383. Kind of feel like Matthias will probably go somewhere above that with the aerial. So he's going to be sitting somewhere in the middle, I think, of that 6.0 and a 383, probably in the 5s. But at least now with the score on the board.
I love that little tail waft from Dimitri Poulos. Judges are not over enthused with it. A 383 for that. So watch for more from Poulos. He's got 21:21 on the clock to go. But judges just simmering on that punt of Matthias Hurdy. Meanwhile, under priority, smaller inside, section to do it again.
Wow.
Play it again, Sam. Stamps it again. Boom. That's it. 2 stamps.
That's Mateus
That's
right
it.
there. Once he gets going, he really does start to like feed off that energy, and I think that was a bigger aerial too, Gigs. I'm looking forward to the replay. Also got the grab in there, so getting a little bit more progressive, making it a bit more of a combo maneuver, and he's going to get a score. Got the 5-5 for the first one. This one, little turn into the lip to start, just to set things up, and then busting the big grab rail air. So
Are we
he's suddenly
thinking the
finding
second
his rhythm.
stamp is better than the first stamp?
My feeling is yes. I'm going to wait for the replay to really put my opinion in there. But here we go. So takes off, not the biggest wave in the heat, little turn. Watch this. Bam! And he did get the grab as well. So that was a pretty heavy section. It wasn't an easy section to do the air on, and he absolutely stomped it.
Going to be very interesting to see how this compares to his first 5.5 score.
It was almost a
Yeah.
full rotation too.
Well, judges are going to have a chance to compare that. Let's go down to Mark Frew and Touchin for the sideline.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Luke, we are down on the beach. Finally, we got you. It was pretty hard to get you away from the crowd. I literally watched Grom's getting a signature and getting sucked out to sea, fighting for it. That was a really, really stacked heat. We've seen such a shift in you mentally this year. You've just stayed super consistent and mentally strong. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I looked at the heat yesterday because I was confused if I was heat 1 or 2. Because someone told me I was heat 1, someone told me I was heat 2, and I looked and I was like, oh my gosh, that's a stacked heat. 2 of those guys are on tour, and Jacko pretty much deserves to be on tour. He's so good. So yeah, it was a super stacked heat. I was really nervous this morning. I was putting on my suit and I was actually like shaking. I was so nervous, but it was pretty funny. I was actually laughing to myself when I was walking down. You're gonna laugh at this, and everyone will. But I just popped on some Katy Perry on the AirPods, and I was jamming to some Katy Perry, and I was like laughing at myself because everyone's probably like, this guy's so locked in, like listening to rap, and I was just like jamming to Katy Perry. But yeah, that kind of calmed me down a bit. And then when I paddled out, I felt pretty confident and had a good plan with my coach, QJ. And yeah, just executed it and happy that it got done.
Well, Katy Perry for the win. The beginning of that heat was super consistent. It was just like pulsing. Everyone was getting waves. And then it kind of came down to strategy at the end of it.
Yeah, geez, like the first 10 minutes of that heat, literally just like pulsed. There was so many waves. And the last like 15 minutes there was nothing. So like I got my first 2 waves, and then Eli got his first 2 waves, and everyone had like a couple 4s, 5s, whatever. And from then onwards there was pretty much nothing, and those 15 minutes felt like literally hours. I was sitting there with Priority going, oh my gosh, this is so long. Just like counting the seconds. But yeah, I just wanted to try to control it the best I could and take away as many opportunities as I could from the other guys, and then try to force them into errors when I was under Priority. And yeah, luckily there weren't many good waves, so it made that job a lot easier, and yeah, I managed to get it done.
Well, you made South Africa proud, and go rest up, and good luck for the next round.
Well, O'Neill team rider Luke Thompson taking the edge off his nerves there with, mainstream music choice.
Oh, he was channeling Eye of the Tiger. You're going to hear me roar. Good work there, Luca. You did it well. And whatever floats your goat and gets you amped, doesn't matter what music it is, as long as it's getting you excited for your heat.
Well, the South African Luke Thompson into the round of 16 here in Ballito. Of course, another South African coming up next in Matt McGillivray. Let's stick to the action in the heat here. Dimitri Polis, the exciting surfer from Ventura, California, with 2 big hammers right there to be involved in the heat. He's got to up his numbers, and that was a 5.07. Meanwhile, Mateus Hurdy back to the air again, stares down the panel. Previous to that, the 6.57 for the smaller air, and then 5.5 for the first one. So Hurdy, knowing where the scores lie, just over and above the lip line, 16.5 to go. It's exciting stuff here, but a 5.07 from Polis for now brings him into the mix. He'll have to find a 7. Sam Pupo sat ever so quietly. Only 1 wave selected in the lineup. Opened with a 6.83, ripped it on the rail, and hasn't caught another wave since. Has been holding Priority now for perhaps half the heat.
Yeah, but he's got the 6.83, only needs a 5.24, so he's completely in the game. Still 16 minutes on the clock. Maybe just being a little bit more selective. I think he heard you, Gigs.
Yep, queuing him in. Sam Pupo, wave number 2. Power. Lots of it. Like that. Saw a little nudgy claim there from him based on one turn. Well, 5.27 required to climb up to second. Of course, you know, if Sam has to just go, okay, all right, everyone's going to the air, let's just roll our sleeves up and get involved in that, he'll be fine with that as well. So lots to unpack here with 15 and a half to go, Kai.
Well, you talk about that, Matthias getting into a rhythm with the airs, giving blue steals at the judges and getting a 6.93 for that last one. Big heavy section really hammered the tail out, so it was a good turn on a pretty critical section. Watch this one, Gigs. He took off down the line, wham, threw the air around. Look at the blue steel. It's like, yeah, that's me.
Well, projection as well. Look where he puts that down, almost out in the flats. Lot of extension out and over the lip there for Matthias Hurd. He has brought 3 of those to the scorecard now. That most recent one, the 6.93. Meanwhile, Lucas Cassidy knows how to do his own versions of it. And he will go lofty, just incomplete. The lighter frame of Cassidy gets unstuck. Meanwhile, a little seesaw float. Heavy dump section, the heaviest of the morning. And it will just implode around Dimitri Polis. I'll have to check the equipment for that. And my gosh, that was a heavy section.
Wow, that was 2 in a row right there. Lucas Cassidy, I can't believe he committed to the aerial over that section. That was a beast. Looks like Dimitri has damaged the board there, Gigs. That thing went below sea level.
Yeah, that thing absolutely Wyoming shore braked on him. No, that's what his requirements. Looking for the 7.03. 2 exciting turns. Last one incomplete. If he had pulled that in, well, that would have been a whole discussion point. While Dimitri Polis switches out his equipment, we'll take a quick break. Stay with us. It's Ballito in South Africa.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And by O'Neill, the official presenting partner of the Ballito Pro.
Massive thanks, as always, to our global and regional partners here. The Challenger Series coming to you from Ballito in South Africa for the second stop. David Silva, pensive on screen, just sizing up his up-and-coming heat. Taking on South African and Matt McGillivray as well. So surf fans will be stacking in here. And the beach is just looking packed. It's just after 10:30 local time here in South Africa. You're joining us with 11 and a half remaining on the clock. Updated scores for you. Matthias Hurdy is your new heat leader. 6.93 and 6.57, both built exactly the same way, above the air.
Yeah, once Matthias starts getting that rhythm going with the aerials and the confidence, he's pretty deadly, and he'll just keep going as well. We looked at that wave of Sammy Pupo, just the one turn. He seemed to like it. The judge is giving him the 5-3, which was enough to get him into second place gigs. So he's back up in the top 2, and with priority, I might add. So he's going to be looking good on the back end. And Lucas Cassidy and Dimitri both going down on their final maneuvers on that last exchange. But those sections were so heavy. If they'd made those turns or that aerial, it would have been a different heat.
Well, new equipment underfoot of Dimitri Paulus here with 10.5 on the clock. You mentioned Sam Pupo's getting the 5-3, needed the 5-2-7. So right on point there, managing his heat bio requirements. Let's have a look at Matthias Hurdy's 2 airs as well, because we almost got 3 of them back to back there. And this is a 6.93, plays a 6.57 from the panel.
Well, you see the one on the right of screen just really projected out. The other one was also good, but also got the grab. So a little bit of variety too, Gigs. And this is Matthias. Once he starts feeling that confidence, especially going to the air, he kind of just keeps building and keep growing in confidence, and that's when he's at his most dangerous.
A technically brilliant surfer is young Matthias Hurdy from Florianopolis in Brazil. Saw him as a CT wildcard in Abu Dhabi a little earlier this year, all the way to a 9th. His surfing was pinpoint, accurate speed, and exciting to watch. Of course, we saw him early on, 2018, already a World Junior Champion. And, well, we're waiting for that full-time championship tour campaign from him. He's featured a number of times in the CT jersey. Kai, you spoke about it as a wild card all the way back in 2021. Meanwhile, Paulus flies through the air as well. So exciting stuff in the lineup, a lot of energy for the surfers to work with. Stronger, grunty northeast swell here for day 4 of competition. And we're seeing surfers flying over the lip lines.
Yeah, Poulos there going for the longest air award, I think. Jeez, he really carried through the air. He covered a lot of ground. If he had landed, it would have been interesting to see what the judges thought. Of course, you know, we talked to these guys in the aerial game, and a lot of them saying, you know, the aerial is actually technically easier because you're following your natural path of movement through the air, and that the straight air is actually more difficult. Wow, that was a heaving section, Sammy Pupo.
Sam Pupo gets vaporized by a heavy looking lip as he'll just go incomplete there. Now I just wanted to make note of this point here, Kai. Lucas Cassidy sitting in 3rd is very capable of going to the air. We've seen what Matthias Hurdy has set as the bar for this heat about going above the lip. Cassidy only needs a 6.04, and he could easily do that on one air of his own.
Well, I look at this heat. I mean, even Dimitri surfs every day with guys like Aton and Dane Reynolds, part of that Ventura sort of Chapter 11 crew. They're all known for their progressive surfing. So everyone in this heat is capable of doing big airs. And I think after seeing especially, you know, the scores coming in for Matthias, back-to-back aerials, he's done 3 of them already. Maybe that thought pattern's just got into all of their heads now. Wow, we really need to start getting out the water.
Great heat on paper, and a great one unfolding here for surf fans. 7.5 to go. 2 airs for the heat lead for Matthias Hurdy. Essentially power and rail from Sam Pupo, but definitely opportunities still for Cassidy and Paulus. There's going to be lots of little moments still with 7.5 to go. Just thinking of Sam Pupo, quick look. You mentioned that he was sitting 11th coming to Ballito here and 9th in Newcastle. So opportunity for him to move into the top 10 picture here with a heat advance. As we mentioned, Morgan Sibilik sitting in 10th has fallen off. Of course, you can follow all of this on worldsurfleague.com. But everyone would agree that Sam Pupo belongs on the championship tour. Got the mid-season cut this year, ever so close there. It was a heat-by-heat journey. You saw everybody so invested. Older brother Miguel Pupo just willing him to heat win after heat win in Western Australia, but just not able to get the cut. And well, here we are back at the Challenger Series. And as I say, there would be many pundits that would not bet against Sam Pupo back on the CT in 2026. Flat landing for Matthias Hurdy there. will be incomplete, no improving, but it's very clear about how he wants to keep his scorecard turning over here, Kai.
I mean, these guys are crazy, let's just call it. Your mere mortals such as us would be running from that section. He's going for the full fin blast over the top. So they just operate on another level, Gigs.
No, absolutely. The talent that is stacked into the Challenger Series and, of course, all the qualifying series globally these days, that is absolutely crazy. Heavy back foot landing. So that foot just straight off the board. And perhaps, thank goodness so, because if it had kind of kept it in there, that's where the ankle injuries do happen in the sport, in those very moments there. So all good for heat leader Matheus Hurdy. See the rest of the Brazilian crew in the athlete area just heavily invested in every single decision that gets made in the lineup here. And as I mentioned, Cassidy and Paulus, their requirements are very sober in the fact that they were able to go to the air, they were able to put together power turns. I'm not convinced that Sam Pupo will be 100% happy with where he is right now. In the pit for Dimitri Paulus, well, there's fun and then there's points, and that one's not going to give you any movement on the scorecard. So back to the lineup with just under 5 minutes to go. You feel that the door is open for Cassidy and Paulus here.
Yeah, and I mean, over the last few days, if you said to me, you know, under 5 minutes, 7:06 requirement, it was a tough ask. But today, in these conditions, the surfers can pull that in a single maneuver.
By far the least amount of waves in the heat caught by Samuel Pupo at this stage. Matheus Hurdy with the most. So that's your activity card per surfer. And can't help but feel that Sam Pupo should be rolling the dice just a little more. That 5-3 sitting in his scoreline is leaving him vulnerable for the requirements of Cassidy and Paulus.
Are you sure you don't have a little microphone to Sammy's ear, Gix? Every time you've mentioned that he needs to get going, it's like, poop, okay, I'm on it. But unfortunately, that wave not giving him too much opportunity to improve his scores.
Again, heavy section here as well, Kai.
Wow, look how this thing bottomed out. But yeah, as soon as he took off on that, went to the lip, but that's not going to help him. He needs to get a big score. And whoa, there goes Dimitri Poulos to the air.
Well, very, very clear that this is going to be a scrap to the finish line here. Pupo's vulnerable with Cassidy and Paulus chasing him. Meanwhile, Cassidy has moved into a priority situation, Kai. So, yeah, clear the landing strip. Let's see if the Mexican, the talented 16-year-old who is known for his above-the-lip skills, can he find that number 604? Hurdy's got a 693 and a 657 with airs off the lip single maneuvers. So this is going to be a good story to tell.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting that Sammy's moved down the beach as well. He's put a bit of distance. I see Dimitri Poulos now heading down in that direction as well. Oh, sorry, that's Sammy moving down. So Matheus sitting up top, he's in the lead. He's not really too bothered. He's going to just sit there and wait for the peak. And now Cassidy sort of waking up to the fact that the two guys that he's in a battle with for second place are moving down to the bottom peak.
2:45 on the clock here. More punchy sets arriving in the lineup here in Ballito this morning. Lower tide conditions, light sea breezes. There's ruffles and there's launch pads everywhere, and Cassidy will look for one of those right now. It's a massive one, and that is going to nail the requirement, and a whole bunch of loose change to hand out in the car park afterwards. That was massive, and he'll be feeling that, Kai. That was the biggest one of the heat thus far. That's one of the biggest of the Ballito Pro for 2025.
Well, if Luke Thompson was listening to Katy Perry, I think he's been listening to some Metallica.
2 minutes to go, and that will put Sam Pupo on notice. And could we even see all the way to a heat win here for Cassidy? That was massive, surf fans.
Well, you saw him just waiting for the section, starts bowling out. You knew he was going to the air, and a big full rotation into the flats over a pretty critical section. He's pumped, the beach is pumped. Just look how far he pushed out into the open spaces there and stomped it. That was a really good aerial.
Wow. What can we say but wow, that was huge. Could that be the single biggest air of the event? Yes. Is that going to be the single highest wave score of the event thus far? Are we going to knock on the door of a 10? I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you folks think at home? That was huge. That was huge. Lying in third, chasing the 604. We said he'd go to the air for a single maneuver contribution to try and unlock it. And well, a whole bunch more came with that. The pace was set with Hurdy for a 693. But this one's going to go north of that. Everyone that's even doesn't know a lot about surfing can see the height here, Kai.
Yeah, that was a big section too, dropping about 6-7 feet from the fulcrum of the aerial to the landing as well. So it wasn't just that he got such a good full rotation, it's the fact that the criticalness of that aerial and the landing was so high. And for me, the judges have to go excellent here. It's just a no-brainer.
Well, the Tarzan claim as well. Banging his chest. Yes, one judge has gone 10. We're speculating here, folks. That was the biggest single maneuver we've seen. We're sitting back. Another judge is going to agree with you. What do you surf fans think at home? Lynch the judge that doesn't give him a 10 is what we're feeling in the commentary booth. Wow, that was massive. And meanwhile, the clock is ticking down as well. 2 more judges to drop. Discussions in the judging panel. He is just holding his head. He knows that he's done it, but he hasn't got the confirmation yet. Waiting for the official result. It's a massive result either way. We felt that Hurdy had set the pace. He improved his airs successfully. He went from a 5.5 to a 6.57 to a 6.93, and they were pretty special airs. But this one has gone absolutely into the stratosphere.
Well, yeah, Matthias will be calmly coming to the beach. He knows he's probably going to get a second. He would have heard the beach commentary and the beach go crazy for that aerial. One judge went 9.8, but it still comes out at a 10.0.
A perfect 10-point ride, and it's at the expense of Samuel Pupo as well. Dare I add to the storyline here. Everybody's on their feet here. That was absolutely massive. Wave of the event, maneuver of the event. One of the maneuvers of the year in the jersey, that is for sure. Everybody tipped the hat. Lucas Cassidy, the young Mexican surfer, a flat-out 10 from the panel. Matthias Hurdy will go with him. So airs were the formula there for a second heat of the morning. Stay with us. We'll bring in Paul Evans, Jess Starling, and Greg Emsley for the call. It's all happening here in Ballito.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide.
Doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
A beautiful morning in Ballito. Waves absolutely on the cook. It's pumping out there. Performances have gone crazy. They've gone perfect. That last heat really set a marker. I think we could even see more of that kind of stuff. So I'm going to say good morning to Jess Starling and Greg Emsley. We saw the waves were pumping this morning. We were excited about today.
I feel like we could hear it while it was still dark as well. You knew that swell had arrived, and then even through that high tide, it still looked really fun, which is a really promising sign. And I mean, that last heat just set the tone of what's on offer out there.
Greg, you kind of manifested this today. You pulled up a picture from a few years ago of a deep tube out here and said, like, this is Ballito. And this morning we've seen tubes, big airs, perfect scores, dolphins, thick lips to hit. What else?
The best maneuver so far on the Challenger Series this year, Lucas Cassidy. I mean, the beach went mad, folks. You cannot believe how off the beach went. Look at this. Chucks it high, full rotation, air 360 in the air, 10-point ride all day. Amazing. Watching this live gave me goosebumps. It was such a massive maneuver, such a heavy section, and he just chucked it out there. It was fantastic.
And how controlled he was rotating through the air as well. For someone who's so young, I'm pretty sure he's the youngest male in the draw. He's 16 years old. And I mean, that section, it was scary to hit as well. And he just hucked at it. And I mean, just full control from start to finish on that one.
More power hitting the water right now. Shion Crawford, Devich Silva, Hirota O'Hara, Matt McGillivray. And expect some serious spray to be displaced. There's thick lips out there to hit as well. We've seen surfers pull in behind those lips, underneath them, and get tubed as well. And then those air sections. A power air, I guess we could have called that as well, because he actually like sped up through that rotation. It looks so impressive without even diving too much in the technical stuff. It's kind of the emotion that you feel. It's just exciting to see that sort of surfing.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, and especially from someone who's so young and so new to this scene, to throw it all on the line like he did, it's really impressive from him.
Hiroto into it himself. He'll chuck the fins, collects, and then just spins out. But straight in, seeing how much scoring opportunity there is on a wave with that extra size and power out there, Greg. There's just so much available. Feels like the full repertoire for our surfers available to them.
A lot of size, a lot of power. We're calling it solid. For me, it's 3 to 5 feet. It's strong. That little sandbar there's like a strip of sandbar next to the rocks that's formed in the last day or two. Nice and shallow, so it's quite dumpy on that outside section, and it gives the surfers so much speed as they enter into this wave. And that's why we're seeing such high performance surfing today. And of course, it's not only the airs. We've seen big maneuvers. It's offering everyone a couple of tubes as well. So a fantastic day of surfing ahead for us.
Really looking forward to it. 35 minutes. Only 2 can go through into the round of 16. And this one setting up and promising us much as well. There's no way that these 4 didn't notice what just went down in that last heat. This is what's happening in terms of the rankings and coming into the event, and surfers still alive in the event. So Mateus already went through. We got Matt out there in the water right now. So a big opportunity, Jess, for surfers to move up here, because we've seen a lot of faded names from the top 10.
Yeah, we definitely are. I mean, only 4 left in the draw. We still have 3 of those 4 to see surf. So potentially by the end of the day, I mean, like, it could go worst case scenario. We might only have 1 of those 4 left in the draw. So if, say, you're Mateus Hurdy and you're already into the round of 16, I mean, it's a huge points difference between the round of 32 and the 16 as well. But Hiroto, he's looking to get his first real result this year. I mean, he got a 17th over there at Newcastle, but we know Hiroto, he wants to go deep in every single event he does. He surfs so many heats now. He's a really consistent competitor. So just trying to find his groove this year.
Little lump on the main peak, and it's our surfer out of Hawaii is interested. Shion Crawford's, and he will go with nice pop and nice loft. Doesn't quite get the landing.
It's revved up from Lucas Cassidy in that last heat. I mean, that very first wave we saw in this one, Hiroto went for a full rote, which sees Shishi go for one as well. I mean, it feels like Lucas has gone and just set a whole new bar and gone, all right, guys, you want to see an air? I'll show you an air. And now all of these guys who are much older than him as well, might I add, are saying, let's bring our best as well. So hopefully soon we'll see one of these guys really stick it and see if anyone can kind of eclipse that 10 today.
Greg, take us inside the mind of Matt McGillivray this heat. I mean, we know he's a powerful surfer. He likes a bit more juice. So I think everyone will favour these kind of conditions and think this is the sort of surf that I do best in.
Yeah, it suits everybody. It's got the juice, it's got the power. It's quite steep on that takeoff, so you see the surfers sort of tracking with that high line early on, getting that speed, and it does give them the opportunities for the big maneuvers. Hopefully they don't get stuck on just the aerials, because it does offer the big slicing turns, the big re-entries, and the big closeout turns as well. But we know Matt McGillivray can go to the air. We saw him in Newcastle a couple of times in those last dying minutes, pulling off those big, rabbit out the hat maneuvers. So he's going to look to that, but I don't think he's going to get stuck on it. I think he'll look for opportunities of the big turns as well.
In terms of David Silva, I mean, it's hard to think of anyone with more control and power. Those backhand turns as well, Jess. He's got so much in terms of hitting that lip, and he makes it look really cool as well, getting that bit of drift and that sort of factor, the danger factor almost in his turns. Looking forward to seeing him get hold of this.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, he's got impeccable timing, David, and that's why we see just a fan of water come off. Even, just his little check turns. He just knows how to push super hard when he's up on his feet, and he uses that to his advantage as well. He's a really incredible surfer. Won here back in 2019 and took out a pretty big name. He took out Jordy Smith along the way, which is, he's the guy, around here, and that'd be pretty hard to take down Jordy Smith in his own country. So David, he's been here before, he's won here before, and he was saying in his last post-tee interview, he feels really comfortable here. And I think a comfortable David Silva is a massive threat to competitors.
Here goes Matt. Really nice as he floats over a section, kind of headbutts his way through for the kick out, getting involved, getting on the scoreboard. 8 or so minutes gone. Wanted to get into it. Let's go and hear from the man of the moment, Lucas Cassidy, the youngster out of Mexico. He's gone perfect with a huge 10.
Lucas, what a heat. Honestly, the whole beach is buzzing after that. It was a stacked heat, but a fun heat.
Yeah, it was definitely stacked. I was pretty surprised on the names I got in my heat. What was it, like 2 days ago? So we were off yesterday, so I just kind of chilled, and I'm so happy I'm on the glass right now, and yeah.
Amazing. And can we just take a moment, a 10-point ride? I feel like I'm still recovering from that. That was insane. Please talk us through that 10-point ride.
Yeah, I don't know. I knew I got a 6 before earlier in the heat off of one air, and I chose to just sit and wait for a good wave, and turns out the wave was like a massive closeout, and if I didn't go for it, I was never gonna get the score. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Well, we're super happy, and we're hoping for more 10-point rides going forward. Good luck for the next round, and back to you guys.
Thanks, Emma. Lucas taking it all in his stride, not over frothing, is he?
No, he's staying completely humble. And let's talk about some of those names. And when we saw Lucas in that first round, and he's taken out huge names in this event, thinking of Ryan Huckabee, Jackson Bunch, and now Samuel Pupo. And he's the youngest guy in the draw. He's 16 years old and just looking really comfortable. And we spoke about it yesterday when it came to people like Sierra Kerr, who could easily be potentially outpowered by some of those stronger, older women. Lucas Cassidy's kind of in that same ballpark. He's not the biggest build. You put him next to a David Silva, David's going to outpower him. But you know what? Lucas has an incredible air game. We saw it on full display. And so does this guy. Got himself through the last day with a big straight air for Xi'an, but he's going to the rail for 2 massive hits on this one.
Yeah, goes David as well. So David Silva on the backhand, looking nice and strong. This is on the replay. Gets up and over that one. So not going, too crazy on any sort of major progressive maneuvers, but just setting that rail and getting up into the lip early on. I think the surfers will need to just be a little bit cautious here. They would have been paddling out and seen that air of Lucas and gone, okay, this is what we got to do, and they would have been frothed out thinking about that maneuver. They've got to make sure they first set a foundation here before they get too clever.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, isn't it? Because, I mean, if you take away that 10, we're talking about, it was 6s really that we were looking at, and it wasn't like there were loads of those kind of opportunities out there, aside from just that one. I wonder, how do you avoid getting derailed by seeing what went down in the heat before, and maybe kind of throwing out your strategy you've been thinking of for a couple of days, and then all of a sudden going, okay, I'm free surfing?
It's so easy to, for lack of better words, get ahead of yourself in situations like this. You see Lucas just go absolute berserk, and it's not very often you hear 10s called out over the beach announcer. So you're out there thinking, I'm going to get 2 turns, I'm going to lay my rail, I'm going to push really hard on that end section, and then you see pretty much a Grom come through and drop a 10. And you're going, all right, I'm going to do it. My game plan's gone out the window, but I think it'll come down to guys with that experience who back their self, back their ability, and plans that they've been eyeing out all through yesterday and all through today who really come out on top and in these strong moments of just, it's easy to get noisy up there and think, I'm just going to go to the air every single wave and try and get myself a score. So David Silver, I mean, he did that on his first wave and he's got himself the best wave of the heat so far, 517, through pure rail surfing.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, nothing spectacular on that wave, but he just kept it clean. He got the combos. We spoke yesterday about how important it is to connect with the lip, and even Lucas Cassidy on that big Air 360, he connected with the lip. It wasn't off a flat part of the wave. And I think the storyline here with the judging in this event is really connecting with that lip. And we saw David Silva on all those turns just managing to get connected with that lip.
Yeah, he's always been tactically really sound, hasn't he? Tends to be something of a perennial underdog in any heat. Doesn't really matter who he's against. He doesn't have that main character energy. Certainly when we hear what he puts across and he tells us in interviews. Do you think that maybe holds him back a bit? Is that part of the reason why he's been bouncing between these two tours? Should he be backing himself a bit more?
I feel like he backs himself. I feel like some people like to live in that underdog mentality and you're not that big name because say you're someone like Maddie McGilvray who's just got a third at Newcastle, fallen off tour, you're in the spotlight, you know, maybe it takes a bit of time to get used to that spotlight and it might add a little bit of pressure. But if you're someone like David who kind of flies under the radar, he's the underdog in these big situations, you have nothing to lose when you don't have this kind of big bravado you have to live up to. And I really love his humble attitude that he brings to heats as well. He just sticks to his strengths and he's up and riding now.
Here he goes, meaty section. Look at that, hammers it.
Wow.
Huge turn for him. And just forces that board. Really dynamic situation. It's really powerful here. We talked about how it shelves up onto this beach and the sand and rocks that cover it. Water doesn't have really anywhere to go, so we get a big impact. And an even bigger one from Silva as he gives it full treatment from deep. Hiroto, nice entry into this. Scoops the bottom turn and then wave a little folded and closed out. We went for another big number for Divot.
Yeah, you can see that Hiroto was really trying to draw a line from that behind that section and explode. But this turn, this was crazy. Look at the hang time he has up at the top of that wave. He's still pushing the fins out as he's coming back down the lips. I mean, when he was up there, the first thing I saw was, look how long he stayed at the top of that wave for. That is just talent to hang there. And it adds that extra bit of drama that the judges just love.
That was beyond critical. I mean, the way he powered through that lip. He actually wanted to put himself super critical. He could have actually, you know, gone up a bit earlier, but he waited to get exceptionally critical. And I think he's looking for that point of difference. Wow. So is that Hiroto going to the air? But back to David Silva. He's looking for that point of difference on his backhand. Yeah, he knows he's got 3 naturals in his heat. They're probably going to be going to the air. And he's looking at that one section going, how can I blast this thing as critically and as hard as possible?
Yeah, I mean, he came out basically and left, didn't he? I mean, that was so abrupt how he changed direction. Unbelievable from him. Really impressive maneuver on a short section. Judges give it a 4-6. So perhaps not as enthused as we were. And that's also a reflection, I think, in terms of the quality of waves that they feel is on offer as well. And that scale, just keeping it a little guarded as well in terms of sort of surfing they think people like David Silva can do on the backhand. So a couple of mid-ranges for him.
But a 4.6 for one maneuver is still a good score, right? You know, especially when you know, you've got that Lucas Cassidy air, that one maneuver, which is just, it's like the most spectacular maneuver of the whole year, and that's gone 10. So you've got to work back your scale from that. So, you know, one big blast to the lip compared to the maneuver of the year, you've got to go 4.6. And actually that maneuver from Lucas is probably going to destroy the scale for the rest of the day. I mean, it was that good, right?
It was insane. He didn't even fumble on it. Everything was just picture perfect for that for Lucas Cassidy. That'll have to go down as one of the best heats of his life.
Well, it's the maneuver probably of his life, and in competition. I mean, it's just insane.
18 minutes to go in this heat. Silva, with all of his experience, some reasonable numbers in. Has yet to go completely crazy. We haven't really seen a wave get ridden all the way down the line, have we? We've seen sort of shorter rides thus far. Is everyone kind of scrambling to get involved?
You see the surfers, when we get that drone footage, they're really having to paddle back in towards the beach. We came off that high tide. It actually looks low on that bank, but it actually was high tide at 9:20. So now that water's starting to drain out as we head towards the low tide this afternoon at around 3:30. So sort of as that water drains out the rip next to the rocks there, you'll see it actually makes those waves stand up, but it keeps pulling our surfers a little bit further out to sea, and they need to sort of stay underneath it to make sure they can get onto these waves.
Some energy on the outside. McGillivray, ranked third, coming into this event. Really nice from him off the top. So here's the linkage. Oh, and he goes down. And he was on his way to basically a different kind of score from what we've seen, really. Just the fact that he was flowing those maneuvers together. Mistake there from Maddie.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing, our surfers have had to change equipment from the last time they surfed a heat 2 days ago. Smaller conditions. The surfers were riding the epoxy carbon boards, a lot of them, and now you're seeing them on the more pulled in, rounded pintails. So, you know, some of them are going to their more stock standard short boards. You see Maddie's on his more stock standard normal short board that he would possibly ride at, say, medium-sized J-Bay. So it's also a change of equipment, and maybe a board felt really good on those small days. Now you've got to change it up. A little bit of a surprise this morning with bigger swell on offer. It took us all by surprise. Even the surfers, everybody was like, whoa, what equipment are we using today? There's a lot of push in this ocean. So lots to think about for our competitors.
There's a lot of push out there today, actually, and I feel like for someone like Maddie, it's the push that he's used to as well. And I mean, he identified a great wave. I mean, the wave shape of that last one was just beautiful. It definitely was, a points gone missing on that last turn, but he's not holding back, and that's the one thing we always have gotten to know, to love about Matty McGillivray, is that he doesn't hold back no matter what situation he's in. And he's down here, and he's such a proud South African, so he's representing the country so well. And I think having Luke still in the draw, Aiden coming up next, this is a big event for him, and one that I'm sure he would love to win, considering the prestige of how many great South African surfers have won this event before.
Well, I tell you, the big talking point as well, as we see Maddie up and riding, slices up off that section. I do feel though he's not quite connecting perfectly with those lips today. He's not getting that timing right, so he's sort of had to cut a couple of those turns short. He's not blasting through those sections as we often see him do. But you know, lots of time here. He's still gonna get those waves and do that. We know Maddie is a good competitor. But the other proud South African talking point we saw on the beach a few moments ago, Aiden Mason coming out next. Who's going to get the wild card, Aiden or Luke, into the J-Bay contest?
Looking forward to that. Loads of great talking points on the South African leg of the tour. The Challenger Series at the moment has been blessed with quality conditions. David Silva, the CT vet, leading this one. 14.5 to go. More live action from pumping Ballito real soon.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking, surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, With an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Qualification, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We've got a packed beach today and a much bigger swell out there. So conditions a little bit trickier in terms of bathing and way more dangerous for swimming out there for sure. Waves in the sort of 4 to 5 foot range, a building swell all through the morning today. And I just want to acknowledge the water safety team, the Qualification lifeguards and the water safety team on this event, putting in a lot of hours on the skis out there, keeping our surfers safe, patrolling the lineup and looking out for any incidents. And the jet skis provided by SMG. So thank you to SMG for providing the water safety vehicles for the Qualification safety team to keep the surfers safe out there throughout the day. Much bigger conditions, and these guys have really got their work cut out for them there today. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, the Water Patrol, they're earning their rands today because there's plenty of power out there, and they're going to have to be alert to situations. Very skilled unit, as we've been talking about throughout the week here. Very highly competent with what they do, and we appreciate them. We're loving the fans on the beach. If you are in the region, come down. There's loads of cool stuff happening down here on the beach at Ballito to get involved. Bit of a carnival atmosphere today. We've got some strong South African participation. We've had a perfect 10. There's rumours going around about a certain world #1, a male #1, South African Geordie Smith as well. Some activity about him. We're excited about his year, potentially. South Africa overall, an historic year for them. We're excited about this kind of surfing as well from O'Hara.
Oh, great two-turn combo there from Hiroto. I mean, that first turn was so tight and nice in the pocket. And then Shion, he got himself a wave. Oh. Wow. That is what is talking about putting a rail in the water. I mean, that was just hucked at there from Shion. I mean, that was cool. David Silver, he's looking to back up his 517 and keep the lead, which... 2 great waves there for the last ones. Whoa. That is a huge turn from David Silver as well. He's really getting that hang time at the top of that wave. He just is extending that back foot and living up there for that bit longer. Wow, so much went down in the break. Hiroto is just in a rhythm. He's finding that form out there now, and 2 great waves back to back from him. And I feel like he's going to get himself in a pretty nice position in this heat.
And it looked like Matt McGillivray just had a wave as well. So scores to come from all 4 of our surfers. Talking point there, Shion Crawford and Hiroto's 2 waves. They both had 2-turn combos. Big wall for Matty McGillivray. No. Loads up and right out of it he does. Hey, the South African, he just pulls us off at will when he needs it, right? He just sort of sits there quietly and goes, okay, let me get the air rotation out, get back in the scoreboard. I feel like I'm dipping a little bit here. I need to get back up top.
How is that exchange from all 4 surfers? I mean, we have a score for every single surfer, and they were all great waves to come through. And that is going to be so interesting to see who bounces back from this, because you'll be paddling back out. You know that feeling once you get a good wave in a heat, and you're like, okay, that's a step in the right direction. But to have every single one of your competitors also get a good wave, it's really going to up the stakes. But this was crazy. I mean, massive section
big
coming
wave,
his way. Yeah,
sure.
And look, he hits that lip.
Wow.
It lofts him up. And here, this is all core strength and control. That was a pretty tricky section to land in. Had to kind of battle the foam coming down there for Matty McGill, but just so much class and control for Matthew McGillivray there.
Yeah, so obviously Lucas Cassidy's, you know, it was a bigger aerial because he did do the full rotation in the air. We saw Matty, probably a bigger wave. You know, he rotated, didn't get the full row in the air, landed sort of tail first, but got the height, big section, big rotation, heavy landing, came off the lip. I think that's going to be a really solid single maneuver score.
Interesting, we're sort of almost inverting the scoring potential of waves, and the more quality waves possibly don't have as much potential as the closeouts, which can allow surfers to go right up through the scale. More live action here. Crawford Little sort of squirrely whip in the pocket for him. And then another nice hit, and he'll combo that. So sharp shooting for the finish.
I think he just gave the notion that maybe he's creased his board.
Board change. On his way in here, and you can see the intensity. And it will be a relatively quick change if his backup's on hand, because it is a quick paddle. Looks like there's the backup being ferried down the beach for him.
Did anyone see a bit of Geordie Smith in those bottom turns?
Plenty, yeah. Really, really similar,
that
isn't
front
it?
shoulder really digging into those bottom turns. I like that.
Yeah, good person to kind of manifest, really, isn't it, at the moment, particularly.
Great person.
But a lot of similarities. I think a lot of that's to do with the stature as well. Sort of similar kind of physique, but just that first initial pump that he gets after the bottom turn. And there's the board change. So we talked about how heavy it is and that lightweight equipment, and well, sometimes that goes a bit wrong, a crease or something.
It's so interesting because before I came here, people were like, be prepared to break boards. The Ballito is so easily able to break boards just because of how much sheer power there is. I mean, Xion, he would have felt this, you know, I mean, the board looks great even with a crease, but it felt like maybe it might have happened there. That board didn't really connect exactly how he wanted it to on that carve, but he got himself 2 really nice turns, really quick together. I mean, that was a really fast transition, and then he gave the signal to the beach that my board is flexing under my feet, and you can feel it, and you can't do your best surfing when your board's flexing under your feet. So let's see if that, I mean, that board looks really good, so hopefully his backup board just goes as great.
Numbers filling in here. We'll get a score for that wave he just rode, but here's a significant number for South Africa for Matt McGillivray, 6.83 for him. And he's in second place because David Silver's third score's just come in as a 5.27. So Silver covering a bit of ground and then setting himself up for the closeout bash. And he'll get a couple of 5s to put him on 10.44 at the moment, under that 6-minute mark. This one really entertaining. It's absolutely anyone so far, Jess.
Yeah, there's a lot to digest after that last exchange from all 4 surfers, because when you're looking at, you know, the high scores that all of these guys have, 5.27 for David Silver, 6.83 is that benchmark. But Xion's down in 4th with the second highest wave of the heat, but he's got another score to drop. I mean, they're so close, and I don't think any of these guys can feel comfortable at this point, because even with 2 5s for David, he can get himself a high 5, maybe even a 6 if we get a shuffle in this leaderboard and get himself, you know, extending his lead. Hiroto, he's not far off it as well, a 4.91. And all of these guys have surfed a pretty great heat, so it's not like it's been anything wrong with their talent. It's just been a really fun heat to watch because everyone's had a chance of getting some good surfing done.
Yep, and there we go. Is there a change in the scoreboard?
So it was a low requirement for Xion, and he'll go to first. He's got that 6.67 in, and the 4.77 that he got on a creased board, essentially good enough for first place position. I wonder how that will transpire though. The numbers, look at those requirements. O'Hara only looking for a 5 to jump up to an advancing position. Matt down there now in 3rd. Really low number required for him, but time will tick away here. And let's see how proactive he gets.
And there we have Quinton Jones. He's doing work with Luke Thompson as well as Matty McGillivray and John Slapen, the dad of the Slapen boys. And here goes Matty, whacks it up off that one, climbs into the second section, very quick into that second turn and attacking that scoreline straight away. But he looked like he connected much better on those turns. He really sliced through that first lip. He didn't cut it short like I mentioned earlier on, and how he drove into that heavy second section and landed like heavy in exploding lip and rode out of it. I think he's going to get that number.
Yeah, I think we really appreciate the fact that wave popped up, not wasting any time at all with getting involved. He'll still have something else to say in the rest of this heat, but this was a beauty of a double-up section here, Jess.
Yeah, it doesn't need much as well, 3.61, and that second section, there was so much water coming back down towards him. He had barely any time to get up and over that lip, and that's just that CT class that we're so used to seeing from Matty. I mean, how many people put it under the lip and go down and over, but he used his quick transitions and just, I mean, surfed that way beautifully.
David Silva up now. He's going to need to build on these scores. Slicing lots of spray and up and over into that closeout section.
Wow.
So he's answering right back here. He did hold that priority as well. So Matt McGillivray managed to find that wave with third priority, so doing well. But Matt McGillivray suddenly looked really alive on that board. You know, those first couple of waves, I was going, oh, he almost didn't look used to the equipment. And now that he's had a few waves, that board's looking really positive and responsive under his feet.
Yeah, this way for David. This is, again, similar to what we just spoke about with Maddie, just those transitions. They're so quick and so powerful. I mean, the amount of speed he's using to generate between turns here, and then Shion. He got a piece of the pie as well. Really nice carve to start it off. Goes to the sky for a full reverse. And Shion loves it. I love the passion that these guys are bringing as well, because you can just see how much it means to them. This heat has been great. I love a heat where we get to see every single one of our surfers have a chance to bring their absolute A game here.
Oh, slices through that first turn. I love that off the top that Shion's got. Whacks up into the rotation, air 360, and he just strums that guitar extra hard for the claim.
He's still claiming out the back.
That was cool.
Great number in for Shion, 7.5, goes to first. What a heat this is. The key ingredient waves have really showed up, and there's all sorts of power pockets out there. The airs are paying off big at the moment. There's big heavy sections as well. I like the setup slash that he did as well. Just kind of framed that air, made it look cool. And what's going to happen now with 80 odd seconds on the clock? Silva's number will come in a bit under. Just lacked that moment, didn't it, for him? He needed a 6 prior to that. He needs a 6.6. Hiroto O'Hara, similar requirement for him. He's just not quite been sharing in the spoils, has he? From a busier start for Hiroto. He's not really been at this priority now. He'll have probably one more chance, a crucial wave. Let's see what David can do. He needs to get going as well to stay alive here. It's a meteor section. He'll identify that as not a wave that he wants. What an entertaining heat.
Oh, it hasn't. It's just been incredible. I mean, how often do you get a 4-man heat where every single one of these surfers gets a pretty good looking wave? And it's been a real heat of a testament of headspace and grit and determination to get through as well, because it's so easy to hear, oh, David, he's on a roll, or Maddie, he's on a roll, or Hiroto, he started off great. And just keep your cool and fight, keep building your scores throughout this heat. I mean, that exchange where all 4 surfers got a good wave back to back, that was exactly what you want to see and exactly what you can ask for when you're watching a heat.
The bonus is the ocean has provided lots of waves in the lineup, a lot of power, a lot of energy, big sections, and you know, multiple ways for our surfers to express their power, their game, and yeah, these heats have been super exciting.
Is short period the new long period? So I want to know, because it just seems like it's perfect for a heat. You got 4 surfers in the water. There's so much opportunity going around, but ultimately it was Crawford and McGillivray that advanced. It'll be a disappointed David Silva and Hiroto O'Hara, who shone in the previous rounds. And Shion competed and performed brilliantly out there. The little hiccup with the equipment didn't bother him too much. More live action from a pumping Ballito. We'll be right back after the break.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
The proud surfer nation of South Africa providing us with great moments in the month of July. All eyes on the Challenger Series currently, where Stop 2 sees some big performances. Surfers either trying to make amends for what went down over at Newcastle or further ram home a bit of advantage. Get some solid dominance on the ratings. All of these storylines unfolding here on the famous sands of Ballito, an historic event into its 6th decade right now in the present moment. We're having a look at Billy Stamans of New Zealand, Ollie Zeets representing the Netherlands, Aiden Massenkamp, South Africa, it's his birthday today, Oscar Berry from Australia. Once again, it will be a case of who's going to take these opportunities and how is their approach going to be possibly tempered by what went down in that last heat by comparison with that Big Ten, which had big sort of disruption energy, didn't it, that went down a couple of heats ago?
It did. I mean, this has just been heat after heat that has just been pretty glorious to watch. Ollie Zeets here.
Meaty outside section for Zeets. And a really vigorous, energized snap. Look at this, he's all over it. Pushes that tail out, just kind of pops the rail line out and bucks himself off a bit. He looks excited.
He does, and I mean, he really connected at the perfect time with that backwash then too. That's definitely coming into play as well today. Your timing with not just the wave, but the backwash as it's coming at it too. I mean, it has been a very entertaining morning of surfing so far. And Billy Stammen, he's looking to get a good result here. Really nice first turn. He's going to put it on rail, take it back for a roundhouse. We all know that we love a roundhouse in this booth. And he's coming to the inside and just lays into it. He's a very classy, tidy surfer, Billy. He's super reliable as well. It's not often you see him not on his feet at the end of a wave. So Billy's starting off with a small score of 383, but we saw that started last heat pretty similar, and it ended up being spectacular in the last 5-10 minutes. Also, a lot on the line for this heat, may we just add. There's a wild card for Jeffreys Bay going down between Aiden Masonkamp and Luke Thompson. Luke got through his heat this morning. He's 100 points ahead of Aiden in the rankings. So Aiden kind of has to make this heat if he wants to surf in J-Bay, which is huge. And plus it's his birthday, so extra pressure there as well.
Surf out Hawaii, Sheehan Crawford dominated the last heat. He looked fired up as well. Let's get his thoughts. He's standing by for a chat.
Sheehan, what a great win there. You've gone deep into the event now. This is turning into a counting result for you. So much energy out there, and you used it very well, especially on that big punt.
Yeah, I don't know. At the end, I was thinking oh, I think I need a score because I couldn't hear anything. But then I was like, oh, I got a punt right here, and I'm so stoked I landed it.
So into the round of 16, you go way better than you did in Newcastle so far. What's your strategy going into the rest of the event now?
Yeah, just same game plan, just have fun, no stress, just cruising, and yeah, it feels good to make it through, but hey, I still got to keep on going.
Good stuff, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round. Great surfing, Sheehan. Back to you. You want to say one more thing?
Thanks, Mom and Dad, my sister, everyone in Hawaii watching me right now. I'm stoked. And yeah, hey, Kate Madsen coming up, gonna be pretty sick.
Right, good stuff, Sheehan.
Energy, unsurprisingly, is really high. Everyone is frothing because the waves have jumped up in size and power. Performances head in that direction as well. And I think everyone just extra confidence, bit of zest as well. They had a rest day yesterday, and they're looking like it's paying off. This heat so far, is that a wave apiece almost? Here goes Oscar. Good looking section, and then that one will just drain.
Good looking section for a nice kick out.
A lot going on in that one. A lot of water up the face.
Getting back to that South African interest with Aiden Masonkamp
yes.
in this heat. As you mentioned, Luke Thompson, prior to this event, 100 points ahead of him. So that's not much.
Not much at all.
You know, when you consider the points that are on offer now. So Aiden has to get through this round, and then of course whoever gets further in the event basically from now will get the wild card. If they get a tie, Luke Thompson will get the wild card. And I mean, we don't really talk cash, but that cash injection alone for that wild card, the experience, and you think about the rest of the tour ahead and how much that will help, it's huge.
As Oscar rips in big, powerful carve on a rail and then absolutely hammers the lip. Really nice combination. And he looked like he was feeling that as he came out of that second maneuver. Just took a little moment to look back for maybe his mates on the beach. He'll probably be erupting, I would say, with support there, Jess.
Definitely, the Aussies really support each other, and Oscar, he supports them as well. He's working with Timmy Mack down here, and this is just his bread and butter, just pure power surfing. 2 massive hacks there for Oz, and I touched on it in his first round heat. He's come back this year better. He's come back to the Challenger Series for his second year, just looking sharper. You know, in Newcastle, he had 2 heats where he had pressure applied and he really needed to come back, and he just didn't let the outside noise of everyone else's scores get to him, and he didn't go as far into the draw as he was hoping, but as far as performance went, I was really impressed with Oscar, and I think as long as you can take that in your stride each event, you just keep on growing. And his best mates with Joel Vaughan and George Pitter, and watching them do what they did last year and qualify, and then, you know, he came over to Margaret River to support Joel over there and make the cut. I mean, when you're around that environment and one of your best mates gets there, I feel like it really amps you up and drives you there more to think, okay, one of my best mates is there. Why can't I be there? And I think Oscar, he started off this heat beautifully at a 6.83. It's a great number.
That's a good point. You know, it's good to cheer for your mates because it edges you on, and he'll definitely be looking at Joel and going, I want to be there as well. But how committed were these turns? So deep on those bottom turns, so critical on the top turns, and just solid surfing. And this is Billy Stearman. So Billy's probably the senior in this heat, the oldest member. I love Billy. He's such a cool guy. I'd love to see him crack it onto the CT one day. And who's the youngster in the heat?
Ollie Zeitz.
How old is he?
Oh, he'd be 20, I'm going to say. He's pretty young. He still surfs in the juniors a lot.
Is he 20? He wasn't.
He's 19. 19.
Yeah. So, you know, if you look at this heat, what would, you know, if you used a South African slang word to describe him, what would that be?
Lighty?
Yeah, yes. He's the lighty in this heat. That's the slang word for today. The lighty. And here we go.
Wow.
Aiden Masonkamp looking fired up. And that's what he needs to do. Oh, no. Wow. Oscar Berry just flying into our screen there, just coming unstuck. That would have been massive. How quick was that through that rotation? So lots of action coming through our screen now. We see a big hit by Aiden Masonkamp. Did he get anything before that? And then we'd love to see that replay from Oscar Berry as well. Even though it went incomplete, that was huge.
Yeah, I want to see what exactly went down. I love the energy. I feel like it's really carried on from heat to heat this morning. Oscar, let's see what Oz got done on this one. He's racing down the line. Wow. Huge full rotation. Just landed with his feet almost a little bit too close together.
Close. He just needed
his back foot came off in the air, came back down.
Yeah.
Wow, Oscar, on the edge of my seat.
Right, and here we go with Billy Stearman. Oh, that was neat. So Billy's looking good. He's mixing it up as well. So much action, just so many waves on offer. As I mentioned, that tide's starting to drop out a bit as well. So steepening up these waves on that bank. So pretty epic.
Greg and I have just been fangirling over here, Paul. Sorry.
Paul, you can go.
I'm just watching you two, actually.
You want to go get a coffee or something?
You can check out if you want this afternoon.
No, I'm cool with it. We don't get paid by the word, so that's fine. I'm actually the real winner out of all of this.
I just look over and I was like, oh, Paul, sorry. Billy, this was sick. This is, I mean, we just seen a new benchmark take to the air today, and Lucas, he said it, and now everyone else is trying to get there. Billy with an air rev himself on that one, so he's going to get a score to come through, but I just love the energy that we've got today. The swells come up, the period's shorter, like we were saying, so maybe the short period is the new long period. I love the fact that there's more waves on offer, because it means every single person gets an opportunity, and if everyone gets an opportunity, then at least, and you still don't get through, at least you can be like, all right, now I know what to work on.
Yeah, it also means some of those, maybe those high, sort of lower percentage but higher risk kind of turns, you can go for it. You know you're going to get more reps, and then when they do come off, you get spectacular results. You get perfect 10s.
So Billy with the score to come. That was a good air. I just think when you compare it there it is, a 4.77. Was kept a bit low because he took a little bit long to ride out of it, get that last bit of spin facing the beach, and that's why that score was kept a bit lower. But number for Aiden Masonkamp on his previous wave, that 5-point ride, that is the second best of the heat, so that's put him in the game. The birthday boy, 26 years old today, is Aiden Masonkamp.
Come back from an injury as well,
Yeah.
and his coach was saying in that last heat, it almost looked like when he came back, it made him slow his surfing down more. And how many coaches around the world do you hear them say less is more? Take a moment at the bottom of the wave, and Aiden was so impressive on day one of competition.
And his coach, a good mate of mine, Philip Nell, he's actually a biokineticist, so he'll obviously works with those injuries, calms them down. He likes to really help the surfers with injuries because that's his practice. But he also takes a lot of advice. He'll speak to me and what do you think for Aiden? And he really studies and gets advice from other people as well and keeps Aiden super calm. That's the one thing I've noticed with Phil Null is he's managed to really calm Aiden down with heat strategies and just clear his mind. So it's been a perfect match, the two of them. And when you think about surfing and injuries, how cool would it be to have a coach that's a biokineticist?
Be even cooler if I knew what it meant. What do they do? I was about to say, oh no, I'm really sorry to hear that when you said what he had, but no, that's his job.
Well, it's it's a bit more intense than physio. You're dealing with heavy injuries, a lot of sort of measuring as well of muscles and how you go about basically fixing the injuries, and do you go for surgery and all that sort of stuff. But it's nice to get some feedback from you, Paul.
I've got a question actually. A question about numbers, but before that, let's check out Ollie.
Ollie, really nice first turn, heaps of fins out the back, all three of them. And then this wave kind of tapered off through the inside here. He found himself a nice layback jam, but had to fight to really get ahead of it. I feel like he wants to find one of those walls where he can just really belt into that last turn, like we see of Shion Crawford, Maddie McGill. So I feel like maybe a bit of wave selection on that one. Surfed it great though.
Great. If I just landed on I landed on my spaceship. I chose Ballito because it looks like sort of the best surf spot on earth, and it's not letting us down today. I saw full rotation, 360 degrees, 10 points. I saw sort of 180 degrees of rotation, around 5 points for Billy. Does it then follow if you get a sort of 270 rotations? That can be around about the 7s. Is that how the scoring works? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
But in my opinion, 270, you're probably not going to ride out of it.
Okay.
Easily, because you're going to land at an angle and you're going to...
Well, let's not get caught up in degrees. We just want to see height, control, spin, land in the flats, a little bit of the, that criticalness, that drama. That's where the scores come from, not about what you're rotating or the degrees you've just rotated. It's really about the height, the loft, the control.
Having said that, you probably aren't going to get a 10 unless you do a full rotation. So
yeah,
it
you
is
can go
sort of
an alley-oop. We could switch it up a little bit, Why not?
Agree to disagree.
Okay.
Jokes, let's agree.
Just jokes.
No, but it's, Oscar Berry, with the Lucas Cassidy, that was, you didn't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that was just amazing. You could see it. The beach went absolutely mad. Everybody from the youngest kid to the oldest granny on the beach was cheering when they saw that. To the eye, it was spectacular. It just looked like what a 10-point ride looks like.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. Billy Stearman, not as high, not as much rotation, and took a bit of time to ride out
Also
of it.
a smaller wave, a smaller section, didn't get the loft. There's a lot of differences between it. I mean, it's a crazy hard maneuver to do in the first place. Like, there's such a small portion of surfers around the world that can actually, you know, go to the air and ride out of it. But yeah, that 10, it was a bigger wave, bigger section, bigger height, more control. Like, he didn't fumble on that wave at all. So anyways, back to the heat. Oscar Berry here.
So Oscar working this one through. Couple of turns, nothing super major on that one. Still looking to get rid of, oh, well, he's got a 0.93 in his scoreline, so why not? Have a little ride, get a couple of turns, improve that scoreline. So Billy Stearman holding on to the lead for now. Aiden Masonkamp, the birthday boy, down in 4th, but has that first priority.
Wow, look at that next heat. CT experience from every surfer. That's wild. Whether it's wild cards, years on tour, Cal Robbo, Cade Matson, Jacob Wilcox, and Maxine Huguenot. That is a huge heat coming up next. The heats just get crazy. Yeah, they're crazy from the first round, but then as you like simplify, like the draw shrinks, it's just every heat could be a 4-man final. And you wouldn't be surprised by it either.
Yeah, incredible, that next match. I'm just in context of the conditions as well, what we're looking at out here and the opportunities and the way scores can come. And I think all of those will have a slightly unique approach on what they might be able to do out here. But ultimately, whenever conditions pick up and offer more energy, surfers get excited. We do too. That Big 10 is still giving us exciting feelings here at Ballito. We're enjoying this heat go down. I haven't seen anyone go mad on the scoreboard as yet. Still 16.5 to go. More of this heat and more action throughout the day from Ballito right after the break.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. The story of the morning so far is a new swell that's filled in and aerial maneuvers in almost every heat and a massive 10 scored by one of the surfers so far. We're down here on Ballito Beach in the Qualification region of KZN. It's another spectacular day here. 30-degree weather, warm water and a packed beach. Last night we had the music concert on Salt Rock Beach. We've got another free music concert tonight, another free music concert tomorrow night. And then the big news for this afternoon, we've got world number 1, Jordy Smith, joining us down here at the Ballito Pro. Jordy will be taking part in the Surfers versus Musos heat, the Pros versus Musos, and that will be at about 2:30 this afternoon. So if you're watching online and you're in the Ballito area, I'd suggest getting down to Ballito at 2:30. You'll see world number 1, Jordy Smith, in action out here in Ballito. We've got so much action lined up, and it's turning into a spectacular day. Not a cloud in the sky. This is Quadakuza. Back to you guys.
Fantastic. Thanks, Mike. Who else is in? Who else is in that event, Greg?
What's his name? Is it Free Brew or Free Brew? Because he's giving everything away. It should be.
He likes a bargain. Greg, you're going to surf in that, mate. Got a late call up.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
I've heard that.
I need about an hour though, somewhere to warm up, though, right?
Mate, you're in here.
Do some stretches. I suppose this is a warm up. We're pretty hot on set here.
We'll get you excited. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Oscar Berry in the break, big first turn and lays into a huge second one. Oscar looking revved up. We saw Morgan and Callum clapping on the beach. We knew something big was going to happen. And Aiden, for him, I mean, that was a nice section. He liked the feeling of it. Billy, oh, this is one of those ad breaks where everyone gets a piece of the action. Lays into a huge turn and again drifts the fins on that second one. So much speed coming off that turn for Billy Stem. I love those ad breaks when we come back and there's just great waves to catch up on. Every single one of those surfers laid into a huge turn.
But how well timed was Oscar Berry? How fun did it look going through those maneuvers? So critical on that first turn and just whooped over that closeout turn, so controlled. I loved that wave from last of green Oscar Berry. That was just fantastic surfing. Billy as well, he really connected. I liked Aiden Mason-Camp's turn. Just the difference was it was only the one maneuver, and I think he might just be chasing because Billy is also going to improve. Let's check this replay. Watch how vertical he gets on this first turn. Straight up into that pocket, winds that tail around and whacks it up over that closeout. Perfect timing. And that just would have felt good. You know, you're not only surfing for the score, but that would have really felt good as a surfer. Two solid maneuvers.
Yeah, just flowing in between those two turns as well. I mean, as soon as he finished that first turn, he was straight into bottom, turning into the second one. And it comes in, it's the best wave of the heat. It's a 7.67. So he's found himself 14 points so far in this heat. But you said it yesterday, Greg, 10 minutes is a long time in a heat. And with how many consistent bowls we got coming through, hopefully Oz just keeps going from wave to wave to hold down this lead.
Yeah, he's absolutely on here, isn't he?
And quietly, Billy Stearman got a little 6-point ride as well.
Yeah, he's chipping away, isn't he? He is chipping away. He's building up momentum. Mason Camp, that one manoeuvre, 4-2-3. It's been a little quiet for him. Haven't seen much of Zeitz as well since the beginning. He was a little wobbly, and then he's been almost silent since then.
The only thing that's really letting him down is wave selection. I mean, he's surfing like he belongs in this heat. He's got power, he's got the flow, he's got the tempo, but just the waves have been taking have been that little bit smaller and tapered off, and maybe when you're paddling in, they look like they've got a nice shoulder, but it kind of feels like, especially for Oscar and Aiden, thinking about those two big finishing turns, that they're almost paddling in, looking for that end section, looking for potentially a closeout. And Billy, he got himself a 6 here, so similar to Oscar, huge first turn, and just fit in a beautiful drift of the fins on that second turn there. So it's a shorter wave than what we've seen Ollie get with that tapered wall, but they're just getting that timing so right and allowing them to open up for big turns, which is exactly what Ollie is capable of. He just needs to identify those waves here.
And lots for Aiden Mason-Camp to think about now. He needs a 5.87. I wonder if that wild card's on his mind. I mean, everybody wants a wild card to J-Bay, right? To surf J-Bay. Not only is it an absolutely amazing wave, the best right-hand point break in the world. The charts are looking good. You get to surf against the best in the world. But another talking point is Matt McGillivray has a wild card already, right? Whoa. I feel sorry for whoever draws him out at J-Bay. He is phenomenal out there. But who's going to be the second one? Will it be Mason Cap or will it be Luke Thompson? Billy Stearman up and riding, just loses the rail on that takeoff. So he exits that. But still plenty of time here, just under 10 to go. It's going to be the battle now, I guess you can say, of the backups. Oscar Berry has 1 foot into the round of 16.
Did you get to surf J-Bay on tour?
Yeah.
Was that just the best thing ever?
Absolutely. Best ever.
Best ever.
You know what's cool about J-Bay is the point break runs really close to the rocks, so it's fantastic for spectators. It's a really cool village vibe as well. As As we see Billy here. Yeah, it's a cool event, and I mean the waves are just perfect. When it's on, it's just insane. You just get so excited for your heat. If you got that sort of dropping tide, or just after the low tide pushing, that southwesters just gusting offshore, and those waves just come rolling. You see them from the top point at magnitudes. It hits boneyards, and you're just sitting there going, you know, it's on its way to you. Which wave am I going? The first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one. You know, you just get all these lines running down the point. The crowd starts whistling, and you just know these perfect waves are heading your way. You take off at 100 miles an hour. Oh, must I keep talking?
Yes, please. I'm locked in.
Section after section.
I feel like I'm watching a surf movie.
Oh, just highline speed, you're just driving so fast off the bottom. You can just hold that bottom turn for days. Just carve up through those top turns. It's like you're snowboarding. You set up, and as you get in the barrel, it's like an ovally shaped barrel. You keep that nose pointing up to the top of the barrel, and you don't give up. You just keep pointing, keep pointing. You come flying out into another big hack. This is Geordie Smith I'm talking about.
No, it's
Best
not.
in the world.
It's you.
But Geordie is amazing out there. Wait until you see his one pump for speed. Just incredible. That's a point of difference you guys can talk about there as well.
South Africa, definitely the place to be in the surf world at the moment. It's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Best day of the competition so far in terms of the size of the waves, the power, the maneuvers. A lot of explosivity in the form of this lip as it hits the inside, and surfers able to harness that energy and go really big, are being rewarded at the moment. It's the young Australian Oscar Berry, who's been in fine form out here. 7.67 for his last wave. Beautiful combo of quite angry turns that felt really good as he hit them. And surfers with competitive intensity include the likes of Cade Matson, who's always fired up for everything. Doesn't really ever seem to have a lazy heat. It's all energy, all go, all the time. And he's going to need that. Cal Robson ripped in the early rounds. Maxime, might see him with some of those punts that he's got. And also the #1 on the ratings, the winner over there in Newey. Jacob Wilcox. So another quartet ready to do battle in about 6 minutes time. Right now we'll stick with live. We'll stick with the Kiwi Stearmans. A little speculative pump down a line, and he's chipped away at the score here. That's 6, giving him a bit of quality to put him in second right now. Massenkamp, Zietz, a little bit to do, but they're not insurmountable tasks. Actually, Ollie, well, it's a high 6 that he needs. It's a 5.78 for Aiden, who does have priority as well. What's going through Aiden's mind currently?
Well, he's going to want to keep the storyline alive, the wild card story, and he's got first priority. So he's just looking at this ocean and going, give me that wave. But you see some of these waves have that little bit of bump on it. That wave, that 7.67 that Oscar Berry had, it had that really clean looking face, and it gave him those opportunities to get vertical placement, and timing on that lip was perfect. So Aiden wants to find that wave with priority. He's got 5 minutes that doesn't have too much of this rip on it, the rippy bump. He wants to hit that wave, to hit that clean water and really make it easy to attack that score. It's just a 5.78. So it's not a crazy number. If he can get 2 really well-timed turns, he should be able to get that score.
And you can see right now too, Billy is looking at everything coming his way. I mean, the last 4 waves he's taken off on his 6, he's had so much intent down the line, and you can really feel that he's trying to drop that 4.77 and make Aiden and Ollie's life just that little bit harder, because the caliber of those 2 surfers, the scores they're looking for, it's pretty simple for them. I mean, they're so powerful. So Billy trying to stay ahead of the pack and lose that 4.77 to stay alive for the next 4 minutes.
So who would you be? Billy Stearman with the 6 and a 4.77 with 4th priority and 4 minutes to go, or would you be Aiden Massenkamp with first priority needing a 5.78?
I want to be Oscar in the lead with the best scores.
Here we go. Ollie's been a bit quiet of late. So Oliver Zietz, he hasn't really put together a strong number yet in this heat. His best, the 3.83. So it's left him a little bit behind in 4th, needing quite a solid 6.94 for But of course, not impossible. Maybe he can find something down the beach and do something huge, as we saw from Lucas Cassidy earlier on. It's not impossible.
No, it's not impossible at all. I mean, I feel like this is his best wave of the heat so far. It's definitely the biggest one we've seen him on. A lot of foam to deal with. Slices that first turn, up and over for that second one. So as far as wave height, it's nice to see him on a bigger wave here, and he's got 2 turns. It's going to be his best wave of the heat so far, and chip away that 694.
Just on equipment, touched on it earlier, suggestion of a change maybe from the smaller days. We haven't seen a lot of him on his board, but it looks a little more chattery, would we say? Maybe not dealing with the power as well as some of the other equipment that's slicing through. It's a little bit of movement going on, maybe surplus movement from that surfboard from Ollie.
Yeah, I think so, but that wave had a lot of bump on it, obviously super frothed up, and yeah, that white foam just causes so much havoc with the surfboard. So actually, to be honest, I thought he did quite well with how much foam was on that wave. It's difficult to surf those type of waves. But yeah, that does make those boards feel a little bit chattery. It's almost like you're on a dirt road with very hard tires in your car.
Imagine being Luke Thompson right now. 2 minutes 20, you could have a wild card into J-Bay. If Aiden doesn't make this heat. Ollie up now, though. If you're Luke Thompson, are you watching this heat? Or are you just walking around in circles pretending like nothing's going on? Because this, in 2 minutes, he could potentially have a spot into J-Bay, or he's going to have to fight through another round. A lot on the line in these next minutes.
Surely Aiden Mason won't finish this heat with priority, right? You would think he's had priority, what, for 6 or 7 minutes? You would think in that time, chasing a 5.76, he would ride a wave and attack that score. No?
No, you'd think so.
Yeah.
You would, but there's 90 seconds to go. He's got to find himself something now. And a 5.78, it's one big turn with a finishing turn, a big air. We've seen that, you know, last minute dying stage of the heat, 10-point ride. Might see it again. I mean, there's a lot going down.
I think he's eyeing something here. Is he in position for this one? No, he's going to go under it.
In terms of the number, it's not a bad score to want to get. It's not one of those modest ones where you can get in 2 minds and maybe think about safety surfing a bit, maybe under surf. But obviously, it's not a huge number either. Very gettable for him. He will need a wave to do it, though. And at the moment, it's eluded him as the opportunity just to paddle into a wave, identify and go.
Yeah. Is this it? Is this the one that he's wanting? There's a bit of a lump heading towards him. It's sort of breaking itself up. Oh. And that's what's so tricky about these east swells. You're never quite sure what's behind. You know, the westerly swells are predictable. You know the sets are coming through. Ooh, was that a paddle?
It was.
So Barry will just throw that away.
Mason
Camp will continue to sit, and he's coughed up priority, but he's actually on his own. I mean, in his defense, there's not been anyone else scoring in the time that he's held that priority. It has been not a lot going on, but he looks a little frustrated now. Will he be able to find something? You have to say a job well done by this guy who's been all over it, really. He's found the best waves. He's been all energy. His execution has been absolutely spot on, and it's a healthy total, 14.5 to carry through into the round of 16. It'll be frustration for Aiden Messenkamp, who set himself up for a heat with some sharp maneuvering, but a low wave count ultimately has cost him. And Billy Stammen will be absolutely delighted. That 6 that he was able to belt affords him chance to stay alive in competition here at the Ballito Pro. He's through to round of 16. And the entertainment will continue throughout the morning and into midday through the afternoon here. Plenty of energy from this swell, really delivering. Oscar Berry, a nice moment for him. And the Aussie squad, well, we see continued participation from them coming up in the next heat. A great looking matchup about to take to the water. To talk you through it, we'll have Giggs and Kai on the call. More live action from the Ballito Pro right after the break.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide,
doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
Round of 32 continues here in the punchy beach breaks of beautiful Ballito in South Africa. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, and lots of stories unfolding here for day 4 of competition. And of course, lots of action out in the water. We're seeing 10-point rides coming at us. We're seeing heartbreak. We're seeing success. And we're also seeing a South African by the name of Luke Thompson care of that last heat, Kai, on his way to J-Bay.
Yeah, unfortunately for Aiden Mason-Camp, just letting that heat slip out of his grasp. He was close, but fortunately he dropped the ball. So Luke Thompson, though, is going to be stoked, just turned 21. He's looking good in the Ballito Pro, and he's on his way to J-Bay, where he can hopefully cause some carnage.
Well, this is the Challenger Series where former Championship Tour surfers that didn't make the cut come the end of Margaret River on the Championship Tour, they're here in the jerseys competing with the up-and-coming regional pushers from all around the world. Those QS putting people into the Challenger Series framework. And here's another whole bunch of talent to pull apart as we get stuck into heat number 5 of the morning. Maxime Husquenot represents the French flag. He's been around for an absolute eon. He'll take on former CT surfers in Callum Robson, Kate Matson, and Jacob Wilcox. All of these surfers, Kai, with a ton of experience as we get stuck into a fresh heat.
Yeah, they've all worn the CT cap at some point, so you can't deny that there's a lot of experience in the lineup. Conditions a little bit variable. The tide has bottomed out. We saw a bit of a dead zone at the end of that last heat, which is kind of what led to Aiden Mason-Camp falling by the wayside. He just couldn't seem to find that backup score. But there are still a lot of big scores out there, and here we go. The Frenchman starting things off.
Big frame of Maxime Husquenot. We saw him in the CT a few seasons back. He's one of those just long-term campaigners. Early successes as a junior way back. He's now in his early 30s, young Maxime, 33 years of age, and still enjoying the process of testing himself against the world's best, and every now and then he brings us a surprise result. In today's conditions, Kai, punchy beach breaks, as we mentioned, tide has dropped out. It is just after the low tide here. You see a little bit of a ruffle of sea breeze, but these conditions will play nicely into Maxime Husquenot's attack process.
Yeah, I think through the years here at this event, he's had some good results, and because he likes these conditions. Beautiful little fin drift to start things off, up into the lip for number 2, and then finishing off with a nice little layback hack. So that was a good start. And then let's look what Cade had for us. You know, he also likes these big power hits, and whoa, did he do well to hit that lip. That was a big bottom out section.
Well, he made that. It was so cleverly disguised in the white water there. But not a big number for that. Single punch out of the lip for a 383 for the Californian in the white singlet. Meanwhile, second wave coming at us already from Maxime Husquenot. Big power punch. And that too will be incomplete. Just talking back to the stories, folks, it is Hawaiian type power here when it unloads on the sandbars in the coves of Ballito. There is a look at the profile details of Maxime Husquenot. As we mentioned, 33 years of age. He's tall. He's around 6 feet, just under 6 foot tall. He's been doing this for an absolute age. And just a hell of a nice guy. He's traveled the world extensively with his dad. So wonderful opportunity to share family time on the road with his very invested dad. And Maxime in 2025, still pretty sharp. Got some big numbers out of the QS events in Morocco. I just think of his year thus far. And he'll be wanting to get a couple of heat wins here in Ballito.
Yeah, and you get Jacob Wilcox. You see that rank there, number 1, 10,000 points. Took out the first challenger of the year in Newcastle. Wilcox, definitely one of my favorite surfers. Just brings sort of the whole package. You know, he's absolutely going to charge at Pipeline later in the year in the Challenger Series. He's not scared of the big barrels. And I think back to last year, also did really well in this event and the year before as well.
Absolutely, one of his favorite stops for sure. Jacob Wilcox already with that full 10,000 points from the opening stop in Newcastle. And we did lose the fellow finalist in Cowley Vast, who got a runner-up. So Cowley will be dropping down the rankings as this Ballito Pro unfolds. But Jacob Wilcox will want to find a berth in finals day and perhaps keep himself right at the top of the leaderboard come this coming weekend, and we wrap it up. There's a look at the top 10 as we arrived in Ballito at the beginning of the week. Cowley Vast, as we mentioned, falling out. Kai also sadly lost Ryan Callanan and Xavier Huxtable out of it. But keep an eye on Winter Vincent, sitting 6th, arriving here in Ballito. We know his successes from last year here.
Yeah, also enjoys the beach breaks here in Ballito. And Matthias Hurdy also a couple of airs this morning to get through to the next round. And of course, Matthew McGillivray sitting in 3rd place. So he had a great start to the year. He's going to look to finally get the Ballito Pro back to South Africa. So let's hope he can go the distance. We were also chatting, it'll be an interesting one. I don't know why it always seems to happen at this event, but if Luke Thompson and Matty McGillivray keep on their forward momentum, they'll meet up in the semis.
Well, this is the last round that it is a 4-surfer format, with 2 advancing, 2 falling away. Round of 16, which comes up next. The next time we hit the water after this round, it's man-on-man competition, so it'll be interesting to see how the draw segues. Also 2 surfers left in the draw on the South African surf fans books, and that is Matt McGillivray and Luke Thompson, and confirming that both of them will be wildcards in Jeffreys Bay come next week.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see 2 big, powerful South Africans, both on the forehand at J-Bay, both with oodles of experience surfing there. Luke, I think, will be a bit of a dark horse because not too many of the guys there have surfed against him. But certainly everyone on the CT knows what Maddie's capable of, and at home, very comfortable, surrounded by friends and family. I think he's going to have a point to prove.
Well, it's been a roaring winter and plenty of swell still left here in the southern reaches along the South African coastline. Just hover over the Indian Ocean. We're about 1,000 kilometers to the north of Jeffreys Bay right now, the Challenger Series for the week. In a carnival atmosphere here in the warmer subtropical zone of beautiful Ballito on the Dolphin Coast. Of course, warmer temperatures here. It's cold water, it's full wetsuits, but yeah, you can get away with a spring suit. We've seen some of the surfers take to the lineups even just in board shorts, but not a lot of rubber required here. Water temperatures in the high 70s Fahrenheit, around 21, 22 degrees Celsius. That's what we love about this part of the coast.
Yeah, it's a crack of a day out there as well. It must be up to about 30 degrees. Here goes Cade. Lovely little whip over the top.
Well, Matson, former CT surfer of 2024. We spoke of the experience and the depth in this heat. All of these surfers have served time in the CT jerseys, albeit wildcards and full-time duty. What are we liking about Cade Matson's deep attack and approach here, Kai?
Nice little fade into the first turn. They got the fins out the back. He'll be happy with that as a start. Kind of look at Cade. He's part of that San Clemente crew. You know, his best friends are busy really having a good run on the CT. You know, Cole winning in Rio, Griffin and Crosby all having good years. And he's kind of been left behind on the Challenger Series now. So you wonder if he can tap into that kind of momentum. Often when you find you have a crew of surfers from a certain area and the crew find that momentum as well. So let's see if he can tap into what his mates are doing out on the CT and get back there.
Well, success can be contagious and encouraging. Cade Matson will be feeding off all of the success that is happening on the championship tour. You mentioned what a Perla beach day it is down there, almost windless here in Ballito with surf fans flocking down. Let's go down and find Mark Frew. He's amongst it.
Sounds stressing.
Oscar, wow, what a win. both third and fourth came out of the heats going, how did you get that score? You said you were stressing. How was that end of that heat?
Oh yeah, I was wigging out because like I got a good score at the start. Yeah, got a good score at the start, and I was like, all right, just back it up. I had an event, the last regional series event in our region was Phillip Island, and I lost needing a 1.8. I had a 7 at the start of the heat and didn't back it up. So I was sort of like, my head was flashing back to that. But when I came in, actually, my leggy string came undone and I had to do the swim in, and Timmy was just like, you got the best score, just settle down, like, you know, you don't need to do anything too special. Like, I was getting a bit frantic, so yeah, I come in and I got back out, and I was just right underneath Aiden, and this little like sort of chip, and I think from where I was I could see the double up, but maybe he couldn't, and yeah, I was stoked, got the square up twice, and that definitely settled the nerves a bit.
Looking back a couple of weeks, you were charging that Cape Solander swell. I've watched the Friday and the Saturday on YouTube. It was absolutely mental. How do you transition from that into a heat here in Ballito? What kind of equipment changes did you make?
Oh, look, it's pretty hard. That's something that I haven't really done too much of. So I made it, you know, a big goal of mine over the little, I guess, pre-season that we had to chase some bigger waves and stuff. Like if I want to qualify, I want to be ready for pipe, and even for the Challenger this year, need to be ready for pipe. So I was down there, and the Huey's boys, we all drove down there and sort of strikeyed it for a few days, and yeah, thanks to the Bra boys and Maxi and that for having us down there and letting us share some amazing waves down there. I was pretty out of my comfort level, but I had a hell time and got a couple of bombs, so that was pretty sick. And yeah, I've just been really lucky this year. My boards are just feeling so amazing. At the end of last year, I switched from riding some different blanks to getting on the South Coast blanks, and they're just feeling so good, so electric, and they're holding up really nice. So that's been a really good change, and Luke, LSD, shaping my boards, they've been feeling amazing. So stoked to have those guys both on board helping me out, and I'm pumped.
OB, through to round of 16. So far, fantastic result in Ballito. We can't wait to watch how far you go in the event. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks. Good chat there between Oscar Berry and Mark Frew. Loving it. Lots coming out of that interview, and yeah, got a bit of the good vibes going, Oscar Berry, and he's into the round of 16.
Yeah, Gigs, I think anyone with a Mad Huey sticker on their board's going to be good entertainment value. Those boys know how to have a good time. Big shout out to the Huey's crew, always charging and pushing the limits. In the meantime, we had a wave from your number one, Jacob Wilcox, and a couple of nice workable turns down the line. Yeah, nothing too flash, Gigs, but maybe just looking to settle in and get a score.
Yeah, I think foundation score just to keep the scorecard relevant for Jacob Wilcox. On-point surfing in 2025, getting the win in Merriweather. Of course, a regular wild card at the CT level. It's been more than a dozen years of wild card experience for Jacob Wilcox. And yeah, he'll just want to keep that scorecard just moving forward. 35-minute heats. We've used up nearly 15 minutes of this one, Kai. It's gone by really quickly, and no real special numbers standing out at us. Tide has turned over, so perhaps a little change in the way the water is flushing over the sandbars now. Not as sucky and dumped out as it was an hour back, perhaps.
Yeah, just standing on the deck, watching the end of that last heat, was noticing that there's quite a lot of rip movement and quite a lot of bump and lump and sand in the lineup. So I think on the bottoming out of the tide, it's just created a little bit of chaos in the water. But I think as it starts pushing, it'll clean up again and start running a little stronger.
Interested to see how that score of Jacob Wilcox compares to the very first, well, the 483 of Cade Matson. There it is. So best, well, one of the best of the heat, a 5.43 at this stage. Maxim Huskina still power surfing for the 5.5. So it's been a very quiet heat thus far for Callum Robson in the lineup. Surfer perhaps with the most CT time duty. There you see him in blue. And very, very tight heat at this stage as we slip under the 20-minute mark. Of course, Callum Robson saw him as a wild card this year, care of his sponsor, Bonzoy. Meanwhile, quickly switching, the man who's leading the Challenger Series rankings, Jacob Wilcox, will just catch an edge But he's already found the 5-4-3. And here come a few sets to the lineup. Big section. Huskino will just attack the one, dare say, kind of a softer lip line there, Kai. So not going to blow the scorecard down with that particular maneuver. Meanwhile, Cade Matson back at it. Early heat leader and wanting to just improve his numbers. See how that wave just kicking a lot of sand and a lot of white water back after that impact on the bank there. But definitely signs of a little bit of a sign of change. You said, Kai, when the tide turns over as well, we could get perhaps a little more consistency of the bigger sets that are running in the water this morning.
Well, that's a great shot to show you the chaos in the lineup at the moment. You can see how much sand is bubbling in that impact zone, and that's because that bank is so shallow. You've even got to be careful on the paddle back out gigs, because if you get caught in front of that section on the sandbank, it can do some damage.
We'll have a look at Caleb Robson. It's taken an age for him to find a open face, and he'll just ram into that. Does well. It'll be an exchange as well with Wilcox tucking into the barrel. We saw him find exceptional waves here in the past, and while the judges pick all that apart, we'll sit back, take a quick break. We'll be back for more for the second half of the current heat in the water.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Kwadukuza Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And by O'Neill, the official presenting partner of the Ballito Pro.
Beautiful Kwadukuza coastline. We're 1,000 kilometers north of Jeffreys Bay, and that warm Indian Ocean lapping onto the beaches. Everybody loving the action down here in and around Willard Beach. Is the seaside town of Ballito in South Africa for the World Surf League's Challenger Series. There's no better place to be in a southern hemisphere winter if you're in South Africa. A lot of people are here to soak up the action. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. It's action out in the water as well. Solid east-northeast swell, giving us plenty to work with here on day 4 of competition. No real numbers just yet, except judges working on a score for Callum Robson while you surf fans were away. And we're just under 15 minutes in. Giggs and Kai for the call. We're having fun. We trust that everyone's enjoying the show with us. Cade Matson still in the lead though, Kai.
Yeah, Cade working the scores a bit, getting the 5-4-3. Sorry, that was Jacob, but Cade with the 4-8-3 and the 4-4. So not massive scores, but putting them together nicely. And this was that wave from Callum. Nice little jab there, and then he came around the section. I loved the second turn, really got the fins out. Nice drift there over the section. getting a 5.03. If we look at the requirements across the heat now, 3.73 for Maxime, 2.41 for Jacob, and a 2.81 for Callum. This heat is wide open.
Well, dig into the numbers quickly here, Kai. The only surfer without a 5 any scoreline is the heat leader. So you look at the smaller scores sitting in the card for Huskino in second, Wilcox in third, Robson in fourth. This heat can change shape at the drop of a hat, and we expect a big flurry here as we move into the second half of it. 13:45 on the clock. Speaking about the experience of all of these surfers, Callum Robson perhaps with the most time in the championship tour jersey. He's found that 5.03, Kai, as you said, so super easy for him to find backups. It's going to be a race to the finish line on this one.
Yeah, and Kate's definitely not feeling safe at number 1 in this heat right now. Here comes a paddle. That was a good-looking bowl.
Fourth priority as well. He's moved down the bank for this one. To the air beautifully. Wow, height and loft just slightly off kilter for the landing. We've seen a lot of that type of approach and attack to the lineup this morning here, Kai. We've seen a perfect 10 come out of the lineup from previous heats. We saw Matthias Hurdy attacking, and that is a beautiful way to find some points in the lineup. And Kate Matson's going to ensure that the judges know how he feels about it. And sets roll through for some more action. Wilcox leading the Challenger Series rankings after the first stop in Merriweather. Just hangs that one in the lip. So good value there. A couple of exchanges. It'll leave Huskino with priority. We'll expect the Frenchman to be part of the story shortly, but some stuff to break down for us. 12.5 to go. Cade Matson exploding out of that to bring a whole bunch of scores to the judges to ponder.
Yeah, I think Jacob and Cade with the pick of the waves for the heat there, really. And Callum going big. I thought he was going for a big old layback turn, but he just kept on going straight up into the air. And unfortunately, just a really heavy landing. So here he goes again. He's obviously all right. And straight off the back, but looking forward to the replays from those 3 waves. It was a great exchange.
Great exchange. Callum Robson on screen there briefly, just going back to the lineup. What are we making of Cade Matson's attack lines here?
Nice little section float, but here's the money turn. Big heaving section. Almost got caught out there, but did well to hold on, and he was sure to let the judges know that he had made the maneuver. Like this backhand attack of Wilcox. Really clean surfing. And then that was a pretty heavy section to finish. You see how he airdrops out. So I think the judges will enjoy that last exchange.
Cade Matson's wave stretched out. Slightly more tapered wall and appealing pace for Jacob Wilcox's contribution. We feel that both Matson and Wilcox will add to their respective top 2 score lines. Judges just giving that a workover. Meanwhile, Maxime Huskino is going to play the priority card. He'll find himself a mid-sized wall. Extends out and goes stuck on that. So back to the drawing board for Huskino, who already has a 5.5 as actually the highlight score thus far, but we are expecting those scores of Matson and Wilcox. I think that's going to challenge for the best waves of the heat thus far.
Yeah, I think Jacob may just go top of the pile after that nice backhand surfing. 2 very critical, tight in the pocket turns. But Cade, big finishing turn. Maybe not too clean on the exit, but the commitment and the intensity were there. So I think he'll get a score. And just looking at those last 2 waves of Callum and Maxime, just showing you how heavy that bank is right now. Both of them just going down really hard.
Shoulder to shoulder paddle here, but a higher prio for Matson, who perhaps was just more intent on the block. You see Callum Robson just looking back with those heavy eyebrows scowling towards his opposition. Either way, Robson now has the prio, and he'll be able to pick out anything he likes in the lineup as far as scoring potential goes. That big air incomplete for the 1.1 still sitting in his scoreline as we go under the 10-minute mark. Of course, we mentioned Callum Robson's CT experience. That wild card for the 17th on the Gold Coast a few months back. The Evans Head local is going to want to find another 5 at least. You look at the requirements at this stage, such small requirements. And the best wave of the heat coming in from Cade Matson. Strong lip line, good aggressive approach to those lips for the 6.5. And he extends his lead for now, Kai.
Yeah, that's what he needed. Get out of those fours. Gets the 6-5 for intensity. Just watching scores come in now. But as I thought, the two-turn combo from Wilcox getting the 7-1-7. So he'll go top of the pile. But Cade and Jacob now just buffering a little bit. They're pushing those other two surfers a bit further down. And those requirements have now jumped up into the sort of 6s.
Well, best wave of the heat now goes to Jacob Wilcox. 7-1-7 for that tapered wall. They loved the vertical attack. Of course, we saw that go all the way to a finals win in Newcastle, and well, Wilcox will bring that same approach now to Ballito for the second stop on the Challenger Series. But everyone's in it. We love these heats. There's never an apparent story. In a very few heats you can almost telegraph what's going to happen at any stage. In these beach break conditions in Ballito, anyone can pull the proverbial rabbit out of the hat.
Well, this is why he's sitting top of the heat now. Just watch this deep bottom turn straight into the whip. And no hang-ups on the ground in between for the second turn. Beautiful flow and really connecting the dots for some good surfing from the Australian.
Well, Jacob Wilcox from Margaret River, Western Australia, now into the heat lead. Meanwhile, big power surfing. We said these conditions would suit a surfer like Maxime Huskino. And he has clubbed that. He loved it. Good pace to that switching direction. Haven't seen a lot of big scores come out of the lefts today, Kai. But certainly that one offered up an opportunity for Maxime Huskino and his big, tall frame. He attacked that multiple times, and that's going to easily ditch the 2-3-3. We look at the requirements of the 5-8-4 ahead for Maxime. I feel he could be there.
Well, big bottom turn straight into a massive backside whip off the top. Then a nice little carve, and this wave giving him the third turn as well. So he gave himself a round of applause there. He was like, good job. I've got to say, looking, at Jacob's wave, the first turn for Maxime was really strong, but we'll have to see if the judges go all the way to a 7.
Well, Maxime may be applauding himself, but I can tell you the surf fans down there are also lapping up the action. Every single wave pretty much getting a round of applause, especially if the surfers go above the lip. Surf crowd absolutely loving it. Meanwhile, that beautiful style of Callum Robson, he'll go to the air himself, and just incomplete on the way down, just that left shoulder dropping. And well, flurries of action, as we said. It's been that sort of theme of those lulls and then rapid fire, everybody sort of throwing scores at the judges at the same time.
Yeah, they're getting a lot to think about in the judges' booth. I've got to say, on reflection, I think that first turn on the backhand from Maxime was just a really good turn. Big, deep bottom turn, really drove through the lip and a lot of power. So I think the judges are having a look at that. They're comparing it to Wilcox's 7-1-7, which is a good comparative, both on the backhand. And my feeling is Maxime is about to jump up into first or second in the seat, and he's not staying still either.
He's about to jump to his feet as well, wrangling this whitewater. That's not going to pay out for Maxime Huskino. Previous ride being pondered on by the judges. Down in third, requirement of a 5-8-4. We're feeling that perhaps it is that score to attack the second place of Cade Matson. Plenty Australian talent here in Ballito this season, including Geordie Lawler on screen there. Of course, joining him will be Liam O'Brien to represent the Australian push on the Challenger Series. Clock's down to 5.5 to go. Kaya and judges just still pondering that wave number 6 of Maxime Huskino.
Just watching Jordan Lawler going down the beach. I mentioned yesterday, no stickers on that board, but also long-time CI team rider. I noticed this morning that he's on the Timmy Pattersons now.
Well, we've seen surfers mixing it up a lot between various board shapers. Still pondering on the score, and so are the judges. What do you think at home, folks?
That really was a solid first turn. Wave went a little bit sort of smaller and flat on him, and then popped up again for the third turn. So, the more I look at it, the more I think that could be quite a big score, Gigs.
Just a reminder, 5-8-4, the requirement score due for Maxime Huskino as we go under the 5-minute mark here. The other surfer I'm surprised who hasn't fetched that backup number is Callum Robson, the surfer with the most CT experience, and he will challenge for that, but it's a higher prio to Cade Matson. The Californian will just block off an attack of his own. He likes that. Little wrist dip there as well, just to subtle claim it. So I love this heat. It's very tight. It's very well balanced. Best single ride, as we mentioned, was Jacob Wilcox's power blasts on the backhand for the 717. But it's a sprinkle of scores, all in a very similar category, which is keeping this heat right on its edge.
Well, 6.6 finally came in for Maxine on the backhand. Now he goes back to the front side.
Let's see how he attacks this. Nice. A little switched up. Was that a slob, Kai? What do we call that? Just crossed over, left hand grabbing the right rail. So just mixing it up. Not a high altitude on that, but either way, back to the previous discussion, it was a requirement of a 5.84 and he came in at a 6.67, so almost a full point over requirement to change the shape of the heat. We do owe a number though to Cade Matson, so judges' scorecard open again. And of course, Maxine just going to the air as well. So lots of value for us, lots of fun. Surf fans appreciating all the action. And in a beach break condition like that, a lot of action. It's rapid fire. You're seeing surfers catching more than half a dozen waves each. So up to 30 waves can happen in a heat on a day like this. And everyone is just lapping up the consistent action.
This is a real ding-dong battle right now. Here's Callum up and riding. Nothing on that one. Also still waiting for that score from Cade, needing a 5.68. It could be pretty close, so I don't think this heat is anywhere near done.
Cade Matson asking, please confirm, where am I in the heat? Judges' scorecard open. What do we think at home here? Matson for the attack. He's down in third.
Nice big power hack and then straight into this oncoming section. Really laid into that second turn. Gave it a little jazz hand just to put the exclamation point on. I think it's going to be a good score, and it comes in at a 6.53 straight to the top of the pile.
Wow, good number. Loved it. He's feeling the emotions as well as it spills over. A Challenger Series campaign here in South Africa for Cade Matson. He'll want to get his skates on, as our fellow commentator Paul Evans loves to say, and that there will work just fine for him. Wilcox will drop to second. Wilcox still sitting with a mid-range 5 in his scoreline there, Kai. So room to improve for Jacob Wilcox. Just a decimal more than his current score will get the lead back for the Australian, who holds priority in green. And let's quickly look at the requirements. Huskino's down in third for the 5.94 requirement. And Callum Robson a little bit out of kilter here. He's going to have to find the best wave of the heat, a 7.57, if he wants to advance.
Yeah, and Callum, you know, he got the 5.03 pretty early in the heat, and then we've seen two waves where he's gone for really big aerial maneuvers. When I think of Callum Robson, I'm not really thinking about, you know, oh, he's that air guy. I'm thinking big, powerful turns, solid rail surfing. So I just wonder if maybe he needs to go back to sort of his core and just get two big turns in and get the score he needs.
Callum Robson, such a solid unit, such a great surfer. You see him in the blue trying to break away from the pack here. Downside to his current situation, besides being down in fourth, as he is the fourth priority as well, and he's being absolutely hounded here by his competitor in white, Cade Matson. You can see here all sorts of stuff going on, a block in as well. It's the dirty side of competing. It is what it is. It's business out in the lineup. And all this as we go inside the last minute here, Kai. Is there still an opportunity for Callum Robson? We know his pedigree. We know he's able to find big numbers. We've seen some great stuff from him in the CT jersey, but perhaps consistency, the one thing that has let him down. And does he find an opportunity now with 20 seconds to go?
Well, I think it's pretty telling about how his competitors fear him, and that Cade Matson, sitting in the lead, went and sat on the fourth place surfer there and blocked him. Gets into this little left, nothing's going to happen there though. 10 seconds to go. I'm afraid we're going to say au revoir to Callum and Maxine, but great result for Cade Matson, and Jacob Wilcox keeps the ball rolling.
It does. Cade Matson on screen. CT surfer of 2024 that experienced the mid-season cut is back here on the Challenger Series and meaning business. He wants to join his mates on the championship tour in 2026. He's got to do it via the Challenger Series here, and he'll go home with thoughts of a round of 16 man-on-man format the next time he comes to the beach. Jacob Wilcox will go with him, and we'll lose Maxime and Callum, as you said there, Kai, And, sit back, surf fans. More to come straight after the break. No better place to be than beautiful Ballito in South Africa. The rest of the country in a cold winter bite, but here in the subtropical zone of the Dolphin Coast, KwaZulu-Natal, all is well at the beaches. It's a summer vacation type feel in the middle of the Southern Hemisphere winter. We'll pick up on the action here with the World Surf League's Challenger Series, heat number 6 of the round of 32 in the water, and still lots to unfold here as we get stuck into a freshie, Kai. Yes. Look at these names.
As the predominantly Afrikaans tourists on our beaches right now would say, gigs dis lekker by die see, and all the holiday makers having a fine old time today. It's a beaut of a day, and we've got a beaut of a heat on our hands. I've got to say, over the last few days, just keeping an eye on the free surfs and the lineups around Ballito. I've been looking at a couple of guys really standing out. Jordan Kuzene, of course, always dangerous, and that was a great two-turn combo there from him. But Liam O'Brien as well. Of course, we know this man. He is so dangerous. Big backhand, big layback hack there. Wow, that was a really good turn. But one of the guys that's really been sticking out for me in the free surfs is Caius King. Just looking really electric. He carries so much speed in small waves the last few days. So I'm really looking forward to see what he's got in these slightly bigger, more heavy waves.
Well, Australian surf fans will settle in for this one. CT surfer for the cut, Liam O'Brien, is back on the Challenger Series, looking to get the work done. Of course, Geordie Lawler, we know that he's able to find big results on the Challenger Series. Let's see if he can find momentum in the Challenger Series of 2025 into 2026. And you said you like the surfing of Caius King. He's been on a good freewheel on the front foot. There's a good energy about him. And then don't write off the lone Frenchman, Jorgen Kuzene. He's a nuggety surfer that's campaigned for seasons. He can have his moments in the sun as well.
Yeah, pretty deadly surfer, really, as you see that lovely two-turn combo. And, of course, Jorgen has had very good results here in Ballito before even sneaking last-minute wildcard for Jaber a few years ago in his results here.
Loaded field, as is every heat here on the Challenger Series. 35-minute heats set out for competition today. A much stronger east-northeast swell. Some solid overhead waves in the lineup, and it's made for a good morning of competition so far, Kai.
Yeah, and Jorgen starting out with a 6.83. That's one of the better starts to a heat we've seen in the last couple. So he's going to be happy with that. 5.5 for Liam O'Brien, off of the back of 2 turns as well. So it's going to be an interesting heat. One of the factors to bear in mind, Jordan Lawler and Caius King both have got big aerial arsenals.
Well, the tide has turned over. There's going to be some big power surfing in the lineup. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat with Emma Deal.
Cade, well done. That was a pretty intense heat. I felt like the situation kept changing. And you mentioned this is your first interview in front of the glass this year.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it was really hard out there. I love Ballito, but yeah, I kind of like halfway through was like struggling to find a wave at the point or the place that I wanted to go. So I just like broke away and then got that one good wave, and yeah, kind of set the rhythm for the heat.
I mean, obviously, one of your besties, Cole, 2 years ago, had his winning streak from here. You said your last good result was also here, but you mentioned a Rizzy watch. Maybe you can talk us through that?
Yeah, so I didn't have a watch coming here, and my friend Shion had a watch, so I was like, oh, can I borrow your watch? And then ever since that, we called it the Rizzy watch because we both keep making heats, so yeah, it's going good.
Well, let's hope you guys don't end up in the same heat, otherwise who gets the watch? And yeah, good luck for the next round, and thanks for chatting.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Back to you guys.
I was just going to pose that question to you, Kai. Who gets the watch?
I see a game of rock, paper, scissors coming up.
Exactly. Or an arm wrestle.
Yeah.
I think Cade will win that one.
Yes.
Either way, you mentioned the power surfing of Jorgen Kuzenay just before the interview. Cade Matson wrangling the lineup with his power to move to the round of 16. Kuzenay is a step in the right direction with that 6.83. Liam O'Brien, smooth surfing. We love his approach to waves. I feel he was a little unlucky on a couple of heat calls on their championship tour this year. It's the way it is. It's just every heat is so packed, so stacked, and so many surfers with talent. But Liam O'Brien, just a beautiful approach to the sport of surfing. He's found a 5.5 thus far. And your fave pick for the heat, Caius King. Kai, no waves at this stage for our surfer holding priority.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Caius comes from that sort of more, let's call it free surf sort of feeling and vibe. Certainly a very creative young man. Reminds me a lot of surfers like Aton and those sort of guys. Got a little bit of that sort of flair factor. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do in this heat. Speak about Liam O'Brien. I mean, I watch his free surfing sections, and you see him surfing in videos, and you're just like blown away by how good he is. He really is just an outrageously good surfer. Just shows you though how brutal contest surfing can be. It doesn't matter how good you are. Sometimes things just don't go your way.
Well, we expect much from Liam O'Brien in the season ahead on the Challenger Series. You consider the new schedule. Just sideways and out the lip for Geordie Lawler as he comes into image there. It'll be a throwaway as well, so no real numbers yet for one of our Australians who's won a Challenger Series event before, a few seasons back in Manly. He's able to really generate speed. He's brilliant in the beach break conditions, and no doubt he will be wanting to put that all on exhibition here in Ballito. Meanwhile, Liam O'Brien, we were just chatting about him, a new Challenger Series look in 2025 into 2026, including breaks like Pipeline, will suit Liam O'Brien just fine, because he has garnered a lot of that experience from the CT jersey.
Yeah, and I mean, he'll be traveling with Matty McGillivray. They're old travel partners, obviously on the same team with Whistler as well. Pretty much since COVID, they've been traveling and hanging out. So they've got their little crew going. Taking a look at this one, pretty late into it, but managed to get up into the lip. Quite a big section too. And then Geordie taking off on this one. Lovely little backhand rip and then up and over, but just getting caught out on that shallow bank. Lawler is a very clever competitor as well, Gigs. He's always impressed me. I've watched him for quite a long time. One of those guys that came out in the early days to the South African series is just to garner some experience. So we've seen him for a couple of years, and always just been very impressed with his strategy, not just his surfing.
Well, lots to talk about here. Lots of talent from all over the world. And of course, Geordie Lawler, one of many Australians on the push here on the Challenger Series in 2025. Like that first snap of his on the backhand. His backhand is deadly.
Crisp.
His forehand even more so. You think of the left-handers and how he's used those. So he'll be looking around the lineup. We've seen a couple of lefts come through the lineup here with the east-northeast swell direction here in Ballito today. So Lawler will be looking both left and right for opportunities as this heat unfolds. Losing Morgan Sibilik a day or two back. It's a bit of a hit for the Australian crew, but they're all together, they're traveling, and they'll be encouraging each other the whole way. Can't think if Sibilik won't at some stage very soon get back to full-time championship tour duty. I mean, his wildcard appearances this year just absolutely on point. His surfing scintillating, but just a little unlucky in the jumbled Ballito Pro of 2025 beach break conditions, Kai.
Yeah, and Aussie's still got some guys to look forward to. Just looking at that last heat of the round, Winter Vincent and George Pittar coming up. I saw George in the background there. I was chatting to him and Bottle Thompson yesterday morning, and they're super pumped to be back in South Africa. It was an interesting thing to talk about the Challenger Series with the two of them as well. Bottle and I were saying, remember the old days, they used to take the events to where the people were, not necessarily the waves. And nowadays, thanks to technology and live webcasts like this, you can take them to the waves and the people can still see the event.
Absolutely. Bit of a dream tour formula for the Challenger Series. It's a new and improved Challenger Series this year. And I'll tell you now, new and improved was that second counting wave of Jorgen Kuzenay. Goodbye to the decimal. And a solid number to join his 6.83 when it comes from the panel. Good surfing from the big, powerful Frenchman, who again has also been one of those surfers that has just been, let's use the word unlucky. You think of pre-Challenger Series, it was the qualifying series, and he got so close so many times in the build-up to 2020.
Yeah, he's been sort of just on the cusp of it a couple of times. He's had a few wild cards on the CT and done pretty good work there as well. So good surfing from him generally. And like you say, he's a big, powerful surfer. He's got the aerials. He's got the whole game plan. So you think like at some point he should have a crack at it. Lob having a look at that one. And yeah, I like how Jorgen surfs.
Rapid fire in the lineup here in Ballito. Nice knifing turn out of the lip. Strong change of direction for Geordie Lawler there. Single turn contribution though, so we'll see where that number goes. And let's have a look at that new and improved Challenger Series schedule for 2025 into 2026. Bookended with Newcastle both to start and finish. We're here in Ballito for the second stop, but so much discussion about Pipeline. Of course, the other locations, Kai, that really will suit surfers that have had previous CT experience, especially at Pipe.
Well, we talk about that like old-fashioned tour back in the 80s and 90s. The only wave, really, the two waves that remain from that tour are Pipeline and Huntington. Pipeline obviously being a stellar heavy wave, but Huntington kind of that old school location where you've got to sometimes work it out. You know, we don't refer to the Huntington hop for nothing. But these days the guys get some quality surf on the tour. It makes a big difference in not just their careers, but also for us as the viewers. We get to see really quality surfing.
Well, it's been a vibrant Southern Hemisphere winter. No doubt the US Open of Surfing will get a bunch of swell with all of the oceans providing a lot of energy this winter. Talking of energy, lovely off the lip. Does he hold on to that? Just sideways for the landing for Liam O'Brien. So still a heat that's pretty open at this stage as we go under the 22-minute mark. But Jorgen Kuzenay, let's give him a little credit. He is in the pole position. He's out in front, and a strong set of scores for him to have him as the heat leader, including that last one of a 7.4.
Well, let's have a look at this one. Jorgen takes off. Just so much power as he lays back into that first turn and then doing so well to get up and over. And you know that section's difficult. We just saw that other wave for Liam, you know, not being able to land it and stick it. And what was really interesting for me on Liam's wave, because did you see how long it took for him to come up? That just shows you the power in this wave. It holds you down on that bank and gives you a good old beating.
7.4, the highlight, best wave of the heat thus far, and into the lead. And cementing a strong lead for now, because you look at Liam O'Brien's requirement sitting in second, needs an 8.73 to attack the lead. So we'll bring the discussion with well over 20 minutes still to go to a three-way Australian battle here. Where is Caius King in all of this, Kai?
Well, yeah, crazy. 0.5. That's where Caius King is right now. He's had one wave. It was a no-scorer. So he's going to definitely need to get cracking. He's down to a standard curious heat now, 20 minutes. He's lost out on 15. So at some point, he's got to find a wave and get going.
Byron Bay surfer Caius King in the lineup with not a lot on his scorecard at this stage. We'll see if he can find a wave in and amongst it. Lawler keeps picking out single maneuver opportunities. He's down in third. Just a 4.01 though to attack Liam O'Brien's second place position. So you feel that there's still a lot of story to tell here in this heat number 6 this morning. This is the last time we'll feature 4-man heats as well. The field of 32 surfers this morning gets cut in half. We'll be down to 16 remaining, which is the round before the quarterfinals. We segue to the man-on-man format.
Mano a mano.
Yep, and we emulate how it is on the championship tour. All of these things to find at the end of season the new championship tour surfers to join the established 22 for 2026, and a back to the everyone's favorite way to crown a world champion, a full season in 2026. So much good stuff going on in the world of surfing.
Yeah, and I got to say, if you're going to say au revoir to the 5-man final for the CT, may as well do it at Cloudbreak. Can't think of a better place to do that, and pretty excited. Got to hope it's going to be in heaving 10 to 15 foot lefts. That'll really just make the difference, and whoever takes it's going to have to earn it. Although, if you're going to be the fifth place surfer in that event, it's going to be a little bit more challenging to make it all the way through if you think it's just about fitness and intensity than trestles.
Well, so many things to talk about. Almost halfway through the seat. We'll take a quick break and we'll sit back, and we'll come back for more from beautiful Ballito for the Challenger Series.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
Surf fans are packed onto the beaches of beautiful Ballito here in South Africa. No better place to be in the winter than the subtropical region of beautiful KwaZulu-Natal. This is the Qualification coastline, the Dolphin Coast. It's all happening here. And surf fans are taking in every single exchange that is happening out in the water here with the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the round of 32 men in the lineup in overhead and strong onshore conditions. It's a good afternoon to our surf fans around the world. Gig Saliers and Kai Linda in for the call. And we're having a ton of fun with it. You're joining us with an updated scorecard top left of screen. Kuzane leads the other 3 Australians. And we'll see who's going to finish top 2 and keep advancing in the Ballito draw.
Quick little 1-2 there for Liam O'Brien, got the 4.5. So did go into his top 2. Sitting in second though, he still needs an 8.73 to take the lead. Gigs. Jorgen Kuzane Only 5 waves ridden, but a 7.4 and a 6.83. He is absolutely dominating this heat.
And back from the break, we're still asking the question, Caius King, where is he? Why is his scorecard so empty? We're not quite sure why. Surfing on point in 2025. He finished strong at the end of 2024 on the regional qualifying series, getting a win at the QS 5000 in Taiwan. We know that he's comfortable in the competitive jersey, but our surf and green right now hasn't unlocked a single meaningful number just yet.
Did I put the hoodoo on him?
I don't know what you did. I'm going to blame you, though.
Commentator's curse, starting at the beginning of the heat, saying how excited I was to see what he would do today. But good news, he's got 14 minutes.
No, yeah.
That's enough time to get 2 scores in.
Surf conditions will allow for a quick garner of scores. You're able to get back out there and collect another number, that's for sure. You see surfers patrolling up and down. The tide has turned here. Not a massive tidal shift, about 4.5 feet of tide to do the movement here, but that's enough to change the way the water flushes back out over the sandbars here in Ballito. And we're also noticing, same as the pattern for the entire day, Kai, get these longer lulls, and it's a strong wind swell with about an 8-second period, according to Surfline. And well, then when the sets do come, then there's a flurry of activity. So we're looking very forward to seeing how that priority gets used by Caius King.
I almost feel like he's got the priority curse right now. Sometimes that can happen. You get priority, feel like you've really got to use it. You've got to wait for that like gloriously good wave. And sometimes it just works against you because you let a couple of waves go that could have given you a score.
Well, the reality is it's been combinations of 2 powerful turns pretty much that have built the scores for the heat leader, Kuzene. Liam O'Brien puts that turn up in the top corner and survives that one. Very critical section, attacked it right in that heavy zone. Single maneuver, and I think Caius King perhaps just needs to accept the fact that it's okay, take off, do 1 big solid turn. Maybe he's looking for something to do 2-3 maneuvers on. Right now, even the best score of a 7.4 was built with just 2 big power hacks from Kuzene.
Yeah, and Caius has got the aerials too. I mean, I've seen him do some incredible airs in his video pieces. This was a gloriously heavy turn right there. That was such a heaving section. He just lays into it. Just look at that. Boom. Airdrops out. Did really well to survive the big rebound there on the way out. And quite liking that one from Lob.
Judges will ponder that knifing turn in the top corner to the exit free fall out of the lip here in Ballito for Liam O'Brien. Of course, Liam, as we mentioned, the mid-season cut at the Championship Tour jersey, but his surfing has been pinpoint, it's been accurate. 3/9 was the best he could find on the CT this year. Judges love that, 6 points, so it's going to sit nicely in his top 2, and now that's going to stretch out requirements for Geordie Lawler and Caius King. Caius has got to find a combination of waves. Here's your heat leader in picture, Jorgen Kuzene. A bit of a twisted opportunity for him. That one's going to feel like it was forced, and he'll go back to the drawing board. He will not improve on his 6.83 as the lower of his 2 counting rides. I was just quickly peeling back the stats on Liam O'Brien. 3/9 in Abu Dhabi, Portugal, and the Goldie was the best of the CT jersey for Liam O'Brien this season. Of course, Geordie Lawler on screen. We can't wait to see him perhaps get to a full-time CT run. What are we liking about this guy?
Well, another clinical backhand turn there. Backs it up with a second. And coming around the section gets the closer. So, I was about to say, needing a 6.5. That could be in the neighborhood.
Could be in the neighborhood, could be on its way. We'll check the post box shortly. Geordie Lawler, love the way he puts it. I love that little head jive as well. He comes out of those turns, sets. The second one, speed, power, and flow, everything ticking the boxes of criteria for the judging panel there. 3 nice turns, in fact. We haven't seen a lot of waves with that kind of flow, power, and 3 turns in a while.
Oh, it gets a 5.27, so just a little short. He's going to need a 6.23 now, so at least he's narrowed the gap with Liam, but going to have to find something, maybe just a little bit more intensity. I think if we look at some of the big scores, especially Jorgen's waves, intensity is a word that you can put into those waves.
I almost want to feel that the lineup has changed a touch since the beginning of this heat as well. You think of those two waves pretty early on for Jorgen Kuzenay. Meanwhile, Caius King, he'll be frustrated with that. Had a look at the opportunity, and he's spent a priority which he held on to for, I would say, well over 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I think, you know, even if you're not surfing in a heat at a Challenger series, we all know as surfers, sometimes you get into that bad rhythm and it just starts eating you, and the more frustrated you get, the worse it gets. And in a free surf, you know, you'd maybe go, okay, time to just go back to the beach, go have something to eat, maybe come back later, but you can't do that at a Challenger level.
Well, Caius King must do whatever he hasn't done so far, he must do. So he's got to completely change strategy here, plan B or even plan C at this stage, whatever he's doing. Perhaps the way he's just reading the incoming swells, I'm not sure if he's overlooking the first wave of the set and going for the second, or not really sure where this has gone, because this is not a reflection of Caius King at all. He surfed strongly through the opening rounds of the Ballito Pro here. We love what he brings to the wave face when he attacks it. As we mentioned, that QS win in Taiwan. He's crusaded on the qualifying series in the region. Was a third in Nias last year with that exciting semi-final against Josh Kerr. He loves the good stuff, he loves the big stuff, but he can mix it up. We've seen him in the beach break conditions here. There's power in the lineup in Ballito. It does suit Caius King attack approach.
Yeah, and I mean, some crazy video parts too. So he's opened up a massive gap now.
That's 100 yards.
Yeah, he's almost gone down to sunrise. So he's he must have heard your gigs. He's mixing it up. He's changing strategy. We have seen over the last week, there is a bank further down the beach, especially on the smaller days. A couple of guys were going down there, maybe looking for a left peak as well. But let's see if it pans out for him. He's got 8 minutes to do basically 2 scores, because he's carrying a pair of 0.5s at the moment.
Well, Caius King in a part of the beach all by himself. You see about 70, 80 yards. Yeah, some of the other competitors already starting to drift over to the north side of the beach now. Caius King has broken away from the pack, and that is the best way that he can approach this lineup at this stage, is just completely change up the formula. Look for something that you haven't perhaps paddled for before. And it happens every now and then. You can just have a heat that for some reason just the air goes out the tires, so to speak, and it's hard also to mentally concentrate all the way through. If you think of the requirements for the professional surfer's success, it's a lot of it is mental. Letting go, that is Liam O'Brien in that second place position. He's got to improve on his 5.5 if he wants to stretch a bigger requirement over Geordie Lawler. Perhaps that's what he was thinking there. But for now, Lawler chasing the 6.23 down in third. You feel that anything is possible with 7 minutes to go, especially that tussle between O'Brien and Lawler. And we're waiting for Caius King to... I know that he can turn a score really quickly. We all know that. Surf fans know that. But right now, something needs to happen as the clock keeps ticking.
Well, it's pretty simple. Take off, do air, get back in the game.
Is it that easy?
Well, for these guys it is,
yes.
Not for me, but it's easy to sit here and tell them what to do. But it's the dynamics of competitive surfing. It's like once you get stuck in your own head, it's going to just go one way. And there's very, very few guys that are masters of getting out of that gigs. It's the mark of the truly great competitive surfers, is that they can get backed into a corner, and where other athletes are just crumbling, they can actually shake it off and get back in the game.
Well, the priority has ticked over a couple times. Caius King up to second priority now. See a lower priority, Liam O'Brien, has shifted over to the same part of the bank here. 6 minutes to go. Jorgen Kuzenay, I'm just thinking of the waves that in the lineup offered Jorgen Kuzenay those 2 scores. We haven't seen waves like that in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah. Just thinking about the situation, you look at the Aussies at the moment on the Challenger Series. I know Nathan Hedge is involved there, and he's been coaching a couple of them. That is, for me, a prime example of what Caius King needs to channel. He needs to channel some hog right now. Get up, get fighting, get angry, and just get back in the game.
Well, talking of the game, warm-ups for an upcoming heat. Tana Watanabe on screen. In and amongst the Ballito crowd here, it's a perfect beach day. folks, if you're within striking distance of a day visit to Ballito, get in the car, come down, come and support still 2 South Africans in the draw with 3 days of competition still remaining here in Ballito. It's going to be a great festive weekend in the Qualification region. Of course, a carnival atmosphere, the retail and the shopping, the skate activity, the curio stores and everything in between, all the different food offerings. It really is that surf fest type of vibe here in Ballito, and we've slipped underneath the 5-minute mark here, Kai. Again, reminders, 6:23 for Lawler, and come on, Caius King, something, anything. We want to see your skill.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you for free, next 2 heats are also looking like absolute bangers. I'm going to go park cheesy on the Corona deck, have a lovely ice-cold Corona Zero, enjoy the surfing, enjoy the weather. It is literally summer and winter down here in Ballito right now. One of the nicest days I've experienced in quite some time. And here we go.
Caius King, or not. Oh my gosh, you'll want to forget this. Caius, don't watch this heat on replay. We want to adore your surfing. We want to tell everybody how amazing you are, but give us something to work with here with 4 minutes to go. It's going to just be one of those. It's okay. He'll be back next year. He's got the US Open of surfing coming up. That'll suit him just fine. Over to Portugal for Ericeira. I feel he's surfing on those open Wally Point type waves of Ribeira de Ilha, just north of Lisbon. Will suit him just fine. Of course, Saquarema's a punchy open beach break. And then, well, Caius could have a dig at Pipeline as well. That'll be interesting to see. Some of the other surfers that are going to be very happy with Pipeline are the other 3 surfers in the water.
Bang!
There we go. That's it. Big hammer right there. 3 minutes to go. Come on, Caius King. That was a solid turn right there, Kai.
Yeah, will this be one of the biggest stories of the event now? Can he pull a 3-minute comeback? That'll make for some good content.
Give it to us, Caius. Come on. That was a big
turn,
hammer.
Yeah.
Great turn. Great turn. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to approach it. It's a lineup offering single maneuver options.
Well, he took off on this left, and just look at this big bottom turn. Wham! Straight up into the lip. You're going to get the slow-mo here. He really did attack it, and it was a big heaving section, so go boy, that was a good score.
We saw Liam O'Brien knife it into the lip for a single turn for a 5.5, Kai. That's going to be neighborhood score for sure. Maybe a sprinkle more, not sure. A forehand versus backhand discussion, but a lot of strong angle in that turn for Caius King, and no doubt that will be a step in the right direction for the Australian out of Byron Bay, the 25-year-old. Let's see where he goes. He got a 33rd in Newcastle, so you'll want to find another option for us. Meanwhile, heat leader emerges out of the white water in the white singlet, cleverly disguised with 2 minutes to go. Waves coming at us here. Flurry of activity. Liam O'Brien not able to stitch a 2-turn combo together. So just one tweak off the lip there for Liam. Not seeing points improvements coming our way for the top 2 surfers, Kuzane and Liam O'Brien.
Well, that plays into Caius King's advantage,
Exactly.
needing a second score now. Still no score from the judges, though, but I don't think he even needs to hear a score. He knows he's just got to find a wave and go absolutely ham.
90 seconds to go for the man on screen. Judges still penning the score for him. The cutoff is 11.5. Let's speculate he gets a 5.5. Still going to need around a 6. Let's see where this goes. What is everyone thinking of this?
I think the big advantage he has there that it was a backhand turn. Just looks a little bit more intense maybe than the front side. So he might even go higher. Gets a 6.13 gigs.
6.13 with 1 minute to go. Caius King, give us a great story here inside the last 60 seconds, because now a requirement of a 5.37. So doable. Just do what you did again, right? That's it.
Yeah,
find
pretty
it
much.
left, hammer the lip one more time.
Wow. 40 seconds needing a 5.37. I mean, Caius King can get that score all day long, every day of the week. Just needs a wave. And now he's sitting there going, why did it take so long to do that?
8 or 9 second period. And do we now serve a lull on the story, just to like an extinguisher blanket, just Does that happen? 20 seconds to go. Can Caius King find another opportunity? He's not even in your picture, folks. He's way down the beach over to the left of screen. That's where he is looking for opportunities. Does he find something? I love these little stories, though. 613, a lot of credit to a single maneuver for Caius King there, Kai.
Yeah, it was a great turn, and I thought it might go a bit higher than Liam's, but unfortunately he's run out of time. You saw he paddled right on into the inside, just trying to find a lump to get something on. But at least he can get out the water now. He didn't have 0.5s. He came out the water with a 613.
Wow, interesting heat. But let's give credit to the power surfing combinations of Jorgen Kuzenet, 7.4 for a strong score to take the heat win. And Liam O'Brien, former CT surfer, will go with him. We'll lose Jordan Lawler and Caius King. Stay with us. We'll bring in Paul Evans, Greg Emsley, and Jess Starling for the call. It's Ballito in South Africa.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Right for me. Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all.
We're good friends, but competing is competing.
Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks.
The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Brand new season of Surf Girls. Behind the scenes, what does it take to make it? Well, we'll find out soon. We'll find out as the week unfolds. Here it is, stop 2 on the Challenger Series. It is the Ballito Pro. And I'm very happy to be joined once again by Jess and Greg. What are we making of conditions, surfing, performances, all of that stuff?
Look, today's been great so far. I feel like we've had a lot of energy move through all of the heats. Conditions, that swell's really filtered in. It's staying there. Maybe a little bit more choppy, and especially as that tide's going out, those end sections are getting quite hard to make. But when you do, the judges are rewarding them very nicely.
What you see in Emsley when you look out there in the lineup?
It's nice and shallow, so with that rip pulling through it, even with that bit of wind, the face is quite clean. So it's got that really, that's drawing through the waves. It's nice and bowly. Almost seeing little barrel sections. Not that that's going to really be the score for today, but if it was a fun free surf, that's what you'd be looking for. But then you've got those big sections, and we've seen those big maneuvers being thrown all day long.
Big high-risk maneuvers will pay off, as will clean surfing with flow throughout. Having a look at Charlie Quivron of France, Bronson Medi. He's a world champ for the juniors out of Indonesia. Franco Raziunas from Argentina. Taro Watanabe, who was unbelievably polished and poised and composed in the early rounds. Franco's been bit of a surprise package in terms of how much spark and energy he's brought. Well, maybe not a surprise, but we've been impressed by him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not like he's had an easy draw to get here as well. I mean, big names come in every single round of these, but he's been that underdog. We've touched on this underdog spotlight, but little cover up. Love that there. I mean, this is the spark that he's bringing. That's exactly what we're talking about. And then Charlie, he's a really established surfer. He's been doing it for a while, and has this real elegant and class around his competitive surfing as well, and his decision-making skills. He's very patient. Usually decides to sit and wait in heats, so we'll see if that pays off. He might join the list today of sit and wait, but it's not a convincing look from Paul Evans.
We'll see what happens the next 35.
I thought that little tube ride was quite rad from Franco. It was really rad, actually.
Rad.
Yeah, rad.
I haven't heard rad in a while.
Rad's a
I
great
like
word,
that.
but
Rad is a great word.
Yeah.
I'm going to start using that.
Rad Zeunas. That's where I'm going with it.
I see now. I'm following.
I think that's his new name, Rad. It's a cool name. But that, we were talking about that a minute ago, how it's bowling up, and that was an example of the little wave that had that barrel. Be interested to see what score he got for it. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be a big number, but when you're walking up and down the beach, you're seeing those little double ups, you know, sneaking under the surfers with the little barrel on it. It just shows you how shallow the bank is and how steep those sections are, and it's been a great day for those opportunities. Here we go. Just bowls out, and it just looks so much fun. Just on that sandbar, and that's been really pushed into the corner, all the sand, with these easterly swells. It's compacting into that corner. So I think we're going to see that sand hang around and actually compact even more through into the weekend.
I feel like the more people I talk to about this swell and what we're seeing, feels like with today looking like today, the amount of swell that we have, the direction it's coming from, we should be looking pretty good for conditions tomorrow. This is Bronson.
Big section for Mehdi. Love that.
Whoa.
Dragging both arms behind him for the layback. It'll be incomplete, though. That will be completed for Kivron.
Wow, that was a lovely end turn for Charlie. I wonder if he got anything before that, but that single maneuver was massive. And I loved the intensity of how he came out of that lip to finish. So he did well to hold on there. So busy start early on. And as you mentioned, Jess, a touch of wind. Not too heavy, luckily, and still some big sections. Watch this one single massive hack off the top. Loads of spray. I reckon he's going to get a solid score for this. Wow, he put everything into that, did like into a bit of a layback and then free fell out of that. So really getting dynamic on that maneuver. Charlie looking strong here. So just the single maneuver. I think it's going to be a nice little score early on in this one.
And going back to that barrel of Rad or Franco, that's kind of traditional Ballito, right? That's what we're used to seeing here, especially when it's good. You'd almost guaranteed a barrel out here, right?
Yep, when it's good, middle of winter, which we are on now, early morning, northwest wind, that cool wind that comes off the Drakensberg Mountains, northwesterly, low tide, a nice mid-range, sort of 4 to 6 foot westerly southwest swell, and then it came, and obviously need a lot of sand on the point. It can absolutely fire world class.
Number in for Kivron, it's a 4-5 for him. He'll look to nudge that up, building some momentum, but a really tricky section. Not that turn, that was in the head, wasn't it? Just deciding to do that, where to execute it, and just to get out before the explosion. We'll be used to surfing beach breaks, kind of slam pretty hard on the inside on shallow sections, as will everyone out in the water. Can't wait to see Taro get involved in this. He's definitely a standout in terms of his overall approach to the wave. A bit different, not just about the maneuvers themselves, the linkage together is world class. I loved the audacity from Bronson, that turn that he went. Want to see plenty more of that. He left it quite late in a previous seat. Let's see if he gets involved earlier. Here goes Taro as he drives at a wall. Then just flicks the carving snap, and a really, really precise finish. Does well to get there, to time those turns. It's going to feel really nice from him. In the meantime, let's go and hear from Emma Smith with the winner of the last heat.
Jorgen, you managed to take down all the Australians in that heat. I know it's obviously quite intimidating coming up against something like that. This is already better than your result in Newcastle.
Yeah, I was scared to lose this round again because the the round that I got in Newcastle was such a stack hit with Mathieu McGillivray, Coloé, and Jordan. He got me the other time, so I was like, I gotta win this one. And yeah, luckily I caught 2 waves straight away, so I got a 6-8 and a 7-4. So I was pretty much in the lead for the whole heat. So I was really happy with that.
Nice. And obviously you've been coming to Ballito for quite a few years. I've noticed quite a few South Africans coming down just to support you. How does it feel to be back in Ballito?
It feels amazing. I love to come here. It's always a pleasure. I have so many good friends over here. I have Joanna coming on the beach, always screaming as hard as she can. I think it's the loudest lady on the beach. And yeah, I love it. People are so friendly here. And I know it's not going to be my last time here.
Well, we're stoked to have you back, and all the best for the next round.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emma. I guess in a way you wouldn't mind if it was your last time, because I mean you're just on the CT and automatically re-qualifying. It'd be great to not have to come back from that point of view. Although you'd obviously, your heart would be torn.
Maybe a holiday to come back here. Franco got one during the interview, big section. Got a big drift of the fins there. We're going to look at this from this side-on angle because now we can really get to understand how hard he was pushing off that back foot and navigating that wash as he was coming down while still drifting the fins. So his reaction time's looking pretty quick in this heat. But, I mean, wow, wasn't Taro just looking sharp on his wave? He hasn't lost any steam from his last heat, and he was super impressive in that too.
Remember that turn he did in the previous round? Under the lip, it's like his go-to thing where he's like, tries to get as critical. It almost seems like you wouldn't be able to do that twice, right?
Yeah.
But he seems to be, he almost goes upside down in that lip. So let's have a look at this. Sets up, I mean, the first turn he absolutely ripped through to start with. Look how hard he rips through that turn. And then this section, that board actually almost goes upside down, and he somehow gets it facing the beach and gets on top of it again so quickly to ride out. I mean, at one point, if you freeze that section and looking at the angle of his board, you'd say no chance, right?
Yeah, it was facing down. He just stomped so hard on that back foot.
Wow, it's definitely a crazy technique he's got. And Franco as well, that single maneuver on that right, as we see him live action here, was massive. I mean, judges have to be looking at technically how difficult those moves were from Franco and from Taro.
Busy is Franco Radziunas with the right, doesn't wait for the score to drop, and then a doubling up left, kind of a rip bowl left. Gave it the treatment, maybe didn't quite crack it as hard as he possibly would have hoped. Those sections, they don't seem to set up often quite as well. You don't really see him coming maybe on the left as much as the right, but his busy approach, he's covering everything, he's all energy, and I think he's just identifying the fact there are opportunities out there. It's actually quite hard to pick him from the lineup, and being overly selective, probably not the call.
Yeah, no, and as I think thinking back to Kais King in that last heat, he sat with 30 minutes with a 0.5 and then did one massive turn, started catching waves, and was right back in this heat. So he's going for this approach here, and every wave he's been on for Franco, he's just been capitalizing. I mean, that was a really beautiful finishing turn there. He's got a score to lock in. His last wave came in at a 4.7. If there was anyone to be excited about this 10 earlier, it's this guy, Bronson Matey. Right now, sticking to his rail game with 2 massive turns on that last one. But you got to think Bronson's going to see that 10 from Lucas Cassidy and say, I can do airs like that too, because he is so incredibly talented and technical when it comes to being above the lip.
Nice bit of flair and panache, even on his finishing turn there. Gave it a good slice. It looked exciting. Having a look at this nice big double up section. This is Taro. Once again, similar sort of energy. Doesn't quite do so much on that closeout turn there, but it's a nice combo.
Very nice. I'm still thinking about what what panache means. Sorry. I mean, I thought that was almost, that was, you know, he's just had, Taro's had 2 waves now with 4 massive turns, right? It's early on in the first, well, just over 10 minutes. That first one came in at a 6.5. He's going to back that straight up, just solid. I love his approach. Solid surfing. You know what I enjoy? right now what's happening is that we spoke about the lefts. I like the left coming in towards the right for that finish. Look at this tube time. Wow. Bottoming out. So Charlie getting a little bit of tube time, but just losing his footing there. I like that left coming towards that right at the end, that huge section that's on offer at the moment. That's massive scoring potential. We saw the first one from Taro with that nice turn and then into that big closeout. That section's coming on nice and strong. And they're giving that, that big heavy hitting section for the surfers. How is that tube though? That wave opened up beautifully.
It's great glimpses for tomorrow, isn't it?
Hopefully tomorrow. I think the wind could be a problem tomorrow.
Nah,
But
oh, thanks.
Could be, but I'm into Saturday, Sunday. I think we're going to have some special moments. We still got what? Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There's going to be some gold amongst that, I'm pretty sure. And Surfline, they've got it spot on. I wasn't expecting it to be as big as it was today. Just looking at the charts, and Surfline called it, and I was looking at that, and we woke up this morning, and wow, spot on, solid surf.
Plenty of energy from the Indian Ocean here at the Ballito Pro, and plenty of opportunity for surfers that do want to go to the round of 16. There's not a lot of sitting and waiting, unless you specifically set that out as the way you want to approach your heat. You can just kind of get in a rotation of catching waves, paddling out, the rip will drag you back out, and then spinning and going. If you just play that percentage game, chances are there will be a meaty section to hit at some point. Not necessarily the kind of conditions you need to overthink particularly. Just back yourself.
Ed Grogier, he is pumped. I spoke to him before coming into the booth, and he's just looking out there. I said,
what was his vibe?
He's just pumped. I said, I know exactly what you're thinking. You're thinking Air 360 all the way, right? And he's just smiled and nodded. He's eyeing out these sections. He's frothed out. I mean, it's perfect conditions for him.
Did he think you were an autograph hunter? He's like, not right now, maybe after.
I actually asked him if he's 100% today. Because remember last year he started 60%, no, 70%,
yeah, okay.
80%. I don't think he quite hit 100% last year.
And where was he today on the percentile?
Oh, he looks there. He looks ready. He looked pumped. I mean, he was on the exercise bike. So he's looking 100%. So we'll get to see what action he brings to the lineup in the next heat. Of course, another surfer that wants to fight his way back onto the championship tour. Live action. Whoa. Franco just going down on that section.
Wow, so the judges loving Taro's last wave. It was a 7.4, so best wave of the heat so far for those two big turns. Watching that replay in the slow-mo as well. As he's coming down off that second turn, there was so much bump and water going on under his board, so he really had to control that. So it was a really high-risk maneuver there for Taro. 7.4, he's got almost 14 points and a pretty solid lead so far in this heat. Let's take another look at this one. He comes down and takes that bottom turn kind of shallower so he can get to that section quickly, generate speed. Watch as he's coming down. There's a lot of lump and air under his board. He's got to really push on that back foot like we know he can do, get it stable and out from the foam. Really nice surfing there from Taro.
Bronson loading up here. Little section, he'll kick that away. It's nearly a point more than he got for the previous one that we were kind of gushing over how technical that end section turn. Judges enjoying the way he comboed those moves?
I'm thinking along those lines that, he was so
as dynamic the last turn.
I thought so too. I was sold on that first wave. I thought that last turn was just insane. But maybe just how he really pushed through on the second wave, that last turn, he sort of was so clean and so dynamic, and maybe it just looked so impressive from the beach that he had all that control. He did, of course, combo it up with that first maneuver, and you can't go wrong here. If you're on form and you're getting those walled out right-handers with those two big sections on it, and you do the two big combos, you're gonna be getting through.
Past the midway point in this, 16.5 on the clock. Live action from Franco Radziunas of Argentina, sticking to the left, all energy, trying to cover everything. It's got him in second so far, but it is Taro Watanabe who's been way out in front with clean carving, precision hitting. More live action from the Ballito Pro right after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Flying over Ballito. Check it out, the round of 32, heat 7 for the men, penultimate heat of the round. A fun day of competition. Things have ramped up a bit. Energy, size, power, a little bit more of that. Performances as well. We've gone perfect 10 today for an absolutely stomped full rotation. Really exciting to see that go down. And since then, we've seen airs in most heats. The power turns have been getting a lot of points as well, Jess.
They have been today, and I feel like those guys who have identified those big sections and just laid into it, get into absolutely everything, are the guys that we're seeing making it through to the round of 16. And a lot of points on the line here in this round as well. I mean, if we look at the round of 32, there's a big distance between them. I mean, 1,900 points if you get knocked out in this round. You go to the round of 16, 3,320 points. So a massive jump just to make it from this to the next. So these guys want at least a 9th, you'd have to say, to be a keeper.
But in saying that, if you're getting 9th, you're on form. You want to keep going further.
Yeah, that's
You want to make it easier for yourself. You got to, you know, if you at this point, or if you once you get onto the person-on-person's heats, you've got to be going like, I've just got to keep pushing, keep my head down. Don't think it's a good result. Don't even look at it. And don't look at the points. Just focus wave by wave, heat by heat. You know, you can really get caught up in going, I've got a result. I'm kind of ease up now. You've got to keep pushing. Like, just don't come up for air until the thing's finished.
Yeah, you'd have to sort of extend sympathies. Surfers like Samuel Pupo didn't really do much. I got a couple of 6s, would have gotten through almost anything. Just happened to be in a heat where someone got a 10. So he'll be a bit gutted with the way things panned out and these 4 surfer rounds. You've got to beat 2 people out in the lineup, not just 1. So also quite a lot contends as to what else is going on. It's not necessarily a lineup you can control, obviously, with priority. So you have no real effect about who's catching what wave. So.
I mean, it's maximum intensity in this competition.
Where's Charlie going? He's seen something. He's having a paddle.
So if he's heading that way, I don't...
Salt Rock?
Yeah, I haven't seen too many right-handers down there. There is that left coming off that sandbar that we've seen coming into the right. So he could be wanting to just hunt one of those left-handers.
If you look at the score screen, he's ridden 10 waves. And that 4-5, that was ages ago that he got that. And then since that 4-5, he's only had 1 score above a 2 in his total. So he's obviously feeling he's not enjoying the shape of the waves. He's had a few burgers, a few fat ones, a few soft ones. And he's trying to change things up by going to a different lineup entirely.
There's nothing wrong with trying to give yourself a bit of space, especially when you have 4th priority. I mean, there's no point sitting on the peak and holding hands with 1st, 2nd and 3rd priority. If you can create some distance while you're down that priority chain, find a score down there as well. I mean, there's a lot less pressure on you than when you are up with everyone else. So potentially a left could come through. There's that main peak though, that's been where all the biggest scores have been coming through all day. So maybe just trying to get a left and then paddle back out and get into a higher priority rotation.
Look at this sort of buzzing around here. the complete opposite sort of story. As these guys are all kind of changing position. Taro's going, oi, where's Charlie gone? I wonder how much that's premeditated. I did see him having a chat with Nelson Correct. Coaching with.
Come back.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
But which plan would this be for Charlie now? A, B, or C?
Yeah.
You know, 12, what, 10 waves? Could well be into the C's, right?
To be fair, though, if we think about someone who was catching a lot of waves, only had 4s, and then just found this unbelievable rhythm, Nadia Aristabe yesterday had what looks to be a pretty similar heat to what Charlie's having. I mean, she had caught probably 10 waves and then just went into this crazy rhythm. Unfortunately, that's not happening right now for Charlie, but hopefully he can surf himself into some sort of form, and 10 minutes is a long time to change the game of this heat.
It's getting a little exploded on there. It's down. Up the beach, some way. It's moved into a brand new lineup. Branson Meddy's requirement, the 4-3 needed from him. He's done good work with the 5-4. Half the job done, 9.5 minutes. Let's see where he goes from here. Kivron will kick out the tail and he'll control it. He'll just sort of lose speed mid-air and then on the landing.
When you move positions so drastically like this, you want to be 100% sure that you're going to a zone that you can get proper scores, because not only are you leaving a zone where they've been giving the scores all day, the judges, you're letting the other surfers have one less person in the priority rotation. So you're giving them more opportunities as well. So you got to be 100% sure it's going to work, right?
You got to be committed to the decision, and you got to back it as well. And it seems to be that he is, and you can see an A-frame peak just where he's paddling. It's just whether or not it's got that same intensity and punch that we've been seeing of those really big end sections that a lot of people have been making the most of. So I'm intrigued to see if Charlie's plan's going to pay off in these last 8-minute 40s. But is this, yeah, it's such a good question. Is this, all right, this is my last resort plan. I've got to break away, move down the beach and try and restart. You know, is at that point? But it looks like he's backing his decision.
Well, where are the best waves? Like when you're surfing at this level, there's only one choice, is you have to surf where the best waves are. You have to try and get at least two of the best sort of 6 waves that come through in the heat if you want to have a chance of getting through. And if you're not on the 2 of those, you're not getting through no matter what. So, you know, sometimes, you know, you'll wait with priority, it won't come. And your strategy, you know, you've had the right strategy, it hasn't worked, better luck next time. But if you put yourself right out of the game, it can be a bit tricky. I'm not saying he's out of the game, but I'm not sure with what's been on offer out in front that's a good move. You know, you're straight in front of the judges here, you've got great waves, and it's easy for them to score you.
He's looking for a 5-2. It's Kivron. Meddy only needs the 4-3. And Radziunas with Pryor will look to improve. He's slowed down his wave count a bit from being voracious in terms of his appetite at the start of this. He's just chilled a touch. I think we'll see him in action pretty soon. 7.5 inside that. And some lines, some energy standing up here. Will he get himself in position for the first? Has a little look, realizes that'll be straight. Check the drone view and you can see the energy of this swell that built through the night.
Don't be surprised if you see Charlie going excellent on his next wave, though.
All right, here we go. Bronson pushes out the layback. It's dynamic. That's a turn he's gone to in various forms, but a couple of times in this heat. And he's just putting a little extra on that closeout section. Nice and light on his feet is what we've come to expect from him. It's precise surfing. In terms of the score, was there an element of surfing towards the score there? 4-3s, what he needs, Jez?
Yeah, and you could tell he was trying to do it in one turn. Well, a lot of different walls coming through that inside section on that wave there for Taro. I feel like I actually really liked the turn. I was like, oh, that was sick. You know, watching him do it, it's definitely a staple turn for Bronson Mady. He's got that one on lock right now. It could go there. I mean, we've seen scores for one turns go to a 4-3. Whether or not it's going to go higher than that is completely down to the judges, but I think we're going to have to see him push a little bit harder to feel safe in these last 6 minutes of the heat. He might just get there, but he's probably going to need more to really push and solidify second place in this heat.
I still love Taro's approach to this heat. He's had 2 waves where he's just focused on big maneuvers. I mean, that's a dynamic turn.
Sick.
It's a sick turn. And I reckon it will probably get that number, you know. You think about the one turn. But, you know, Taro's looked for those waves that have given him, you know, drawn out, but given him the two-turn opportunities, and he's really just focused on pushing strong on the rail maneuvers through those sections, you know, and set up such a strong base at the start of this heat.
Yeah, he got the job done early on, which takes off so much pressure, I mean, coming into the back half of this heat. And one thing that I love about Bronson is he's just a never say die guy. I mean, we saw him get a 717 for a huge alley-oop right at the end of his last heat. So hopefully, you know, we get those moments of excitement. I always feel really excited when Bronson gets to his feet because you never know what he's going to bring. So I hope he finds something out of the ordinary. But he's got a massive score coming in for that last turn.
Yeah, good score coming in.
Huge number for your world junior champ, and he'll go and he'll punt, and he won't quite collect there, but a 6.87, so second highest of this encounter, stuck to the main peak, and on a wave which looked slightly innocuous. Able to push really hard and squeeze everything out. 6.87's pretty big.
My judging scale just got so humbled. That was sick. 6.87, now he's comfortable. Look at that, everyone else is chasing 7s.
Yeah, it's really changed the context of this, and he'll just keep going here. Mehdi.
I wouldn't mind having a look at that first wave of Taro's again, that 6.5. I still think that was, I feel like that was the best wave of the heat in some ways. But anyway, that's why there's a panel of 5 judges, because we all have our opinions. And I'm entitled.
Well, there's always a tendency when you watch it, we're looking at the wave, aren't we? Looking at the section. You think of Bronson, what he did was pretty sick. It was acrobatic.
Yeah, it was sick.
It's quite a lot of whitewater there, though. That's not necessarily what you call a critical section. It's quite fluffy. By contrast with a thick lip that's kind of coming at you. You're not judging the wave. It's not what judges are doing, but it's impossible not to take that into account as we watch it sitting here.
I think that 6.87 is a great, perfect score for that maneuver. But I am thinking that that first wave of Taro's was, I just loved that finish.
It was,
on that last turn was insane.
Oh, Taro's still winning the heat. 3 minutes and 20 to go, and he's in action here. Little cupped out section. Gets some cover behind the curtain. The finish is so dynamic.
I wanted to get to something, a saying that I've always used, that winning is easy and losing is hard. Because when you're winning, like Taro, he's used no energy in this heat, like absolutely no energy. He's had 4 or 5 waves. He's cruised where, you know, if you're Charlie, you're on like 12 waves. You frantically paddling around. You're sweating. You just it's difficult. It's a hard position to be in, and you're using a lot more energy. So I've always said winning's easy, losing's hard.
Love it.
At the moment, Charlie Kivron is in a spot of bother here. He's gone down the beach. He's not been able to connect with anything significant down there. And in the meantime, we would have heard some bad news from his point of view. The surfers like Bronson Mehdi are accruing major points and big totals really for 1 and 2 that have put some distance on Franco and Charlie that are chasing. Charlie on the inside there. Got a score to come through for him.
2 minutes to go. Bronson has second priority. He's in a pretty comfortable second position. Do we see him really going huge now?
Last wave here for Charlie, trying to ask the question for a 777. Nice turn. Looks back to the beach for maybe a bit of confirmation. I mean, that was a 6 section. He really capitalized on it. But it's got to be something pretty crazy to get in that 7 mark. I mean, Bronson, he laid into a huge layback to get close to a 7. He's up and running again now, though.
Bronson dealing with a bit of froth and foam on the face. Not a lot on offer there. Charlie, from his point of view, looking at the clock, if he can bring that number down and improve his high score, which he'll do, and he can maybe make things a touch easier for himself, but he's still up against it here.
Bronson's so desperate for an air section, yeah.
He's just on that rip bowl. The water's like rushing out. There's so many little bowls coming towards him. You can see how he just wants to take off.
What's happened to Franco? Where's he gone? He was so busy at the start. Where are you? He's there. He's got prio. He's not doing much.
Yeah, he's not. He's really been sitting and waiting right now. A 7.27, I mean, isn't out of the ordinary for him. I mean, he's been surfing so fast, so upbeat, twitch-like. You know, he's got cat-like reflexes when he surfs, but then just unleashes this power as well. Needs a 7.27. It's a solid score. It's got to be something pretty special to make you feel like it's going to get in that 7 mark. He's got 30 seconds to do it and priority, and potentially maybe a little bit of water coming his way, but 20 seconds to go. We'll have to see if he pulls the trigger and doesn't like this first one.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and go this next wave that comes through as we'll count down here. It'll all come down to this for the Argentinian. Here he goes.
Oh.
A vicious hit from him. Absolutely hammered it. It will be an incompletion. And it will be Taro Watanabe and Bronson Medi who advance. Taro again, just polish really is the takeaway from that. And he looks like he's having no trouble at all with the timing, with his surfing, everything in tune. Bronson Medi is so exciting and dynamic. He can get really good scores on subpar waves. Those two will advance to round of 16. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll conclude the round of 32. Don't go away.
Just checking the audio. I'm down here at the Ballito Pro in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and look who we have. The big man himself, world #1. He's brought the yellow jersey from Brazil to South Africa. We're really very honored to have you here at the Ballito Pro, Jordy.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah. Obviously, to have the yellow is insane. To have it in front of my friends and family, home crowd in that country, really important for me. And then, yeah, I mean, I'm down here in Ballito watching some action. Going to get a surf in a little bit, so it's always nice just to be at home, see my parents, and yeah, to be back on home soil.
Jordy, this is a historic event. It's been going for 56 years. You have won this event before in the past. And as part of the activations this afternoon, we've got the musicians that played in the free rock concert last night. They're going to be teaming up with some of the surfers, the O'Neill riders, including yourself, and we're going to be having a tag team surf-off after the last heat. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't done a tag team in a long time. But it'll be good. It'll be good to see those musos surf, and yeah, I don't know, maybe I could take a page out of their book.
Jordy, what is your strongest memory or something that comes to mind of the Ballito Pro in particular? So many legends have won this event in the past, from Sean Thompson to Andy Irons, yourself, and many others.
Yeah, like you said, Mark, there's been a massive history of people winning this event, and not just that. I think just the kind of nostalgia value that comes with it. I've grown up obviously here in Durban, started going to what originally was the Gunston collecting posters. That for me really kind of hoiked that idolization up of the best surfers in the world. And then obviously, moving it down into New Pier, then down here to Ballito. An epic move. The Qualification municipality, insane. They do a great job of putting this event on every year. All the sponsors that are involved. And then I think just that international flavor that comes out every year, I think our local talent gets to see what the world has to offer. And it's really good for them to be able to see that, and then kind of pushes their surfing and their limits to a higher level.
Then Geordie, looking ahead to Jeffreys Bay, the WCT event, coming in as world #1, you've got the whole of South Africa so pumped. We're so excited to watch you surf down there. Give us your thoughts leading into that event with a world title spot on the line.
Yeah, I mean, coming in as #1, to be honest with you, I think this is the event I'll feel most relaxed. I just feel like I've surfed in front of these people and friends and family my whole life. And I just want to go out there and make myself proud, and obviously my country, So my whole mindset is just to keep swinging. At the moment, it looks like we've got really good forecast. It looks like there's a bit of swell lined up. So, yeah, fingers crossed I want to win another J-Bay event.
Well, Geordie, it's great to have you down here, and we really appreciate you taking the time to join us in Ballito. Have a fun surf out there this afternoon, and mostly good luck from everybody for the Jeffreys Bay event. Back to you guys.
South African pride is soaring and is anticipating. Could this be a truly historic year? Geordie Smith here on the beach and enjoying the action. He's going to go out and have a surf this afternoon. He's also getting a chance to have a look at surfers like Lucas Silveira, Edgar Graggia, Winter Vincent, George Pittar. And here goes Georgie into it. Really nice, loose, languid opening carve. And then skids with extra speed and squirt out of a lip. A little bit of a surprise factor to that kind of surf, and we kind of thought what we knew was coming, and he almost picked up speed out of that turn, Jess.
Yeah, wasn't expecting the ride out on that. I thought, oh no, he's gone early, or it felt like maybe he had spit straight-legged and then just pulled the nose up out right at the end there. I went, oh, that's going to hurt to fall, but he didn't. In the break, though, I mean, we got to start from Lucas Silveira as well. Bit of a foamy second section, but capitalized on it. That first turn looked really smooth, and then Edgard, he's looking to get back onto a huge section there and just laid into it. That grew in size as he was bottom turning into it. This wave, though, this kept us on the edge of our seat. George laying it on rail, gets it for a second turn and a third. So George actually has had 2 waves. Wow, a lot's happened in this heat. And Edgard staying busy so far. Wow, this bowl is really offering up this afternoon. 2 great turns. What a start for Edgard. Wow.
My imagination, it looks like everyone's going twice as fast as in the previous heat, Greg. Look at the speed they're getting.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe they're getting better waves.
For sure.
No, but it's just cleaned up on the face. It goes through these, with this E-swell, it's almost like there's no rhythm to it. It just goes like quiet, and then suddenly a bunch of waves will come through. It almost depends on how much wind's been blowing out there that's producing this E-swell. And then next thing, you'll just get a bunch of waves thrown at you non-stop for like 10 minutes, and then it'll go quiet again.
To use a musical reference with the special session camera, it's got a different time signature than your standard 4/4 timing. Too much?
Music's not my strong point.
Cool.
Yeah, cool.
No worries.
Cool.
I'm not like that good at instruments, but singing in the shower, I'm pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. And I can dance sometimes.
Stop it.
I keep talking.
Not well, though. But coming up next, we will see the Musos.
Hey?
Surfing against the likes of Geordie Smith.
Edgy guard. Gives it a little slice. And then gives it a jump. Won't get a completion on the end of his wave. Had a bit of a unlucky campaign on the CT. Things didn't really go his way. Never really got a chance to show himself. He had a couple of moments. He'll try and make amends and get right back there. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat with Emma Smith. We'll catch up with Taro again shortly. In the meantime, we'll stick with the live action here as we look at a pulsing swell continue to build. And those opening exchanges kept the judges honest as they had to assign numbers for some pretty muscular surfing performed at speed. And as the dust all sort of settles, well, we'll still wait for the second number, George Pittar. Let's see if we can get down to Emma Smith again.
Taro, there was a lot going on in that heat. You were holding down the win, but everyone was...
Just under 26 minutes remaining in our last heat of the round of 32. A stacked heat featuring a pair of Brazilians, a couple of Aussies. And we are still waiting for a number for George Pittar, showing us what he can do on the CT. And he wants to show more of that and earn his spot there, which will, of course, be for the entire season next year. As we look at a bit of a rip, just kind of tugging our surfers out to sea. Paddles just to stay in contention, particularly on sets that they don't go on. So that water draws back out. Number in for George, 6.47 for him. Puts him in second place in this heat. Gragia 6.5. Best of the opening exchanges, Jess.
It's really refreshing to see Edgard just surfing with so much speed, so much power and authority. I mean, he had a long run on the CT from Portugal to El Salvador. Then you're in the Aussie leg. And by the time he got to Newcastle, he looked pretty tired. He looks just refreshed and ready to rip in. And, I mean, he started this heat off great. Lucas Silveira, though.
Yeah, so a couple of turns there for Lucas. Just a bit of a smaller wave, but exactly what you just said about Edgard. He does look refreshed. He looked so sharp on those turns, looked precise. Looked really good. I think he's identified that this heat is pretty stacked, right? I mean, it's unbelievably stacked. As we see Winter up and riding, slicing through that last turn. How was that combo, that last maneuver, just laying back into it on the rail, super powerful, and a massive section as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this heat, could imagine Rick Love's heart rate is probably going through the roof. Both of these boys, George and Winter, in this one, and that's exactly what you want to see. I mean, that second turn for Winter has this classy shades of Parko, just the way he looks so relaxed and goes into these massive moves with so much ease. Set up this turn with a floater down the line. That bottom turn, so beautiful and pushes so hard at the top. Had all the time in the world to really build up his power and spring load into it, lay into that turn. I mean, Winter needs a 6.25. That's a great step in the right direction.
What was so exciting about that wave, it was a grower. When he took off, it was like, say, like a 3-footer. He did that first turn, and then when he came into that last section, it was like a solid 4-foot wall at him, and he got that big hit. And I think the judges are absolutely going to eat that up. As we see Edgard just not being able to hold that rail into that second maneuver. But I think if you get that growing wall and your biggest maneuvers done on that heavy closeout section, and that's the biggest part of the wave, it's going to get a solid number. And I think that could go, I mean, it could go anywhere. Could it touch excellent or not quite? Maybe just under, somewhere there though.
Score starting to come through. It will be the highest of the heat thus far, 7.17 for Vincent. And he'll go to first. It's less than a point between him and third, Pittar. They've all found quality already. Expect them to find more throughout this as this energy continue to provide a platform for surfers to really release any of that pent-up aggression, any of those nerves, or just having to sit around essentially all day yesterday and get ready to compete again. You go out in the water. What you really want is to go out with blistering speed exactly like this.
Exactly like this. Look, that entire fin was out of the water and he just pushed so hard on that. I mean, his timing, his tempo, the aggression, it was perfect for Winter on that wave. And I'm not surprised it was the best wave of the heat. It just had this stamp of authority on that last turn. And 7.17, it's a great way and a great place to be sitting right now in the lead. But you got to think, with the start that we've had from this heat, it's going to be electric from start to finish. I mean, these guys all really want it. You can tell by the way they're surfing.
And Edgard, as I mentioned, he was wanting to go to the air, just getting detached from his equipment. But sitting in second, keep an eye for George as well, because he's got that 6.47 in his scoreline. But Winter, he almost seemed a touch quiet at the start of the heat. He had that 5.83, and I almost felt a bit nervous for him with Edgard getting the 6.5, George getting the 6.47. He felt he needed to find something special, and you know, the 7.17 was just, I mean, he couldn't have asked for much more with that wave that grew like that. It's just now up to Lucas Silveira to join the party here. He needs to find something above a 6.
When you've had a career so far, a short career like Winter Visitor, but generally speaking, it's gone really well in a short space of time, right? We haven't seen, outside of Australia, we haven't known loads about him for a very long time. Over the last couple of seasons, with the success he's had, how does that change? For example, you're in a heat, does that allow you to be a bit more patient? Because just generally speaking, you've got positive memories about outcomes of the way things go. Maybe just contrast that with Lucas Silveira, who's junior world champ quite a long time ago, over 10 years ago. He's been a bit on and off, a little bit hit and miss. Just wonder, does the way your career's gone, to those memories, does that play into the way you strategize within a heat itself?
I think it does go. I mean, ultimately, when you talk about strategies, you want to build a routine of success. And you want to take all those good thoughts and everything and build what works for you. So if music works for you, that's fine. Before the heat, how you prepare, and then in your heat, what works. Am I going to get busy? Am I going to pick, you know, am I going to sit and really wait for those big waves? We've seen Lucas in this heat. He's looked for a couple of those left-handers, which have been a little bit, you know, they're running away from the judges. They bend out to see. I still say, just settle in, look, take your time. Sit on the best peak, use your priority, and choose those big right-hand walls and get those big turns with that massive closeout. That's been pretty much that's worked for all our surfers today that have got through.
Yeah, I guess I was just going to reframe it another way. Is it confidence that breeds success, or does success breed confidence?
I think success brings confidence.
I also think they work both ways. Because George found this confidence and then created success from it, but also he had success which made confidence. I'm so sorry, George.
Oh, he looked so loose there on that top turn. Just delightful the way he just sliced through that, and then on the bottom a little too loose, and he just kind of lost his grip.
We've seen a couple of our surfers do that in this heat. Quite interesting, just not holding on that bottom turn. That's an interesting talking point. Maybe they, I don't know. You know, it is quite bowled out. Maybe it's just that tide. Maybe we're heading to that low tide, and that, you know, it's scooping out a little bit more on the bottom. Sort of some of those waves are almost going a little bit below sea level, right? And those fins maybe just not gripping in at the bottom turn.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like pretty steep and then almost going flat towards the bottom. And those deep bottom turns, if you're not right on that edge, that fin is just skipping out ever so slightly. But it's one of those things where I feel like once it happened once, you go, oh, okay, I just need to do X, Y, and Z, and it'll be okay on that next wave. Everyone who we've seen kind of skip out ever so slightly on the next wave, it's been pretty consistently recorrected.
And once you do that, you just lose all that speed and all that momentum, all that drive, and you know, it's pointless trying to correct it. You're just better off leaving the wave alone.
Silveira gives it a hammer with the back foot. He will rely on his power. It's been key to his success that he's had in events throughout the seasons. He needs a big number at the moment. Needs to go excellent with one wave. He's just got a couple of fours, loads of time though to do something about that and get 2 numbers. Get himself much closer. Meanwhile, out the back, Pitat again, looking to get straight back on it here. And he'll open up and give it a full jam in the pocket. And a little clip for speed and a dynamic finish with great control.
It's quite an interesting wave, really well surfed, a bit smaller, and a point of difference, you know, those open face wrapping calves. We've spoken about connecting with the lip. He then got a nice snap and then went into that reverse. So judges will discuss how do they go with this score, because it's kind of different to what we've been seeing through the day.
Yeah, a lot of variety on this wave. He kept his speed from the start as well. Really tidy rail carve to start it off. There's a lot of bump on this wave too, but he read it beautifully, slashed down the line, and this is where he knew he had to push harder to get it across that line for a 5.81 in hit. Is something pretty special to finish off that wave. The judges would be really comparing that back to Edgard's 5.77, George's 5.6, considering if it's better or not. Maybe looking for something with a bit more size.
Here's heat leader Vincent with a nice powerful jam right next to the pocket as that white water will explode and engulf him on the inside. And you can see exactly the point that we were just talking about in terms of some of those waves just dredging below sea level. A couple of ribs in there as well. There is a bit of noise going on in terms of that water surface. And it's actually, we watch these in real time, but sometimes when you see the slow-mo, you can actually see just how skilled some of these maneuvers have been executed.
Definitely.
Here's Silvera again, staying busy with a big section, and he'll absolutely belt it, similar to what we just saw from him. That one incomplete. And he's getting into a little bit of a rhythm, similar kind of stuff. Is this wave selection? Is he kind of restricting himself in terms of the maneuvers available? Let's see how he goes about chipping away. He'll have to draw on some of that experience. 15:20 to go here. Winter Vincent still in the lead from Edgard Gragia. Time for a quick break. When we come back, we'll wrap up around a 32 and the day. We'll be right back.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. I'm down here in the Corona Bar on the beach. It's the end of a fantastic day of surfing. This is the last heat in the water, but don't go anywhere if you're on the broadcast, because after this is the Corona Zero post show, where we'll be breaking down the highlights of the day, looking at the forecast going forward and replaying some of those incredible waves you saw. Maybe you'll see that 10 from Lucas Cassidy again, and the folk in the booth will break it down for you. So we're going to enjoy a few cold Coronas down here and enjoy the action. But if you're watching online, enjoy the rest of this heat and then join us for the Corona Zero post show. Back to you guys.
Yeah, cheers, Mike. They look refreshing. I reckon there's a pretty decent chance we're going to see that 10 a couple of times, would you say, Jess?
Yeah. To put it pretty simply, of course we're going to look at that 10 again, hopefully 2 or 3 more times, because it was incredible. Such a highlight moment of today, but today's been filled with them. Some of the turns that have gone down, the back and forth, the battles between a couple of competitors, the bowls we've seen bend back towards people. I'm really excited for the post show actually, because there's a lot of talking points from today.
Any kind of surprises or anything like that that stands out for you, Greg, in terms of like when you look at the conditions on offer, the sort of caliber of surfer?
I mean, we've had a couple of, you know, upsets. Everyone's so good in by the time you get to this round, so it's hard to say they're upsets because everyone's on form. I just think it's been a really good day of surfing, and big, strong turns have won, and it's been a you know, such a good day of surfing considering the waves that have been on offer. We're really fortunate to have woken up to this lineup this morning.
Yeah, I think maybe when we started off the week, we were saying advantage feels like it is with the surfers that maybe come down from the CT that do have that extra experience. Maybe something for that next generation today, particularly if we think about the 10, but just beyond that, it's been quite a good day for that next generation.
Absolutely, it has been. I think we've had a day of a couple underdogs as well, you know, breaking through a couple of rounds that maybe they haven't got to before, and seeing those younger generations know that they can take it to the best and the people who have been doing this for a really long time. So I love when an event like this comes and waves like this come to town, because when everyone can get an opportunity and you can still rise above the people who you thought you could never beat, it's a great building block for someone to go on a pretty incredible role in an event.
Edgy guard with a bit of bump and bounce. He'll deal with it pretty well. Uses all of that athleticism, and a great finish from him. Well done to hang on there. He put the board up and then straight back down, and a tight hit in a pocket. He was running out of room fast, and he enjoyed it. In third place, prior to that, because of George's last score that came through previous to last, 6-3 for Pitar. Gragia, with a little bit of work to do, 6-2-7, the requirement for this.
Yeah, so he drives up vertically into that section, slams it up and just deals with that bounce so well and so strong on that final maneuver. It's going to be an interesting score, this one, because got those two turns in. The first turn was vertical. It would have looked good from the judge's eye, and that would have looked like a really dynamic finish for him as well.
If we think back to George's 6-3 as well, there's a lot of variety on that wave, and he surfed it really beautifully, timed his turns, as great tempo. Completely different wave to what we're looking at of Edgar's, and it's pretty much the exact same score as what he's looking for. Two turns, bigger sections, a lot of speed, big bowls ahead of him. So the judges would be comparing them, but there's not a lot of similarities between the two, so it's really going to come down to what are they going to prefer.
Finds a wedge, gets some cover. It'll be incomplete. Tubes are not what scoring today. Didn't really have another choice there. And he'll just keep going now. We'll wait for a number to come in for him.
You know, getting back to a point that you were talking about before in the day and what is brought to us, I think in the history there's two names that, you know, come to mind in the men's, you know, Rio Wahida and you know, surfers like that have really come to Ballito and put on a big show. And we look at Cole Hauschman. He came here 2 years ago and was like in our face with his big surfing. You know, they introduced themselves to not only South Africa and Ballito, but the world. And I'm wondering, Lucas Cassidy, has he introduced himself? Is he going to go all the way in this one? Is it going to be the real breakthrough event for him? We seem to always get that, you know, the big sort of newer name that comes through and shows himself at Ballito.
Ooh, important number coming in here. And we will shuffle the pack. 6-4, Gragia goes to second at the expense of George Pitar. 8 on the clock now. 6-4 for the requirement for George Pitar. You see him just enter the chat to the right of your screen, and he'll have a little paddle back in that rip, just tugging him out to sea a bit. Second priority for him.
Going on top of your point about Lucas Cassidy and bringing yourself to an event, especially like this, where there's so much prestige and there's a lot of, you know, similarities between doing well here to getting on tour. This year we had a lot of past champions in the draw, but after today, all of them are out. So we are guaranteed a new winner here this year, and I'm curious to know, is it someone who may potentially be their next rookie on tour, or are we going to see someone like Edgar Gragia, for example, get back on tour with a win here? So we're going to be crowning a brand new champion in the men's side of the draw this year.
Bomb here for Lucas Silveira, 733 his number. And he was just trying to get trucking, built up speed from a low line. That whiteboard just would not let him go. And ultimately unable to unleash. He has brought the requirement down at 7.33, but he's been a bit of a way off that thus far.
Edgard Grosjean getting that 6.4. What a massive moment in this heat. And looking at it, we had 3 judges saying he got the score and 2 saying definitely not. So quite a mix on that score line, and just coming in enough, 6.4. And let's check this replay again. So sets up, I said from the beginning, it's hard to deny him the score. Straight up and over that section. Heavy inside bowl, does so well to hop over that finish.
It's really that second turn, I'd say, that would hold bulk of the points. It was a really fast approaching sucky section with a lot of water drawing out, making it harder to get up and over that lip too. And he just stamped it with authority, came up and over with speed and power. So Edgard just getting the score. I mean, he needed a 6.3, he got a 6.4, so you have to hand it to him. He's just getting there.
Silvera will keep plugging away here. And he'll keep backing himself. He will go on some of these bombs because he does need something quite special. But we've had that turning point in the heat now, and as everything just kind of settles, we'll go 5.5 on the clock. Pitar, a little bit to chew on for him. 6.44, that number. So in between the scores he's had already, a similar kind of wave is what he's after. Priority with Winter Vincent. He's also got the lead in this. He's got that high number. He has been pretty quiet, hasn't needed to do too much thus far. Lucas Silvera with a really nice backhand hit. Just opens up everything, gives it loads. That felt good.
Yeah, we can't count him out yet because Lucas Silvera in a do-or-die stage in the last round needed a score and got it. So he knows how to perform in clutch scenarios and get himself these last-minute scores. A 7.33 for one turn, it's going to be something pretty spectacular. So I feel like he's going to be back to the drawing board, but he's going to be paddling back out with 4 minutes 40 with 4th priority. And this is going to be a similar situation. Scenario. That's a new word for today, everyone. Scenario. No, it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to take Charlie's approach and try and break away, or just sit on this main bowl. Really beautiful backhand whip. I mean, there was a lot of spice in that. It was technically great.
I'm saying that is a huge turn. I mean, that was a big wave, big section. You know, how does it look from the judge's perspective? You know, is it big enough to go to that score? And I mean, it's a one huge turn. I think
it's got to be the best wave of the heat. So you got to be thinking back to Winter's 717, thinking, is it more?
Yeah, but it's his best wave though.
Absolutely.
For me. You know, that's what I'm thinking. It's going to, you know, I don't think it's going to touch Winter's wave, but it was one huge turn.
597. So now only needs a 693. That's
so
a big
pretty much
down.
a 6, which is a great score for one maneuver.
Definitely.
Wow.
Here goes Vincent, leading the heat. He's had prior for a while. Gets a good slice. And then the tag to release to incomplete. Out the back, important wave for Pitar. Check the speed from him.
Whoa.
And how much drive he gets off the bottom. And he's had a little bit of chirp as well there.
Wow.
Has a little word with the panel as he hammers a 2-turn combo. That looked great.
You dare not give me the score. That felt good. I mean, it felt good even from our chair.
Yes.
I was almost surfing that wave with him. You could just see he took off with so much speed, and he wasn't holding back on any of those turns. He wasn't surfing for the score. He looked at what he had in front of him. He just went, I'm going to absolutely belt this wave.
Positive anger on display right here with some high skill surfing. Really entertaining.
I don't even think it's anger. I think it's just amp. He's just like, I'm feeling it.
I liked it from George. There was so much commitment in this. I mean, that first turn, nervous times. I thought he was going to bury his rail, maybe put him off a little bit, and then came at this section and just gave it everything. That amount of speed he was surfing with, love to know what he said.
Do we have a lip reader in the booth?
Yeah, yourself.
Best score of the heat right there.
Wow. Great number, but George goes to first 7.43.
And judges didn't think about that score. They basically, it was in their face, they went straight, you know, putting the score in. It felt good, it looked good. Woo! So Winter, Vincent, down to second though suddenly, Winter. It seemed like he was going to run away with the win in this one. Suddenly George Patar up to first.
Yeah, and now Winter with a backup of 5.83. He's going to be looking over his shoulder, knowing that Edgard needs a 6.5, Lucas with a 7.04, and here go, Edgard.
Ooh, what if he does a huge rotation here? Sets up, vertical into the lip, big section ahead, slams up into it. And he doesn't get the finish. There was almost something with his footing. He sort of lost his footing a little bit halfway through that wave. Doesn't look that convinced, does he?
Gurgia not at all in the hunt there for a 6.5 as he paddled into that wave.
He had the opportunity. That was a great wave, eh?
There was 6.5 on that wave for sure.
Just somehow skipped a beat at some point with his timing. He'll try and paddle out into the final minute. We'll have another look here.
There was a funny bump there on that wave. And it almost like as he hit that bump, his foot moved slightly out of the sweet spot. So he couldn't really connect as hard as he wanted with that final maneuver.
Well, Lucas Silveira out the back. He was chasing a 7.04. Starts off with a beautiful swoop. Big section.
Whoa.
Lays into it as well. Okay. He loves a good buzzer beater. Talk about leaving it to the last minute. He's done it in all of his rounds. Now we have to wait and see if that is going to be the score to get him through.
He's been catching absolute bombs. He is a charger. He likes a big wave, and he's found big energy out there. He's taken some closeouts, he's taken some wipeouts, and he's starting to connect. That will be his last wave. He's asked a question of the panel.
That first turn was on the rail, just pulled it all the way around beautifully, and then set up, loaded up for that last maneuver. He pushed that last maneuver so hard that he actually power slided through that turn. And it was a massive wave. It was probably the biggest wave of the heat. So let's just have a look. Watch this first turn alone. Drives deep up the bottom, holds that rail all the way back into the pocket, and then sets up. He eyes it, and you're going, okay, I'm going to go huge. Connects and power drives through that inside section. I mean, that is just massive surfing.
It's a similar wave to Winter's 7.17, just with the carve into that big layback combo. The carve, absolutely better. I mean, he really buried the rail in that one. I'm so intrigued to see where the judges go, because they'll be comparing this to Winter's 7.17. Wow, Edgard, that was crazy.
But the size of that wave was...
It was solid.
To me, it felt like the biggest wave of the heat.
Not in the criteria, though, is it? Size of the wave? Sorry to be that guy. I mean, you're not wrong. It was a big wave. Let's have another look, see exactly what went down here. All sorts happening here. This is Gurgia.
So much to digest in these last two waves. Gurgia needing a 6.51, two big turns. Lost his footing, we're saying, slightly off that bump. Got to that third section late. I feel like, thinking back to his 6.5, that big two-turner at the start, you got to think that that was probably a lot cleaner than what he's chasing now. But those two turns, I mean, he had so much speed behind him for Edgard.
What we could take away wherever this goes, no one's disgraced themselves in this team. Right? They've all campaigned really well. They've competed well. We've seen some brilliant surfing go down. Whoever goes through, it will be two worthy surfers. At the moment, it's the Australian pair occupying those advancing positions. Patar will be delighted with the way he rallied. And we're looking at a number of Lucas Silveira, and it's through on your screen. It's 7.07. He jumps above Winter Vincent to second place. An absolute buzzer beater from the Brazilian powerhouse. Look how much it means to him. He kept catching waves. It will be heartbreak for Winter Vincent, who looked imperious really throughout that. All of a sudden he was caught up in at the end. And on the wrong end of a big 7 from Lucas.
How many times do you pretty much win the heat for 20 minutes and then the last one lose? That is crazy.
And I said it, Lucas seemed to be out of position that whole heat. And right at the end, he got in position when all the other surfers had a wave and found a perfect, well, a very good right-hander. get the score. I thought it was definitely going to be the score.
Just with the size of that wave and that first turn as well. I mean, yeah, what a heat between those four surfers. That was great.
Yeah, probably the biggest average of the day between all of our surfers, scoreline.
Yeah, 12-9, fourth place. Edgard Gragier came last with nearly 13 points. Time for a break here. What a dramatic final heat. Will that be among our talking points for the Corona Zero post show? Find out when we come back.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers, it's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an events tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food, and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team-building destination, which is enabled by its close proximity to King Shaka Airport. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, Kwadukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to Kwadukuza today.
And a very warm welcome to the Corona Zero post show. Best day of the competition so far. The biggest performances have been unbelievable. We've had perfection, we've had drama, all of the key talking points to make a great, great day. We're breaking all of those down here in the Corona Zero post show. We've even got a new guest. We fired Greg Emsley. We brought in Kai. Cheers, you guys. What a day.
Cheers, guys. Cheers.
What are we thinking on how today went, Kai? You enjoyed yourself? What's some of the highlights for you, briefly?
Look, I think everyone needs to realize it wasn't easy out there. It was really powerful, a couple of heavy breaks. So the level of surfing we saw was actually phenomenal. And I mean, I was in the booth for the 10-point ride. We knew instantly the score was coming. One judge going 9.8. I scratched my head a bit at that. But other than that, amazing performances and some incredible surfing. Like, just a good day.
Jess, that last heat, a tough one for you and for the Aussies.
It was. I had both the guys I grew up with in 1 and 2. And then in the last minute, Lucas, I mean, he did it again. He's got buzzer beaters every single heat. And unfortunately, Winter getting bumped out. But we still got George through. So we'll take it.
You know what? Let's go hear from George. He's with Emma Smith.
George, that was a really, really stressful heat. I know how much this heat meant to you and how much it means to you and how much pressure was on that.
Yeah, I can't even explain how much I really, really, really wanted to make that heat. I don't know, I just feel like I've been pushing shit uphill a little bit lately, like from full off tour, obviously, and then like going into challenges, just felt like I haven't been able to get a rhythm for a long time, and I feel good over here. I don't know, I feel like my mind's in a better place. I'm like sort of enjoying the area a lot more and just appreciating where I'm at. Like, I don't know, watching Chippo win the last comp and like how long he's been plugging away at that for that victory. It's kind of inspiring, just seeing how like long the journey is and how you just got to, I don't know, there's so many parts in between those wins that you get, and just sort of appreciating it for what it is. But yeah, man, I thought I was done there and got that opportunity at the end, and so frothing.
The up and down journey, even that feels good for me just seeing this. And obviously going into man-on-man heats, does it feel like the pressure's off slightly?
I mean, yeah, for sure. 4-man heats, they're hectic. Especially in these conditions. Like, I don't know, Lucas at the end there, we didn't even see him and he gets a score in the last 5 seconds. But yeah, I don't know, it just gives us a little bit more opportunity to showcase surfing and have a bit more of a surfing contest. And yeah, obviously, like, Ninth's starting to get to the stage where you're getting a few more points. So yeah, just keep plugging away and see how we go.
Well, sigh of relief, last heat of the day, job done, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Cool.
Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. Philosophical George Pittard. How do you reflect on his insights there, Jess?
Yeah, I like seeing this more emotional side of George and just seeing the vulnerability of it. It's been a long year. You know, you achieve a dream and then you're knocked off and you're back to where you started. And I know after Margs, it really hit him hard, but seeing him being vulnerable and open about that, I think that's a really great moment for him. And the fact that he's done that, he can move forward with confidence, especially after that heat when he was looking really sharp.
All right, let's go back and look at a couple of heats which really stood out for us. Well, there's one in particular, and we're going to go back to heat number 2. And an unbelievable encounter, really, that was stacked with talent. But it's one moment, really, that will be remembered. And Kai, you were on the call for this one. Did you see this coming?
Well, we know he goes to the air, but the intensity of this aerial really just stood out. And pretty much the moment he landed it, Giggs and I both looked at each other and were just like, wow, that's got to be a 10.
That's exactly what it was. This guy, all spark as well and flair. He enjoyed himself. But ultimately, what a way to just stamp your authority with that perfect 10. Just to say, you know what, Challenger Series, some of the very best in the world. I'm here to get involved. You can see a lot of these look backs as well to the beach. There's a bit of attitude, a little bit of swag going on there, which you need to see.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is the moment. This section, this wave, just how well timed, that full rotation, and it's just not fumbled once. I mean, he's 16 going on 25. That air is so mature for his age, and just the way he landed it so cleanly. We always knew he had that in his repertoire, but to pull it out in a high pressure situation, in competition, needing a score, speaks volumes about his maturity as a competitor.
Well, talking about dark horse, I mean, look at that heat. Hurdy, Pupo, Pulos, 3 very, very well-known surfers, 3 surfers that all sort of been either at the CT or knocking on the door, and the youngster from Mexico just comes out and blasts it. Pretty incredible heat.
Yeah, what a way to announce yourself on the stage. We've been talking about how crucial Ballito can be, particularly if you go all the way for a win as well, but just with a performance like that, and hopefully we'll see plenty more. Obviously, we're going to go into surfer on surfer, which does feel like a sort of a natural place where a lot of people want to get to if they want to end up with CT aspirations at the end of the season. More great heats from the day include heat number 5. Now let's have a look and check the highlights of this. And again, you're really looking at surfers that you feel, well, someone's going to get eliminated and it will be something of an upset. And ultimately, it was this guy, Maxime.
Oh, this was a heat to watch. I mean, on paper, there was just years and years of CT experience. There's just class oozing out of every single one of these competitors. But Jacob, he's on a roll. I was talking to him just after his heat win saying, are you feeling the pressure after the spotlight of Newcastle, getting that win, having to defend that top spot? He goes, I thought I didn't like it, but I really enjoy it. And Cal, he wants to get back there so bad. I mean, he's finaled on a championship tour event. And this guy, Cade, probably the dark horse really going into that heat when it comes to power. But he just surfed up. And I mean, he got himself a really tidy win. But Jacob, he's just looking really switched on this year. I'm loving what he's bringing.
Well, and Cade, you know, you look at his crew out of St. Clemente. Right now, they're on a bit of a roll, winning CTs left, right, and centre. Crosby's also had a pretty good season. So I said to Giggs, you know, maybe Cade just able to sort of tap into that positivity and that energy right now of winning. I'm sure he's been on the phone with the boys, and he's certainly not shy to throw a little arm movement.
Cade Matson with another statement, strong performance. Upset to see Cal Robson bow out as well alongside Maxine. That's what it's like in the round of 32. Bit of a bloodbath really in terms of big names with CT experience. But it's all about staying alive. Couple more days before we know who's going to be champion here this year. Kai, you're an honest man. I know you wouldn't lie to us. Did you see these waves today coming? As first question. Second part of that, what might we look forward to coming over the next couple of days?
Well, I think we woke up to a bit of a surprise this morning, if I'm honest. I mean, we knew there was going to be a bit of a bump in the swell, but when Jess and I paddled out for the little Dawny this morning, I think both of us got a couple of surprises on the duck dives. So it definitely came early, definitely came a bit bigger and gruntier than we were expecting. And that's really just got me pumped because the forecast was always going to get better as we moved into the weekend. Sunday morning's looking proper, so hopefully we're going to have absolutely cooking waves.
Let's see what Surfline's got to say about it. Check out our official forecast for the coming days. So still 3 more days in the window. And this is what we got in terms of our swell. Just pulsing, what are we seeing here?
Just a lot coming our way. I mean, we've got Friday, Saturday, Sunday to go, and everyone's just talking about how we're going to have some really great conditions. I mean, we look at Friday, green all day, 4 to 5 foot faces, 3 to 5 in the afternoon. We will take it. And then moving on, it carries on through Saturday, Sunday morning. Everyone's kind of pinned that to be pretty spectacular from what we're seeing. Everyone you speak to from around these parts of the world is saying Sunday morning is going to be a great morning to crown some champions.
I mean, how often do you get the best conditions for finals day in a surf contest? Dreamy scenes here in Ballito. Let's go fingers crossed. We'll see what we get. There always is a little bit of a surprise as well, which I don't mind. You come down in the morning and you see what's there, which feels like the right thing to do. So that's looking forward to the next couple of days. We're still looking back on today and what went down. We're going to get into our top 5 moments and enjoy some peak performances throughout the day. The South Africans, they've been looking really good. That story continued with Lukey Thompson.
Oh, Lukey getting the call up for J-Bay with this heat win. It was down between him and Aiden, and you just knew how much he wanted it. He was just surfing out of his skin. He's looking like a stronger competitor this year, really comfortable here at home as well, and now the pressure's off. I mean, he was surfing for not only a result on the Challenger Series, but that last wildcard spot. I feel like now we can just see him let loose even more, if that's possible, and just enjoy the rest of this comp because J-Bay, here he comes.
I had a chat with him. He said he's not even thinking about J-Bay. It's all about the Challenger right now. So he's got his game hat on. And then this guy, wow, Sean Crawford just came out the gates firing today. Really impressed with his surfing.
Yeah, this was another one of those heats where everyone was getting good waves, similar to what we saw in that last heat. And Shion right at the end hucked a full rotation. He's just been getting so much loft off his airs. He actually creased a board before that one. But yeah, I mean, what a stylish heat from this guy too. Jorgen had a really stacked heat with a lot of Aussies and got the win. Sad day for me, if you're
Well, Jorgen's had some great results in Ballito before. He even got the wild card like Luke at this event a few years ago and just came out firing. And then Oscar Berry, a little bit of sunshine for you there, Jess.
Yeah, Oscar's actually one of my best mates, so this was a really cool heat for me to watch. And seeing him get these 7s and 6s, he's just looking so confident. Another one of those dark horses. You know, I put him in that category to ruffle some feathers this year. He's looking sharp already.
Well, it'd have to be Lucas Didden at this aerial, getting a perfect 10, 16 years old, landing in the flats. How pumped was the young Mexican?
Just watch it time and time again, hey Paul?
Yeah, absolutely delightful. What a really, really fun day. That, the peak moment of it. What a moment in this young man's career at just 16, the 10 on the Challenger Series. I think maybe we even get another cheers for that. Cheers for
absolutely.
a perfect
Cheers
10.
to a 10.
Let's hope we get more of that kind of stuff. How do we feel about coming back tomorrow morning, checking the surf and making a call? Should we do that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. I think the ladies will be pumped. They've watched today. They've seen some crazy surfing go down in bigger waves. And hopefully we're going to have a fantastic day.
7 a.m. tomorrow morning, local time here in South Africa. For the call, we'll send you out with some highlights. And we'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.